Chapter 1670. After sending off Jiang Lihan and Yun Jichong, Kai Qin watched as Yun Jichong's figure disappeared into the air. Without turning back, she said coldly, "So you've decided? If so, why did you do it in the first place?" "Master, a person should have a belief. If I didn't have this belief, I would have been a disciple. Since I have this belief, then I'll carry it out to the end." Since Fairy Xianxia had decided, she naturally said calmly, "If so, then I'll do it in the first place." "Hee, what a pity, what a joke." Kai Qin sneered, "Wasn't it the same when I rebelled against the Kai family? At that time, Xiao Hongyue, who killed Hua Ming, naturally knew about it. But what could he do in the future when I couldn't improve my cultivation? Wouldn't he still be helpless? And you're even better. You made this decision far away from the Imperial Thunder sect. Your punishment will definitely not spread to the Huanhua sect. That little bastard Xiao Hua. I'm afraid he won't know about it for 20 years. 20 years. Even though there's no concept of time in cultivation, the world changes too quickly. How can you know the changes in other people's minds? Even if you went through a near-death experience, how can Xiao Hua know about your suffering after coming out of the cold wind valley?" Fairy Xianxia bit her lips and stared at the ground, not saying a word. "Even though you don't like Yun Jichong, since things have come to this, I think you should agree for now. Drag it out one day at a time." "No, master, I won't compromise." Fairy Xianxia flatly refused. A rare look of pity flashed through Kai Qin's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by coldness. "This old woman will ask you one last time. Everything you've experienced is what this old woman has experienced. Everything you're saying now is what this old woman has said to the patriarch before. This old woman's example will be your teacher for the future. The detours I've taken will be what you'll have to face in the future. Moreover, your situation is even more serious. The cold wind valley, even I don't dare to enter it easily. Your near-death experience is considered light. Now that things had come to this, how could Fairy Xianxia not hesitate? If one were to talk about what she had done in the bright realm of the Taiqing sect, it was true that she had feelings for Xiao Huaqing. But on the surface, it could also be understood as returning Xiao Hua's favor. After all, she had said those words through telepathy, and no one else knew about it. But what about Xiao Hua's thoughts? Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Fairy Xia's cleverness was to use an ambiguous attitude to make her intentions clear to Xiao Hua in front of everyone. Just as she said, if she didn't make it clear in the Hao realm, she really didn't know when she would be able to make it clear. Moreover, even if Xiao Hua had other thoughts, she naturally had a reason to explain it. However, it was precisely this kind of petty cleverness that caused her to fall into another embarrassing situation. Xiao Hua didn't make it clear to her, and Fairy Xianxia leisurely flew away to build her foundation. Xiao Hua didn't even have time to say a single word. Fairy Xianxia had expected the punishment from the Cleansing Flower sect, but she never expected it to be so severe. Of course, this was just a pretense. The real intention of the head of Huanhua sect was to let her practice dual cultivation with Yun Guichong to eliminate the sect's laughingstock. What should I do? What should I do? Fairy Xianxia hesitated at this crucial moment. At this moment, in the Kai family of Luyang, Xiao Hua's low cultivation level, clear eyes, and the calm expression he had when he handed over the storage bag to her surfaced in Fairy Xia's mind. That's right, when a level 4 Qi refining rogue cultivator faced that storage bag, it was like a beggar seeing a mountain of gold. He was actually able to keep his promise. Keeping her promise, it was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? Especially when it came to fulfilling the promise of a dead person. This kind of person isn't worth my effort? Fairy Xianxia asked herself, won't this kind of person have a bright future? Will this kind of person ignore everything I've done for him? A few rhetorical questions emerged from the bottom of her heart, and Fairy Xianxia had a plan in mind. However, Cold Wind Valley. That's right, Fairy Xianxia suddenly remembered Kai Qin's persuasion just now. Her tone seemed to be very strict at the start, but later on, she seemed to have loosened up. This final question actually had the intention of sounding her out. Taking a deep breath, Fairy Xianxia said indifferently, Master, this disciple has made up her mind. As a disciple of the Kai family, I will never regret my own choices. Even if this disciple's soul is blown away by the astral winds, I will never give in to the threats of others. Although Fairy Xia's tone was indifferent, it was resolute and without hesitation. Hearing this, Kai Qin's eyes flashed. Don't be stubborn. I'll return to the residence to cultivate. I'll give you 2 days. If you regret it, it won't be too late to look for me. Kai Qin did not say anything else and flew into the cave. Fairy Xia knelt in front of the cave for another 2 days. When Kai Qin came out again, Fairy Xia was still willing to enter Cold Wind Valley. Sigh, forget it. The stubbornness in the blood of the Kai family is not something that can be easily changed. Kai Qin stared at Fairy Xia for a long time and sighed. She clapped her hands and took out a simple phoenix hairpin from her storage bag. With a swing of her hand, she flew to Fairy Xia and whispered, "Take a look." Fairy Xia furrowed her brows when she heard her master's voice transmission. However, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. She immersed her spirit sense into it and her expression changed drastically. She blurted out, "Ice Phoenix Cultivation Method?" Kai Qin waved her hand and a ray of light flashed past. A sound barrier was activated and sealed Fairy Xia's voice. "You're already a foundation establishment cultivator and you still don't know your place? I've thought highly of you for nothing. This disciple is too shocked. Please forgive me, Master." Fairy Xia's eyes turned quickly and she whispered back, "This disciple has never thought that my Kai family's legendary mental cultivation method would be seen here. How can my Kai family be compared to an ordinary cultivation family? I don't want to tell you these things now. If fate brings us together, you'll know in the future." Kai Qin sneered, "Use a few days to memorize this Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. This Cold Wind Valley is a place of death for others. For my Kai family's disciples? That might not be the case. Since you've chosen this path and you're of my Kai family's bloodline, then this old one can only let you try. If you succeed, Tieskedeske, not to mention Jindan, even Yuaning." "Master?" Fairy Xia's face lit up with joy. "Don't be happy too early," Kai Qin said coldly. "This old one is only saying that it's possible. The possibility is extremely small. For so many years, no one in my Kai family has been able to awaken the thing in their bloodline. Even this old one can't do it. For you, there's only one possibility. If you don't succeed, only death awaits you. This disciple understands." Fairy Xia retracted her joy and nodded. "Why is this Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method incomplete?" Fairy Xia frowned after looking at it for a while. Silly girl. What kind of mental cultivation method is the Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method? How would you know? Wait until you've mastered it and save your life. When you have the chance, you can go to the Kai family's ancestral land to search for it." Kai Qin said with a rare smile. "Kai family's ancestral land?" Fairy Xia asked curiously, "How would this disciple not know?" What's the difference between knowing now and knowing in the future? If you can't get out of Cold Wind Valley, what's the use of knowing so much?" Kai Qin said bluntly. "This disciple understands. This disciple will never reveal it." Fairy Xia's expression turned cold as she transmitted her voice. "You're on your own now." With a wave of her hand, Kai Qin cast a few spells and set up a restriction around Fairy Xia. She then flew into the cave, leaving Fairy Xia to comprehend the Kai family's Ice Phoenix mental cultivation method. In a quiet little mountain village, there weren't many villagers in the village. Every one of them looked simple and honest. In a small courtyard in the mountain village, a beautiful woman dressed in ordinary village clothes sat on a crooked bamboo chair with a cold expression. This woman was Zhang Yutong. However, Zhang Yutong's cultivation was sealed at this time. Apart from her threatening temperament and plain clothes, no one could tell that she was a sword cultivator. In front of her was Zhang Qingxiao dressed in camouflage. May I ask this sect leader, which sect are you from? Which sect is this?" Zhang Yutong looked at the mysterious cultivator in front of her and couldn't help but ask. Do you think this old man will answer you? Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, You just stay here obediently and this old man won't do anything to you. You must be from the devil realm. Zhang Yutong suddenly said. Zhang Qingxiao was not surprised and said with a smile, Smart people don't live long. Miss Zhang, this old man advises you, it's better if you haven't seen anything. Haven't seen anything? You don't seem to understand us sword cultivators. Zhang Yutong sneered. If you're not from the devil realm, then you're a devil cultivator. You used your identity as a devil cultivator to kidnap and you used the identity of a Dao sect to do things. Why do you think I can't guess? Then tell me, what is this old man's plan? Zhang Qingxiao was interested and asked with a smile. Of course it's to provoke the conflict between us sword cultivators and the Dao sect. Let us fight each other and you devil cultivators will reap the benefits. Zhang Yutong hit the nail on the head. Zhang Qingxiao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Miss Zhang's idea is similar to this old man's plan. Do you think we sword cultivators are brainless people? That will leave our nest for a small girl like me? What if we have the image of the flying sword message and your sister's statement? Plus we haven't heard from Miss Zhang for many years? Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, Even if others don't care, what will Miss Zhang's twin sister do? After she does something, how will the Changbai sect or Tai Ching sect react? If these two sects move, what will the sword cultivators do? Zhang Yutong knew that this was just speculation and a possibility, but she really didn't know what would happen in the future. Who would think that she would be kidnapped by a devil cultivator? Chapter 1671. Have you ever thought about the battle between sword cultivators and Daoist sects? What would happen to the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Zhang Yutong asked anxiously. Miss Zhang, don't forget that I'm a demon cultivator. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Qingxiao laughed. The more chaotic your Xiaoyu continent is, the happier I'll be. Zhang Yutong pursed her lips and stared at Zhang Qingxiao. After a while, she whispered, I wonder if Senior is provoking a battle for the revival of demon cultivators? You must know that Xiaoyu continent is a continent of humans. Demon cultivators will never become mainstream. Is that so? Zhang Qingxiao sneered and said, All the cultivation sects in the Xiaoyu continent cherish their own techniques and only pass on the cultivation techniques to their own disciples. Even the cultivation aristocratic families, although many of them rely on the cultivation sects and can't develop themselves very well, what about them? What's their attitude towards other rogue cultivators? They despise and cherish their own cultivation techniques. How can such a secluded cultivation bring prosperity to Daoist sects? Isn't this what you sword cultivators do? How many rogue cultivators are there in Xiaoyu continent without cultivation techniques and medicinal pills? Miss Zhang, do you know? In my heavenly demonic sect, no matter how high or low your cultivation base is, as long as you swear loyalty to my heavenly demonic sect, you'll immediately have cultivation techniques and medicinal pills to improve your cultivation base. Tell me, which part of us isn't inferior to the famous Daoist sects and sword cultivator sects? But, Zhang Yutong said anxiously, Senior, you're teaching everyone regardless of their background. Won't you be letting more unscrupulous people grasp heaven-defying power? The entire continent will. Zhang Yutong still wanted to say chaos, but she suddenly remembered that heavenly demonic sect was originally a sect of demons. Why would they care about the stability of Xiaoyu continent? She couldn't help but stop. Miss Zhang, you seem to understand? Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Heavenly demonic sect opened the door of convenience for any cultivator who should be able to cultivate. It's in accordance with the will of heaven, giving others a glimmer of hope. If heavenly demonic sect doesn't prosper, the heavens won't tolerate it. It's just a small sect of demon cultivators. What great power can it have? Zhang Yutong sneered. Almighty? I don't need any almighty ability. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to be very talkative. He smiled and said, I only need the ability to help people build their foundation. Didn't you see Lu Weigang? I don't know how long he's been cultivating and I don't know how long he'll be able to reach foundation establishment, but I only need to stretch out my hand to make him reach foundation establishment. Tell me, if other people, those cultivators who failed to reach the foundation establishment realm, knew that our heavenly devil sect had such a technique, would they join us? Zhang Yutong's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't that the case? What was the Feather Immortal Assembly for? Isn't it just to let cultivators build their foundation? But even so, only a dozen or so disciples had reached the foundation establishment stage. The other hundreds of disciples had come in vain. The younger disciples were still fine, as they still had a chance to reach the foundation establishment stage in the future. But what about the older disciples or those who had already failed to reach the foundation establishment stage? If they knew that the heavenly demonic sect had such an opportunity, wouldn't they have rushed over like ducks? Humph, no matter how strange the Devil Path's cultivation method is, it is still a Devil Path's cultivation method. How can it be compared with our cultivation method? Zhang Yutong argued. The world only sees it as a failure. Who cares about the methods used? You wait at the Feather Immortal Assembly. Oh, I'm wrong. Miss Zhang, you came to Meng Kingdom for other matters. Those cultivators who were cruel in the Feather Immortal Assembly and fought for the chance to reach the foundation establishment stage, when they killed each other, did they ever think of doing it openly? Zhang Qingxiao retorted. This. Zhang Yutong bit her lip and no longer spoke. Right now, her sword qi could only flow through her meridians and she was unable to use her flying swords. Moreover, her divine sense was completely restricted and she could not release it at all. Although her storage bag was still tied to her waist, she had no way of knowing if Zhang Qingxiao had taken the things inside. Moreover, Zhang Qingxiao's words were harsh and she could not refute them. Devil Path's cultivation method will eventually flourish on the Dawn Rain continent. Miss Zhang, you'd better stay here and wait for the situation on the Dawn Rain continent. If the Dawn Rain continent is in chaos, you still have a chance to live. If my plan doesn't succeed, Zhang Qingxiao sneered. His figure flashed, and a few streaks of blood-red light flashed. Zhang Qingxiao's figure mysteriously disappeared, leaving only a few wisps of black smoke. And the black smoke also disappeared in a flash. Zhang Yutong sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Huan country, she had seen millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain. However, she had never seen such a strange method of Devil Path. She couldn't help but be amazed. At this time, while she was worried about Zhang Yuha, she was also worried about Huan's sword sect's reaction. Please don't fall into this Devil Path's trap. Zhang Yutong secretly prayed. However, she knew very well that if her sister Zhang Yuha returned to Huan's sword sect, with Zhang Yuha's impatient character, Huan's sword sect would definitely fall into her trap. Even if it was just based on the image of the flying sword message, Huan's sword sect would definitely make a wrong judgment. Now, it all depended on sect leader Ouyang's judgment of the situation. Sigh, Zhang Yutong sighed. That faint tone was almost going to linger for 3 days. Just as Zhang Qingxiao said, for more than 10 days, no one came to disturb Zhang Yutong. After Zhang Yutong's initial irritation, she calmed down. The sword origin in her meridians could still flow. Although she couldn't activate the flying sword, she could still cultivate. Zhang Yutong only focused on her cultivation, hoping that she could break free from Zhang Qingxiao's shackles. Unfortunately, she didn't know what kind of demonic shackles Zhang Qingxiao used. Zhang Yutong cultivated for more than half a year and her cultivation had increased by a lot. However, she still couldn't find the trick to shackle herself. She still couldn't break free from the shackles. Today, Zhang Yutong couldn't bear it any longer. She looked left and right at the relatively clean house. Looking at the tranquil courtyard outside the window, she stood up and stepped out of the house for the first time. Outside the house was a small courtyard of a farmer's house. The smell of cow dung entered her nose, causing Zhang Yutong to frown. Looking at the crooked jujube tree in the middle of the courtyard, Zhang Yutong sighed. This kind of place, why would cultivators come here? How would they be able to find her? Cough, cough. Zhang Yutong coughed twice as her eyes darted around. She wanted to see if there were any cultivators watching her. However, the entire courtyard was silent. Only the sound of the wind and the smell of grass could be heard. Could it be that there's a restriction on the courtyard? Maybe the disciples of the heavenly demon sect let their guard down? Zhang Yutong thought to herself as she tried to walk to the entrance of the courtyard. To her surprise, the wooden door of the courtyard opened with a creak. Just like the door of a farmer's house, it didn't have any restriction on it. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yutong's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this was her chance to escape. So, without thinking, she quickly jumped out and roughly glanced at the direction of the small village. Then, she turned around and ran towards a slightly higher slope beside the small courtyard. The slope was on the left side of the small courtyard. Although the neighing of cows and horses and the quacking of chickens and ducks could be heard in the small village, there were no human voices. Zhang Yutong ran along the slope to the back of the courtyard. Just as she turned around a big locust tree, a warm and magnetic voice sounded from the top of the tree. "Fellow Daoist Zhang? Where are you going?" "Sigh." Zhang Yutong sighed and stopped. She raised her head and saw Zhang Qingxiao in a white robe among the thick green leaves of the big locust tree. His deep eyes were looking at her with a smile. Looking at Zhang Qingxiao's handsome face and impressive temperament, Zhang Yutong couldn't help but sigh again. She raised her voice and said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I'm just here for some fresh air." Zhang Yutong's face turned red. "Oh, I see." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, "If that's the case, fellow Daoist Zhang, please do as you wish. However, it's best that you don't leave this small village. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the sect leader." "Fellow Daoist, you are so kind. I thank you." Zhang Yutong smiled and slowly walked up the slope. She looked up and saw that she was no longer on the grassland. A winding stream flowed by the side of the village. On the other side of the stream was a piece of farmland. At this time, the crops were ripe. Zhang Qingxiao saw that Zhang Yutong had stopped. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, you don't have any divine abilities. Where can you escape to? As long as I release my divine sense, won't it be easy to capture you? Fellow Daoist Zhang, you don't have to thank me." Zhang Yutong looked at the unfamiliar countryside scenery, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. After a moment, she cupped her hands and said, "Fellow Daoist, how should I address you?" Zhang Qingxiao pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I also have the surname Zhang." "Ehe, so it's fellow Daoist Zhang. Nice to meet you." Zhang Yutong looked around and whispered, "Since we're from the same family, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask." "Fellow Daoist Zhang, don't tell me you want to ask how to escape?" Zhang Qingxiao asked curiously. "Do you think I'm that ignorant?" Zhang Yutong smiled and said, "I just want to know, why did fellow Daoist Zhang join the demon sect?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes stared straight at Zhang Yutong, and Zhang Yutong's eyes didn't show any weakness. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Zhang Qingxiao whispered, "Does this have anything to do with fellow Daoist Zhang?" Zhang Yutong finally moved her eyes away and looked at the village not far away. She whispered, "I see fellow Daoist Zhang's appearance is the first I've seen in my life. Although I can't release my divine sense, I can guess that a cultivator with fellow Daoist Zhang's appearance can't be bad. With fellow Daoist Zhang's aptitude, it's possible for you to join any cultivation sect. How could you fall to the demon sect?" Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She raised her eyebrows and a smile flashed across her handsome face. "Could it be fellow Daoist Zhang wants to invite I to join the Xianxia sect?" Zhang Yutong bit her lips and rolled her eyes. She nodded and said, "I don't want to bewitch you. If I really meet fellow Daoist Zhang, I will definitely invite you to join my Xianxia sect." "Haha." Zhang Qingxiao raised her head and laughed. Her body moved up and down along with the branches. Zhang Yutong's face changed and she said angrily, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, you don't believe me." Chapter 1672. When Zhang Qingxiao finally stopped laughing, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your high opinion. I'm afraid it's impossible for me to join the Xianxia sect." "Why is that?" Zhang Yutong was secretly happy to hear Zhang Qingxiao's explanation. Don't ask too much. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand impatiently and said, You should think about your own safety first. I's safety is not in my hands. Zhang Yutong sighed and said, I would like to know more about the demonic sect. I also want to know why someone like Zhang Qingxiao joined the demonic sect. Is it that important to reach the foundation establishment stage? Foundation establishment? Zhang Qingxiao glanced at Zhang Yutong, then looked at the mountains in the distance. The sun was setting in the west, and the orange-red clouds scattered over the mountains. After a while, Zhang Qingxiao said faintly, How about foundation establishment? How about golden core? But it's all loneliness. How can it be compared to family? How can it be compared to reuniting with family? I didn't join the demonic sect for cultivation, but for an unforgettable blood feud. For this blood feud, I wouldn't hesitate to become a demon. Zhang Yutong's heart trembled when she saw Zhang Qingxiao's handsome face flash with a trace of ferocity. She pondered for a moment and said softly, I didn't know. Please forgive me if I made you sad. Zhang Qingxiao stared into the distance as if he didn't hear anything. Zhang Yutong also looked at the setting sun in the distance. Seeing that half of the sun had disappeared, she asked again, Zhang Qingxiao, if it's just for the blood feud, the Xianxia sect can help you. Really? Zhang Qingxiao turned his head slightly and looked at Zhang Yutong, who was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, How can the Xianxia sect help I? Does Zhang Qingxiao know who the enemy is? If they have a name, then it's easy. You should know the flying swords of the sword cultivators. They are much better than the cultivators of the same level. Zhang Yutong was happy and whispered, Haha, I understand Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, Unfortunately, I don't know who the enemy is. Sigh, this is going to be difficult. Zhang Yutong's face darkened as she said, Then, even if you join the heavenly demon sect, you won't be able to get your revenge. Zhang Qingxiao did not answer Zhang Yutong's question. Instead, she asked, What if I know the name of the enemy? Your Xian sword sect dares to make a move? Of course. I can make the decision. Zhang Yutong puffed up her chest, making it even more perky. What is the cultivation level of your sect leader? Zhang Qingxiao asked with a smile. Second grade sword transformation stage. It's equivalent to the middle nascent soul stage of the Daoist sect. Zhang Yutong said, Isn't that enough to avenge you? Ha, fellow Daoist Zhang. Zhang Qingxiao clapped his hands and said, I appreciate fellow Daoist Zhang's kind intentions. However, do you think that your sect leader will help you? Furthermore, at this point, Zhang Qingxiao's tone became somewhat gloomy. Furthermore, I's enemies are two nascent soul stage cultivators. Do you think that your Xian sword sect will take action? Ah? Zhang Yutong never thought that Zhang Qingxiao's enemies would be nascent soul stage cultivators. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That's right, a nascent soul stage cultivator isn't just a problem for a single cultivator, it's a problem for an entire sect. Xian sword sect can't possibly face two nascent soul stage cultivators for Zhang Qingxiao. Even if it's for me, I have to face two nascent soul stage cultivators and two sects. Fellow Daoist Zhang, now do you understand why I joined the heavenly demon sect? The corners of Zhang Qingxiao's lips curled into a smile. It was indescribably desolate, and even the residual red in the sky could not compare to it. Only the sect master of the heavenly demon sect would have such courage to help this poor Daoist avenge my debt of gratitude. Zhang Yutong's heart was also sad. She knew that the cultivator in front of her might not be a nascent soul stage cultivator or a golden core stage cultivator, but the hatred in his heart was boundless. He swore to kill even a nascent soul stage cultivator. This kind of man who did not care about his own situation and whether or not he had joined the heavenly demon sect, she was afraid that she could not simply see him as a heavenly demon sect cultivator. Fellow Daoist Zhang, can you tell I a little bit? Zhang Yutong asked tentatively. Perhaps there are other better ways to solve your problem? Other ways? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. She shook her head and said, Fellow Daoist Zhang, it's already late. You should go back early. Although my sect leader is not here, there are other disciples watching over me. If they see me, I will be punished. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao was avoiding the topic, Zhang Yutong could only smile and say, I was just curious. At the same time, I was afraid that fellow Daoist would be blinded by hatred and affect your cultivation. Since fellow Daoist does not want to say more, then I will go back. After saying that, she turned around and went down the hill. She went back to the small courtyard. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at Zhang Yutong's back and turned to look at the twilight in the sky. She muttered to herself, a blood feud. If it could be easily avenged, why would it be called a blood feud? Then, a trace of bitterness appeared on her face. As far as she knew, Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao from the Shenzhen sect had entered Meng Kingdom and found the Taiqing sect, but her plan had not been fully realized. The Taiqing sect and the Changbai sect had sent disciples to search for Zhang Yutong. Even the disciples of the various sects who participated in the Feather Immortal gathering were investigated. All the sects wanted to find Lu Weigong's whereabouts through clues to prove that the Taoist sect had nothing to do with this matter. As for the Shenzhen sect, they did not send any other disciples to question her. Where did Zhang Yuhe go? Did she encounter any danger? Zhang Qingxiao asked herself again, if she can go back according to my plan, she will definitely be able to stir up trouble. Without this girl, the situation is not good enough. Xiaohua? My good junior brother. Second brother has already excluded you from the list. I didn't expect you to reach the 12th layer in just a few years. What secrets do you have? Could it be that Shang Huaming's annihilation has something to do with you? The Imperial Thunder sect is a famous sect, but with your talent, how could you reach the late stage of the Qi refinement realm so easily? Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of anger again. If Master's death has anything to do with you, don't blame me for being ruthless. 3 nascent soul cultivators have to be killed, and you, a Qi refinement realm disciple. I will also kill you. Among the 3 peaks of the Taiqing sect, on the human peak, the rightmost peak, someone also mentioned Xiao Hua's name in a cave. This was a very spacious cave. On the cloud platform, De Ming frowned, but his eyes were closed and his face was very ugly. There was a praying mat 10 feet in front of him. Ren Zhu's face was also gloomy. Although her eyes were not closed, her brows were also tightly knitted. In the corner of the cave, thin smoke floated from an incense burner. The smoke went straight into the air and didn't dissipate for a long time. In the corner opposite the incense burner, a lifelike puppet was holding a jade plate in its hand. It stood there blankly, its black eyes were like black jade, without a trace of life. Martial uncle. Ren Zhu pondered for a moment and said, it has been several months since the messenger of the Xian Sword sect left our Taiqing sect. According to the news from the Changbai sect, the image in the flying sword message was Lu Weigang. Lu Weigang was driven out of the Hao realm by our Taiqing sect, and he didn't return to the Changbai sect. De Ming opened his eyes slightly and looked at Ren Zhu, saying in a low voice, Ren Zhu, do you still need to say this? If Lu Weigang returned to the Changbai sect, how could he kill 2 sword cultivators? Besides, he is only a 12th layer disciple, not even a foundation building disciple. How could he be a match for 2 sword cultivators at the middle stage of the foundation building realm? I don't understand. Who in the 3 cultivation kingdoms has the strength? Oh no, who has the guts to kill 2 sword cultivators from afar? This is obviously a conflict between the sword cultivators and the Daoist sect. Ren Zhu shook her head slightly. Let the Changbai sect have a headache. The Feather Immortal conference hosted by our Taiqing sect has ended. We have done what we should do. We have received the 2 sword cultivators with great hospitality and exchanged what we should with them. The messenger of the Xian Sword sect can't find any fault with it. De Ming frowned. Speaking of the conflict between the 2 sects, it has been going on since ancient times. But for the past few hundred years, the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain have restrained the sword cultivators. Our Daoist sect has invested a lot in the demon-resisting valley, so there hasn't been a big mess. Since the demon-resisting valley will be mentioned after 1,000 years, how can our Daoist sect be afraid of the sword cultivators? Martial uncle, you are right. Renju nodded and said, sword cultivators are always arrogant and unreasonable. This time, they sent a messenger to win the argument. I'm afraid they have no time to care about us. Our Daoist sect doesn't lack etiquette. Our Taiching sect has sent disciples to contact other sects to confirm that they have nothing to do with the disappearance of the 2 sword cultivators. Who will be afraid of the sword cultivators? Look, the 2 sword cultivators of the 2nd grade of the illusory sword realm have been searching the Dawn Rain continent for more than a year, but they didn't find anything either, right? Hehe, the leader of the Changbai sect, Yun Mingzi, is furious. He has to face the questioning of the Xian sword sect and send disciples to interrogate and search for Lu Weigang's whereabouts. As long as Lu Weigang is not found, the Changbai sect is afraid that the Xian sword sect will come to their door. De Ming smiled. Although the 2 of us managed to find the whereabouts of the Feather Immortal Conference, we didn't make any mistakes and were rewarded by the leader. This is a small regret, and the leader has no intention to ask about it. Hearing this, Renju's thoughts moved. She scanned with her divine sense and said in a low voice, there are no mistakes, but there are some accidents. De Ming nodded. The sword embryo was taken away by Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect. This is really unexpected. That's not all. Renju said as she patted her storage bag and took out a diamond-shaped crystal. An illusion formation image? De Ming was dazed. Could it be there are traces of Lu Weigang inside? Didn't the messenger of the Xian sword sect already see it? Martial uncle, don't be impatient. Renju patted her hand and a picture scroll appeared in the air. It was the battle between Xiao Hua and the Taiching sect disciple, He Feng Yuan. Chapter 1673. After watching the battle between Xiao Hua and He Feng Yuan, De Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded slightly and said, this Xiao Hua has a merciful heart. His control of strength is also very flexible. He can actually stop the force of 10,000 kilograms at the most critical moment. Only this kind of realm where a cultivator is at death's door can give birth to a trace of life, and touch a trace of hope of foundation establishment in cultivation. If there was only one, I can also see it as occasional. But the 2 people who fought Xiao Hua were both foundation establishment cultivators. This is a problem. Renju put away the diamond-shaped crystal and said in a low voice, disciple also suspected that this Xiao Hua is a person with great ability. How is that possible? De Ming said in surprise. Of course, when Xiao Hua raised the sword embryo, I clearly saw that he was at the initial stage of Qi refinement realm. Could it be he can deceive foundation establishment and even golden core cultivators? Renju smiled and said, disciple also thought so before. However, the disciple I sent to Imperial Thunder sect to ask Zhen Qing about sword cultivation brought back news that Xiao Hua started to build his foundation not long after he returned to Imperial Thunder sect. Hearing about building his foundation, De Ming nodded slightly, but Renju's words made him stunned. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua failed to build his foundation. How is that possible? De Ming unexpectedly said, how is that possible, for the 2nd time? This Qi refinement disciple is a genius. He was born with divine strength and can easily help others build their foundation. How could he fail to build his foundation? Renju smiled bitterly. How could this matter be wrong? Xiao Hua indeed failed to build his foundation and became the laughingstock of Imperial Thunder sect. Sigh, heaven is playing with people? De Ming shook his head. Heaven is the most playful. Presumably, Xiao Hua himself didn't think he couldn't build his foundation, right? Right. De Ming suddenly remembered and said in a low voice, the matter of Xiao Hua helping others build their foundation must be kept a secret for the time being. Disciple knows? Renju smiled. Xiao Hua isn't our Taiching sect's disciple. How can disciple show off this matter? Xiao Hua probably doesn't even know his own value. If Imperial Thunder sect finds out, who knows how many foundation establishment disciples they can create? De Ming was a bit confused. Renju naturally knew what De Ming was thinking. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to him. I've also asked my disciples to try this method. How is it? One of them was killed by the hammer. Ren Zhu smiled bitterly and said, the other two didn't have any effect. AI Foundation Establishment. It's not that simple. De Ming heaved a long sigh. Perhaps this Xiaohua also encountered it. What does He Fengyuan say? He Fengyuan himself was also confused. He only felt an endless force pressing down on his body. He suddenly woke up and his true qi began to condense. Renju naturally asked He Fengyuan and said, he also didn't know if it was Xiaohua's intention or not. Even golden core cultivators like us can't do anything about it. How can an aura-refining disciple like him do anything about it? I'm not looking down on aura-refining cultivators. De Ming shook his head. This matter was indeed inconceivable. If someone could control the Foundation establishment, then how could there be so few Foundation establishment cultivators? This disciple has the same thoughts. Renju smiled apologetically and said, unfortunately, these images can't be recorded. Moreover, there's no image of Changbai Sect's Fan Tong and Xiaohua's battle, otherwise we could have looked at it carefully. We still have to pay attention to Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua. Although he has nothing to do with sword cultivation, if there's really a possibility, as long as there's a possibility that he's related to Foundation establishment, we can't relax. De Ming said. Yes, I understand. Renju nodded. Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't know Xiaohua's importance, and Xiaohua killed Fan Tong. Changbai Sect's Daoist Jing Ru probably won't let this matter go. At that time, our Tai Ching sect might have a chance. The aura-refining disciple, if we give him some benefits and he can have a place to settle down, he'll probably obediently join our Tai Ching sect, right? And if we find a golden core disciple to be his master, how could he not be happy? If he can really help our Tai Ching sect's aura-refining disciple reach Foundation establishment as shown in the illusion, that would be a great merit. De Ming smiled. Then his brows relaxed and he closed his eyes again. Renju then transmitted her voice to him. No one knew what they were talking about. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. In the three kingdoms of cultivation, many strange things had happened in the kingdom of Shi, kingdom of Meng, and kingdom of Lian. No one knew how many powerful cultivators had fallen. During the Feather Immortal gathering, the two missing sword cultivators had not been forgotten yet, but very few people had mentioned them. Even Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao had searched many places and forced the Changbai sect into a state of chaos. However, they only had the images of flying swords. Lu Weigang seemed to have disappeared even more cleanly than the two sword cultivators. Not a single trace of him could be found. Furthermore, the Shenzhen sect was restrained by millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain and had no time to be distracted. Gradually, the Changbai sect slacked off and ignored Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao. The two sword cultivators had no choice but to slowly search in the three kingdoms of cultivation. Furthermore, the Xiaoyu continent was vast. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to travel all over it even after several decades. One day, in the myriad Thunder Valley, Helplessness sat on a jade chair with a gloomy face and asked Xiangyang coldly, "Where's that little bastard? Is he still fooling around in the book pavilions of the lightning palaces?" Xiangyang didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stood up and bowed. "Yes, Master knows. Little junior brother has been cultivating diligently these past few years in order to build his foundation. He hasn't slacked off." Hasn't slacked off? Then he's not doing his job properly. Helplessly, he slapped the jade chair and said angrily, "What did you do after you failed to build your foundation? How did this little brat do it? It's not like I haven't built my foundation before. Can't I tell with one look?" Embarrassed, Xiangyang said, "Little junior brother is different from me, different my ass." Helplessly, he scolded, "That little bastard isn't even as good as you. At least you built your foundation after 50 years. That little bastard probably can't even build his foundation after 500 years. So, why was I late that year? That Wang Yunxiao was chosen by me first. Why did I choose a disciple with a loose cultivator background? He really made me lose all my face. Husband. Beside him, Zhuo Minghui asked curiously, after you scolded Xiaohua last time, didn't you say you didn't want to see him anymore? You don't want to worry about him anymore? Why did you suddenly mention Xiaohua today? You think I was willing to see him last time? If Martial Uncle Zhen Qing didn't have something to ask him, I wouldn't see that little bastard. Helplessly, he snorted and said, just now, Zhen Yu sent me a message. His disciple, Wang Yunxiao, has also built his foundation. That, the disciple that Master originally fancied? Xiangyang exclaimed. Xiangyang didn't open his mouth, but once he did, helplessly shouted angrily, that's right, it's all my bad luck. Just as helplessly was about to get angry, a thunder sound transmitting talisman flew in from outside the cave. Helplessly unhappily patted the talisman and heard Zhen Qing's voice. Martial nephew helplessly, where is Xiaohua now? Tell him to come see me. Helplessly, he crushed the sound-transmitting talisman and his expression didn't change. Martial Uncle Zhen Qing really cares about that little bastard. Last time, I heard she even personally comforted him. Soon after, he waved his hand and another thunder sound-transmitting talisman was sent out. Obviously, he wanted to find Xiaohua. Seeing that his master was sending a sound-transmitting talisman, Xiangyang hurriedly wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The thunder sound-transmitting talisman flew out of Helplessly's hand and circled around the cave before flying back. Seeing that Helplessly was about to change his expression again, Xiangyang hurriedly went forward and said, Master, I don't know which Thunder Palace's library little junior martial brother is in. There are restrictions in there. I'm afraid sound-transmitting talismans won't work. It's better for me to go find him personally. Helplessly, in his rage, came to a realization. If he could find Xiaohua, why would Zhen Qing send him a sound-transmitting talisman? Go, hurry up and let that little bastard escape from the pile of old books. He can't build his foundation even if he hides there for 500 years. Seeing that the 5-year foundation establishment experiential learning is about to begin, let him prepare and go out with the other disciples. Helplessly sighing, he waved his sleeves and let Xiangyang go out. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian left the cave. Yan Qinglian took out several invisibility talismans from her storage pouch and handed them to Xiangyang. Husband, bring these invisibility talismans to little junior martial brother. The foundation establishment experiential learning is different from other things. With the help of these invisibility talismans, his chances of success will increase a bit. But Xiangyang took them and put them into his storage pouch. He said in a low voice, half a year ago, little junior martial brother said he wanted to go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace's library. I wonder if he's there now. I don't know what's wrong with little junior martial brother. What's there to see in the library? He's already read it once before. This time, he spent 5 years reading it again. Yan Qinglian also sighed. Using these 5 years to cultivate, maybe? Xiangyang waved his hand to stop Yan Qinglian from saying anything more. He himself flew up and used the hibernating thunder escape to fly towards the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiangyang's realm had stepped into the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He had also gradually mastered the hibernating thunder evasion. Even though it was still a lot worse than Xiaohua's hibernating thunder evasion from 5 years ago, he had, after all, started cultivating the thunder evasion technique. But what about Xiaohua 5 years later? Right now, he was in the Heavenly Thunder Palace's star-like library. He was sending a jade slip into the void. Afterwards, he sat down cross-legged and recalled in detail. Only after a long while did he open his eyes. He let out a long breath and said to himself, the Grand Universe Shifting Command. That command arrow was actually the incomplete Grand Universe Shifting Command. If I hadn't read the records of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces, how would I have been able to deduce it? The records of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces' ancient books are also strange. Cultivation techniques and the like are divided into realms, but travel notes, strange stories and the like are not divided into realms. Anyone who can enter the library can read it. I have read these ancient books for 5 years and actually, I haven't met a single disciple who came to look at them. Could it be that they don't know that reading an ancient book is equivalent to traveling once? AI, Xiaohua also didn't feel any pain. 5 years. How good would it be to use it to cultivate? Who would waste 5 years of time to read some ancient book for no reason? Even when Xianxia and the others examined the ruins of the Buddhist sect, they were also cultivating. After all, they didn't have fire essence flame crystals, right? Chapter 1674. With a fire marrow flame crystal, Xiaohua's cultivation method and speed were naturally different from others. After he failed to build his foundation, he relied on the prairie fire cultivation method to enter the 13th layer of the aura refining realm that no one had ever cultivated before. After only 200 or so days, he broke through another bottleneck and entered the so-called 14th layer of the aura refining realm. Afterwards, he used more than a year to refine the last flame in his meridians and reached the bottleneck of the 15th layer of the aura refining realm. Afterwards, he returned to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden and used the second fire marrow flame crystal to break through to the 15th layer of the aura refining realm. Only then did he leave the medicinal garden and finish reading the remaining ancient books in the Thunder Palace while raising his cultivation level to the late stage of the 15th layer of the aura refining realm. He believed that in less than a year, he would be able to step foot into the 16th layer of the aura refining realm. However, as his cultivation level increased, the refining speed of the fire marrow flame crystal slowed down. However, Xiaohua didn't mind. He knew that his real refining speed didn't slow down at all. It was just that after his cultivation level increased, it would be difficult to advance further. From the 10th layer of the aura refining realm to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, it would definitely take longer than from the 11th layer to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Therefore, he could peacefully enjoy the joy of cultivation. Naturally, Xiaohua was still in the aura refining realm, so he definitely didn't have any spiritual pressure. Moreover, Xiaohua had cultivated a concealment technique, so he only needed to disguise himself slightly. From the outside, his cultivation level was no different from an ordinary late-stage 12th layer disciple. As for his true cultivation level, could a cultivator who had cultivated more than half of a foundation building technique be compared to an aura refining realm cultivator? If he wanted to compare, he could only compare with a foundation building cultivator. Xiaohua put the jade slip back, looked around, and grabbed it from somewhere in the sea of stars. Afterwards, his figure flew into the distance. When he arrived at a place covered in mist, he pointed his finger again. The mist was diluted a lot, revealing a lot of rhombus-shaped brilliance. These rhombus-shaped brilliances flashed in 2 colors, dark green and earthy yellow. Xiaohua swept his gaze over them and flew towards one of the earthy yellow brilliances. Strangely, as Xiaohua flew closer to the mist, his whole body gradually shrank. When he entered the mist, he was almost as small as a mung bean. The earthy yellow brilliance in front of him had already enlarged. It was a quiet room. Xiaohua skillfully formed a seal and entered the quiet room. Soon after, he closed the quiet room. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and suddenly, joy appeared on his face. He slapped his forehead and a sword pellet the size of a chicken egg appeared in his hand. At this time, the sword pellet was different from a few years ago. When Xiaohua obtained the sword pellet, the surface of the oval sword pellet was bumpy. There were many cracks and the cracks were quite deep. But at this moment, the entire sword pellet's surface was smooth and tidy. All the cracks had disappeared, and there was a faint brilliance flowing on the sword pellet. It looked very lively. Strange. I thought the smallest sword pellet would be the easiest to repair, but I didn't expect the largest sword pellet to be repaired first. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness swept across the Buddha heart of the Buddha relic, and he was a little surprised. Furthermore, the degree of repair of the other 8 sword pellets is also different. It seems that the smaller the sword pellets, the harder it is to repair. The smallest sword pellet had a crack that went deep into the pellet's heart. It didn't change at all. Could it be that the smaller this sword orb is, the more powerful it is? Xiaohua frowned slightly and looked at the sword pellet in his hand that was emitting a mixture of blood red and azure light. He did his best to immerse his Buddhist consciousness into it. In these 5 years, Xiaohua had also been cultivating the exquisite leaf scripture. His Buddhist consciousness had naturally improved by leaps and bounds. However, the cultivation of Buddhist consciousness was too difficult. This improvement was truly insignificant compared to the Dao sect realm. The azure and red sword pellet spun around in Xiaohua's hand. In his Buddhist consciousness, the sword pellet's quality was meticulous and there were countless strange runes inside. However, these runes were very dull and didn't have the liveliness of the spirit sword described in the sword sect's secret books. Alas, this flying sword is still inferior. Xiaohua withdrew his Buddhist consciousness and threw the sword pellet into the air. He sighed in his heart. If I really succeed in nurturing a sword, it's like the birth of a life. The sword spirit inside is just born. Even if it's not as lively as a living being, it still has the fluctuations of a living being. This sword pellet has already reached the stage of nurturing a sword, but it doesn't have the slightest bit of liveliness. According to sword cultivators, it should be stillborn. Forget it. I'm not a sword cultivator in the first place. It's already enough to have a flying sword. Using this flying sword together with the Dao sect's sword controlling technique can also be considered average. Xiaohua thought and extended his finger. He didn't seem to make any movements, but the black iron needle suddenly appeared in midair before his eyes. Then, it suddenly pierced towards Xiaohua's extended finger. Unfortunately, it was like piercing black iron of the same quality. The black iron needle only pierced a little and couldn't pierce any further. Damn it! Xiaohua scolded jokingly. This great strength Vajra technique is strange. My body originally had rough skin and thick flesh, but now I can't even drip a drop of blood. And nurturing a sword requires a cultivator's blood essence. This is making things difficult for me. While joking and scolding, Xiaohua twisted his hand and urged his magic power. The black iron needle flashed with a cold light, then slowly pierced into Xiaohua's finger. Immediately after, the black iron needle was pulled out, and a drop of blood-red blood floated in midair. Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes and muttered something. Different spells entered the drop of blood in his hands. The drop of blood started to boil, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood membrane the size of a chicken egg. Quick! Xiaohua fiercely opened his eyes and pointed his finger. A golden brilliance flashed on the blood membrane and flew towards the sword pellet at the side. The blood membrane wrapped around the sword pellet and quickly seeped into it. Following the disappearance of the blood membrane, the sword pellet started to gradually vibrate up and down. Moreover, the vibrations became more and more intense. A trace of apprehension flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. He knew that this was the beginning of his blood essence controlling the sword pellet. If the sword pellet wasn't completely repaired, or if his blood essence couldn't control the sword pellet, then the flying sword couldn't be nurtured. Moreover, looking at the way the sword pellet was vibrating up and down, he was afraid that there were traces of the original owner nurturing the sword inside. After a moment, there was another buzzing sound, and the sword pellet suddenly stopped. Soon after, a drop of tainted blood was forced out. As soon as the tainted blood flew out of the sword pellet, it immediately rushed toward Xiaohua. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked. His Buddhist sense swept over, and a vicious aura came from the tainted blood. It felt very powerful. Without hesitation, Xiaohua dodged and immediately called Goldie out from the space. As soon as Goldie came out of the space, its nose twitched, and its eyes were filled with joy. Goldie's nose twitched again, and a white brilliance came out of Goldie's nose, covering the tainted blood. The tainted blood seemed to know the power of the white light and hurriedly tried to change direction. Unfortunately, under the powerful suction of the white light, the tainted blood couldn't move at all. In the blink of an eye, a strange shadow was pulled out from the tainted blood by the white light. Before Xiaohua could see it clearly, it was sucked into Goldie's nose. After eating the shadow, Goldie's face showed a trace of satisfaction. It actually shook its tail and stretched out its claws, looking like it was stretching its waist. After Xiao Hua sent Goldie into the space, Goldie lay down as if it had fallen asleep, just like when it first swallowed Kan Mingwei's primordial spirit. That was close. Xiao Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rejoiced. Fortunately, I've read so many ancient books these past few years and know that these are all imprints related to the primordial spirit. Only special divine abilities or strange beasts like Goldie can restrain them. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. But I'm still inexperienced. I started nurturing the sword without making any preparations. This isn't a new sword pellet, but someone else used it before, and it's even damaged. The shadow in the tainted blood. I wonder if it was originally a sword cultivator, or a soul cultivator injured by this sword cultivator's flying sword. Xiao Hua began to reflect on his own shortcomings. Soon after, he waved his hand, and a wisp of pure, jade-green samadhi true fire was emitted from his hand. It burned the blood that had stopped in midair and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the sword pellet that was emitting a buzzing sound, the sound was extremely ear-piercing. In the sound, two faint wings seemed to unfold on both sides of the sword pellet, but when Xiao Hua wanted to take a closer look, the wings disappeared. Moreover, the entire sword pellet was like a melted candle, gradually softening into a palm-sized sword shape. Following the formation of the flying sword, Xiao Hua's eyes showed joy. He saw that the new flying sword was green and red, and a baleful aura and a sharp aura intertwined together. It was far more powerful than the flying swords Xiao Hua had seen before. What made Xiao Hua even happier was that once this flying sword was born, he felt a kind of free and easy control from the bottom of his heart, a kind of feeling like an arm was born. Even if it's not a spirit sword, even if there's no sword origin, I's sword is still enough for me. Xiao Hua laughed heartily and waved his hand. The flying sword suddenly turned around and flew into Xiao Hua's hand like a small snake that had intelligence. When the flying sword landed in his hand, a kind of sometimes boiling hot and sometimes cold feeling came from his hand, unconsciously causing Xiao Hua to frown slightly. What's going on? Xiao Hua closed his eyes tightly and carefully savored the sensation. After a long while, he muttered, "This coldness seems to be a sharp feeling, and it is transmitted to my skin. And this boiling hot, burning feeling doesn't seem to be purely coming from my skin. It feels more like a kind of fear in my heart." Xiao Hua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. This is probably the power of karma that Master and Master's wife talked about? Go. Xiao Hua pointed his finger and the flying sword flew into the air. It was much faster than the flying sword talisman Xiao Hua used before. Seeing the flying sword move somewhat clumsily in the air under his control, Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. A flying sword talisman is a flying sword talisman, it's really different from a flying sword. I'm afraid that the Dao sect's flying sword technique is different from the sword cultivator's sword control technique. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll be able to obtain the sword control technique. Just at this moment, a wave of confusion suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Chapter 1675. Speaking of which, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly appeared perplexed. His eyes were no longer staring at the flying sword in the air. At this moment, a set of sword controlling technique appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Countless images and countless words gushed out from unknown places and were deeply engraved in his memory. Sword playing the world. The bewilderment in Xiao Hua's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a deep joy. Soon after, he closed his eyes again. After a long while, he still didn't make any movements, but the flying sword in front of him that had stopped long ago suddenly flew again. At this time, its speed was many times faster than before, and its flight path was much more mysterious. Swoosh! While the flying sword was flying, it suddenly turned into two sword lights. The flying swords in these two sword lights were exactly the same. The two flying swords flew for a moment and transformed again. This time, it turned into four again. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire quiet room actually produced 8 sword lights that continuously danced around Xiao Hua's surroundings. "Gather!" Xiao Hua shouted. The 8 sword lights converged into one place and once again turned into a green-red flying sword that stopped in front of him. Hee, this is the true sword controlling technique. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose, and he had a trace of pride. Sword playing the world has 9 levels. I'm currently only at the first level. There are also 9 sword orbs, and there are still 8 that haven't been nurtured. Could it be that in the unseen world, these 9 sword orbs were born for this sword playing the world? If I can really master this sword playing the world and nurture all 9 sword orbs, I'm afraid I can really control the sword under the world. Xiao Hua's gaze looked at the flying sword again and again, and he thought, the sword has a name. My flying sword also needs a name, but I don't know what to call it. Just as this thought appeared, Chasing Dream jumped out of his mind again. Chasing Dream? Xiao Hua slightly frowned. Chasing dreams? Too childish. Thinking about how he was attacked by the heart demons several years ago, Xiao Hua's eyes slightly flashed with a cold light, and he muttered, why don't we call it Chasing Dream? Killing all the nightmares. Thinking here, Xiao Hua's heart jumped for no reason, and an indescribable palpitation rose in his heart. Whoosh whoosh. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think carefully, the entire quiet room actually made a sound like a tide, and the entire restriction began to shake. A message from a disciple on duty in the library? Xiao Hua was stunned. He glanced at the dream executioner and opened his mouth. The dream executioner flew into Xiao Hua's mouth and was kept into his Buddha heart. He continued to burn it with the Tai green qi and infinite karmic fire. When Xiao Hua came out of the quiet room, a middle-stage foundation establishment robust man was standing in front of the door. He looked Xiao Hua up and down and asked, are you Xiao Hua of the Thunderclap Palace? Disciple is indeed Xiao Hua. Greetings to Senior. Xiao Hua bowed in salute. May I know why Senior is looking for this disciple? Your eldest senior brother came to find you. He said it was urgent. The brawny man said, go out and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Hua to answer before his figure flashed slightly, and then a ball of indistinct clouds appeared beneath his feet before it carried him up into the starry sky and vanished. Eldest senior brother? Xiao Hua frowned even more. He knew that in the past 5 years, he had only gone to the myriad Thunder Valley a few times, but Helplessness had refused to see him. The only time he had seen Helplessness and Xiangyang was when the Taiqing sect had sent a disciple to ask about the sword cultivators of the Shenzhen sect. However, Helplessness had ignored Xiao Hua and had a look of disappointment on his face. This made Xiao Hua's heart go cold. What's the matter this time? It can't be that Master is being merciful and wants to see this good-for-nothing disciple of mine. Xiao Hua laughed self-deprecatingly. The path of cultivation that he had walked was truly shocking, and it was different from the cultivation of ordinary people. There was no reason for him to talk about it with others. This kind of loneliness, this kind of indifference, he could only taste and understand it himself. Xiao Hua placed the jade slip in his hand into the starry sky, then left the library and arrived outside the main hall of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiangyang was a disciple of the Thunderclap Palace, and without the Heavenly Thunder Palace's token, he couldn't enter the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Seeing Xiao Hua come out, Xiangyang's face relaxed. Eldest senior brother, is Master looking for me? Xiao Hua smiled and greeted him. Cough cough, Xiangyang coughed and said in a low voice, it's not Master looking for you, it's Senior Zhen Qing from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Senior Zhen? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. At the same time, there was a trace of disappointment in his heart. Then I'll go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua bowed and said, let's go, I'll accompany you. Xiangyang said with a smile and pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve. Eldest senior brother, your cultivation is more important. I'll go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace myself. Xiao Hua knew that Xiangyang had spent too much time in the early stage of foundation establishment. Although he didn't know his exact age, he still used 50 years to reach foundation establishment. In the 200 years of a foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan, he might not be able to cultivate into Jindan. If he couldn't cultivate into Jindan, it would be impossible to extend his lifespan. Therefore, for Xiangyang, every moment was precious. Xiangyang knew what Xiaohua meant and said with a smile, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation these past few days. Even if I cultivate bitterly, I still can't break through. It's better to come out and walk around. Xiaohua also didn't know whether what Xiangyang said was true or not, so he could only nod and follow Xiangyang's hibernating thunder escape. He also flew behind Xiangyang. Not long after Xiaohua left, a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace came out of the main hall. Looking at the direction Xiaohua flew in, he clapped his hand and sent out a thunder sound transmitting talisman, then flew in another direction. After flying for a while, Xiangyang couldn't help but turn his head and ask, Little junior brother, recently, how's your cultivation? Thank you for your concern, eldest senior brother. Everything is normal. Xiaohua smiled and told the truth. Xiangyang naturally didn't think so and said, Actually, when you encounter a bottleneck, it's naturally good to look for ancient books or look at other cultivation methods, but you can't always look at them. Cultivating behind closed doors isn't the way of cultivation. Little junior brother, you should still cultivate in places with abundant spiritual energy like before. Yes, I know. Xiaohua naturally nodded. In addition, your cultivation can't increase at this time. You should still go out and experience more. Maybe you'll encounter an opportunity to reach foundation establishment just like the Feather Immortal Assembly. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. Sure enough, Xiangyang said, for disciples who are at the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining but can't reach foundation establishment, my Imperial Thunder sect will give them the opportunity to experience the world every 5 years. If little junior brother feels that you can't make any progress in the Imperial Thunder sect, you can go out and experience the world. Xiaohua didn't need to experience the world. What he lacked now was time to refine the fire essence flame crystal and finish the so-called 18th layer of qi refining as soon as possible so that he could reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Yes, thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. I will consider it, Xiaohua replied, but his tone was careless. Xiangyang also knew that his little junior brother, who was born as a loose cultivator, had his own ideas and his words might not be effective. He sighed in his heart and clapped his hands, taking out a few invisibility talismans and handing them over. He said, This was refined by your senior sister. Keep it. It'll be useful for your future experience. Looking at the precious invisibility talismans, Xiaohua's heart felt warm. He took them and said, Thank you, senior sister and eldest senior brother. After I meet Senior Gen, I will take care of the matter of my experience. I definitely won't disappoint senior sister. Good. Xiangyang said with a smile. It's not that senior sister and eldest senior brother are forcing you to go out. After all, you won't make any progress if you stay in the Eastern Ridge and the book collection pavilion. Moreover, you must be careful when you go out to experience the world. Is there any organization for this 5 years of foundation establishment training? Or is there any fixed place in my Imperial Thunder sect? Xiaohua knew that even if he didn't go, Sun Shu would probably ask him to go. He had promised her at the Feather Immortal Assembly, but at that time, he only thought that he would be able to build his foundation after returning to the Imperial Thunder sect. He didn't expect that he would reach the 18th layer of the qi refining realm. This outside experience is different from the Feather Immortal Assembly. You just have to report to your respective Thunder Palace. If there were any senior or junior brothers that they were familiar with, they could go together, and no one would question them. As for the place to experience the world, the Xiaoyu continent is fine. As long as you feel that there's an opportunity to build your foundation, you can go there. Xiangyang explained. However, before you go out, you still have to consider your own cultivation. If it's too dangerous, it's better not to go. Xiaohua nodded. After flying for a while, he said in a low voice, What about Master? How has he been recently? Xiangyang bit his lip. With a somewhat gloomy expression, he told him what happened a few days ago. Eldest senior brother came to the Heavenly Thunder Palace a few days ago? That Wang Yunxiao also built his foundation? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. That's right. The Heavenly Thunder Palace can't be compared to the Deafening Thunder Palace. Moreover, you're in the book collection pavilion. Ordinary people can't enter. I only asked a warm-hearted senior brother to call you out. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Xiao Hua was somewhat ashamed. Don't say this. As long as you can build your foundation, it's enough for my myriad Thunder Valley. Xiangyang regretted saying this. Yes, junior brother knows. Xiao Hua smiled as if he didn't take it to heart. The Wang Yunxiao from a few years ago was already not worth mentioning in Xiao Hua's eyes. Now that his cultivation had advanced rapidly, even if Wang Yunxiao had already built his foundation, would Xiao Hua still care about him? Building his foundation was just an empty title. Alas, Xiangyang didn't understand. He thought that Xiao Hua was the same as him in the past, disheartened and gloomy. Therefore, he stopped talking about cultivation and picked up some other things to talk about. However, Xiangyang wasn't good at talking. After a few sentences, they talked about cultivation again. In the end, Xiangyang simply stopped talking. The two of them hurried on their way in silence. Zhen Qing was still in the pavilion at the back of the mountain. She scanned with her divine sense and knew that Xiao Hua had come, so she stopped playing the flute. After the disciple who led Xiao Hua here left, she said with a smile, "A few days ago, I suddenly remembered something. It was precisely to return the favor at the Feather Immortal Assembly that I sent you a messaging talisman. Unexpectedly, the messaging talisman didn't leave. Presumably, you couldn't receive messages in the Deafening Thunder Palace, so you send a message to your master. Return a favor?" Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he was secretly delighted. He bowed and said, "Disciple has failed to build his foundation. What's there to be afraid of if my cultivation is delayed for a day or half a day? It's just that disciple didn't come in time. I've made Grandmaster wait for a long time." Chapter 1677. After Xiangyang and Xiao Hua greeted Zhen Qing said that he wanted to return Xiao Hua's favor. Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel happy. How could a Golden Core Stage Senior's return gift be lacking? Xiao Hua said modestly, "Disciple came late. Sorry for making Grandmaster wait for so long. Disciple didn't mean to do that. How could I dare to make Grandmaster owe me a favor?" Zhen Qing didn't put on the airs of a Grandmaster. He waved his sleeve and said with a smile, "What I owe you is what I owe you. No matter what you say, I will return it. I don't dare to refuse a favor from an elder. Thank you for your kindness, Grandmaster." Xiao Hua stopped while he was ahead. Zhen Qing glanced at Xiangyang and transmitted her voice to Xiao Hua. "Do you remember that during the Feather Immortal gathering, when you obtained the sword embryo that was not controlled by divine sense, I said that I had seen something similar?" Xiao Hua's heart warmed and he also said, "Grandmaster, disciple, naturally remembers. I didn't expect Grandmaster to still remember after so many years." "Hee, you don't know how it feels to owe a favor." Zhen Qing said with a smile, "I wanted to give you some benefits after you reached the foundation establishment stage. However, you didn't reach the foundation establishment stage. In these 5 or 6 years, there was no movement. However, fortunately, I found the origin of that thing in these 5 or 6 years." Zhen Qing clapped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it over. "Speaking of this thing, it has some history. My master, Daoist Lu Peng, came across it by chance when he was training in the Xiaoyu continent. At that time, I was still young and only listened to it casually. If it wasn't for this strange sword embryo from the Taiching sect, how could I remember it? Previously, I thought it was something related to our Imperial Thunder sect. After searching for a long time, I found it." Seeing Xiao Hua take the jade slip, Zhen Qing said, "However, this is something that happened 200 years ago. I can't guarantee that the thing is still there." 200 years. Xiao Hua was a little shocked. Then he felt even more grateful. Zhen Qing was a Golden Core Realm senior. She actually went through so much trouble just because of what she said earlier. She even brought up the matter from 200 years ago. This favor was really too big. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Disciple was really scared. Xiao Hua bowed again. "These are all illusory things, there's no need to thank me so early. Zhen Qing didn't mind at all. He flicked his sleeves and didn't let Xiaohua thank him. The other things in the jade slip are also some of this old man's experiences. If you have the chance, you can take a look at them carefully. Really? When Xiaohua heard this, he became even happier. He was already thinking about it in his heart. If it was just a piece of news, Zhen Qing wouldn't make such a big fuss. She only needed to send a message. Thus, he released his divine sense and immersed it into the jade slip. It was fine if he didn't read it, but after reading it, his face became even more interesting. However, before Xiaohua could say anything, Zhen Qing transmitted her voice to him. You don't have to tell anyone about this. Just take a look for yourself. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua carefully replied and put away the jade slip. Cultivate carefully. This old man thinks highly of you. Zhen Qing looked at Xiangyang and said, cultivation is important. However, it also depended on the immortal fate. If there wasn't any immortal fate and you insisted on forcing it, you might not be able to obtain it at all. Your eldest martial brother is a good example. Although he used 50 years to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, he still reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, he has also reached the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Compared to those who haven't reached the Foundation Establishment realm and those who are stuck at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, isn't he 100 times stronger? Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua said with a smile. Cultivation is about cultivating the heart. Realms are just the surface. If your heart isn't strong enough, even if you have a realm, it will be difficult for you to progress further. Zhen Qing seemed to want to continue, but after saying a few words, he smiled and said, these are too profound. They are just some of my experiences. I'm afraid you won't be able to comprehend them at the late stage of the qi refining realm. You're still young, so you should cultivate slowly. Don't be impatient. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your guidance. Go! Zhen Qing waved his sleeve and flew into the air, gradually disappearing into the fog. Then, the melodious sound of the flute sounded again. The sound of the flute revealed a kind of relaxed and free feeling. Xiangyang accompanied Xiaohua out of the Zhenlei Palace. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word. He only looked at the jade slip given by Zhen Qing and didn't ask about it at all. After the two of them left the Zhenlei Palace and flew for a while, Xiangyang spoke for the first time. Little martial brother, are you going back to the Heavenly Thunder Palace's library? Or are you following me back to the Myriad Thunder Valley to see Master? Xiaohua pondered for a moment and shook his head. I've already read most of the books in the Heavenly Thunder Palace. There's no need for me to go back this time. As for Master, do you think he'll be willing to see me? Master is also concerned about you. After saying this, Xiangyang couldn't say anything else. On the way to the Zhenlei Palace, he had already said everything he needed to say. He knew Xiaohua's temper better than anyone else. What he could endure, others might not be able to. Especially this little martial brother of a rogue cultivator background. He usually looked very easygoing, but his bones were full of pride. When faced with Xiaohua, who kept calling him little brat, he definitely wouldn't be able to calm down. Rather than that, it was better to not see him. I know. Xiaohua said calmly, I'm going to prepare to go out and travel. While Xiaohua was speaking, a crimson-red thunder sound transmitting talisman flew over and landed in front of Xiaohua. I'm afraid it's Xue from the Sunlei Palace. Xiangyang hurriedly changed the topic. Master's wife mentioned her a few times. Ever since you came back from the Tai Ching sect, she hasn't come to the Myriad Thunder Valley for more than 5 years. When is she free? Let her come over. Yes, I know. Xiaohua's face was slightly red. As he answered, he opened the sound-transmitting talisman. When he scanned it with his divine sense, a hesitant expression appeared on his face. What's wrong? Something happened again? Xiangyang saw this and asked in a low voice. Oh, it's nothing, eldest martial brother. Xiaohua took out the sound-transmitting talisman and said a few words. Then he raised his hand and sent the sound-transmitting talisman out with a smile. It's a martial sister who went to the Feather Immortal gathering. She wants to go with me to the Foundation establishment realm. I've already agreed to this matter. Hearing this, Xiangyang's face lit up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Great, I'm worried that you'll be in danger if you travel alone. With our martial brother." It's a martial sister? Yes, it's Shue's martial sister, Sun Shu. She invited me at the Feather Immortal gathering. Xiaohua explained. Oh, so it's Sun Shu. Xiangyang's face revealed an understanding expression. He nodded deeply and said, yes, Sun Shu's cultivation and appearance are comparable to Shue's. You should go. Eldest martial brother? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He immediately understood the meaning of these words. But how could he explain such ambiguous words? I know. Xiangyang waved his hand. You go back and prepare. I'll go back and tell Master's wife about this matter so that she won't worry. Master's wife? Xiaohua was even more stunned. His face was slightly embarrassed. Xiangyang didn't say much. He turned around and flew away using the hibernating thunder escape. Before he left, he said, Little martial brother, before you left, you said that you wanted to send a sound transmitting talisman to Master. If you've reached the Foundation establishment realm, you'll return earlier. Foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid it's not possible within a few years. Xiaohua thought. Then he smiled and agreed. He also used the awakening thunder escape and flew back to the eastern ridgeherb garden. Awakening thunder escape. No way? Xiangyang was secretly happy for his little martial brother. He naturally turned around and glanced. He saw Xiaohua's figure disappearing in the distance. Seeing Xiaohua's thunder escape, Xiangyang, who was using the hibernating thunder escape, was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Even though he wasn't too clear on what cultivation level the awakening lightning escape was, he knew that his own cultivation level at the middle stage of Foundation establishment had only just recently succeeded in cultivating the hibernating lightning escape. The awakening lightning escape, as far as he was concerned, it was impossible for him to successfully cultivate it in this lifetime. As for Xiaohua, how could an aura condensation disciple possibly know it? I must have seen wrongly. Xiangyang, who had always been honest, couldn't help but doubt his own eyes. He rubbed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He flew up again, but this time, his speed was much slower. Xiaohua didn't think that his awakening thunder escape would cause such a blow to Xiangyang. He only felt warm in his heart. While flying, he immersed his divine sense into the jade slip that Zhen Qing gave him. Naturally, in the jade slip, Zhen Qing's master, Daoist master Lu Peng, only recorded a small part of another material. The rest was what Zhen Qing really left for Xiaohua. This part of the jade slip was divided into two parts. The first part was the most important, accounting for 80%. It was all about the refining and use of magic treasures. Presumably, Zhen Qing saw that the cloud-suppressing seal's incantation was incomplete, so she took the trouble to find a suitable incantation for Xiaohua. As for the other 20%, although there weren't many records, it was the most precious. It was actually Zhen Qing's understanding of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. This understanding wasn't much. For Zhen Qing, it was just a superficial understanding. But for Xiaohua, it was simply a mountain of gold. This was the understanding of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm, not the understanding of breaking through to the Qi refinement realm. For Zhen Qing, the understanding of breaking through to the Qi refinement realm was too far away. Perhaps she couldn't remember it clearly. Moreover, Xiaohua's master was helpless. Zhen Qing taking out the understanding of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm was too incongruous. Therefore, in order to counter Xiaohua's failure to break through to the Foundation establishment realm, Zhen Qing could only take out the understanding of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. This was also the reason why Xiaohua was wild with joy when he saw the contents of the jade slip. At the same time, it was also the reason why Zhen Qing transmitted a message to Xiaohua and didn't let him spread it outside. Xiaohua gave up on many things and only immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. He pondered over Zhen Qing's understanding word by word. The more he pondered over it, the more he felt that every word was like a gem. Every word was like the bottom of his heart. Every word scratched the itch of his cultivation. An indescribable feeling spontaneously arose in his heart. Just as Xiaohua was scratching his head and cheering in his heart, a strong feeling of threat arose from the bottom of his heart, and it forcefully extinguished the lively feeling in his heart. Chapter 1678. Xiaohua immediately stopped his escape technique and floated in midair. His gaze flickered as he looked around the wilderness again and again. "Come out!" Xiaohua shouted angrily, but his divine sense had locked onto a certain place. Clap, clap. The sound of palms clapping came from that place, and then a cultivator in a dark Daoist robe flew out from his hiding place. Xiaohua's pupils constricted when he saw that this cultivator was in the early stage of foundation establishment and didn't hide his appearance. At this time, he already recognized that this cultivator was the foundation establishment cultivator who coveted him in the eastern mountain range several years ago. As expected, you defeated Xiaohua, the champion of the Feather Immortal Assembly. You truly deserve your reputation. The inexplicable cultivator clapped and laughed. I was confident that my concealment technique was cultivated to a very high level, but you actually still saw through it. Xiaohua looked at him coldly and didn't answer. He was calculating this guy's origin in his mind. What? You actually forgot about etiquette after seeing a foundation establishment senior? A trace of ridicule flashed through the cultivator's eyes. However, this ridicule also revealed a trace of coldness. How could Xiaohua salute? He sneered and said, "Since you're a senior, then you should have the integrity of a senior. What's the reason for hiding to the side and intercepting this junior?" "I intercepted you?" The cultivator laughed and pointed his hand. Xiaohua immediately dodged, afraid that the cultivator would use some kind of technique. If I wanted to make things difficult for you, would I need to waste so much effort?" The cultivator didn't use any kind of technique, and it really seemed to be just a hand gesture. But at this time, Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his head and slightly swept his gaze over the top of his head. His entire body suddenly retreated, and his speed seemed to not be inferior to the speed of flying just now. The expression of the cultivator in dark clothes also changed greatly. He received a message from someone and knew that Xiaohua might return to the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden, so he set up a formation here in advance. Unfortunately, he was discovered by Xiaohua one step ahead and didn't fall into the formation. He said so much to stall for time so that his other companion could set up another formation. But he didn't expect that Xiaohua's divine sense would actually be so powerful, discovering the movements of another person. Moreover, Xiaohua's speed was so fast that the dark-clothed cultivator couldn't help but be vigilant. He slapped his forehead and released the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. A surge of power immediately pressed down on the distant Xiaohua. Following the release of this cultivator's pressure, the other fat cultivator in the air where Xiaohua was standing also revealed an expression of disbelief. He looked at the dark-robed cultivator in surprise and slapped his hand, releasing the same pressure that smashed down like a mountain. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua had used the lightning escape technique to fly several tens of feet away. Just as he was about to be caught up by the two foundation establishment cultivators, the pressure from the top of his head firmly suppressed Xiaohua. His entire body couldn't even move. 17th brother, did this guy just use the awakening lightning escape? The fat cultivator saw that Xiaohua was under his control and asked curiously. The 17th brother was Zhen Hao of the Thunderclap Palace's Swallow Thunder Ridge, and the fat cultivator was Zhen Miao, ranked 15th in Swallow Thunder Ridge. Good, 15th brother, it seems to be the case. Zhen Hao was also somewhat perplexed. But that's not very likely, right? This guy is a genius. Zhen Miao coldly snorted. He's only in the 12th layer of qi refining, yet he can already use the lightning escape technique. Even in the entire Imperial Thunder sect, such a person is rare. Unfortunately, he offended my Swallow Thunder Ridge. While speaking, Zhen Miao waved his hand and a flying sword talisman appeared in his hand. He then waved it, and the flying sword shot like lightning toward Xiao Hua, who couldn't move in the slightest under the pressure of the two cultivators. That's all there is to it. Zhen Hao laughed. Fourth senior brother, you speak so highly of this little thief, but in the end he's only an aura-refining junior. Today, you and I, two Foundation establishment cultivators, are attacking at the same time. It's like the strong bullying the weak. If it weren't for the fact that we were afraid of being leaked, we would have let you come alone. Zhen Miao's eyes shone with a cold light. His fat face squeezed his eyes into the size of mung beans as he looked at the flying sword talisman that was about to pierce Xiao Hua's chest. But just as the two of them decided to have a card up their sleeve, a sudden change occurred. Xiao Hua, who was firmly suppressed by the pressure of the two Foundation establishment cultivators, didn't struggle with all his might like they had imagined. Instead, after his initial futile struggle, his face became gloomy and he stared fixedly at the two cultivators, as if he was thinking about something. When the flying sword talisman was about to pierce his chest, a cold light flashed through Xiao Hua's eyes. The true qi in his body rapidly circulated, and a layer of faint golden brilliance overflowed from his body. Immediately, Xiao Hua's body expanded like a balloon. His two big hands were more than twice as big as before. His right hand reached forward, and the flying sword talisman was caught by his big hand like a swimming fish. With a clang, the flying sword talisman pierced Xiao Hua's faint golden hand, and several sparks burst out. Xiao Hua didn't seem to be in any pain. Then he clenched his hand, and after a burst of metallic sound, a tattered talisman paper floated down from his hand. Ah? Zhen Miao and Zhen Miao were stunned. They urged their pressure again, wanting to suppress Xiao Hua. But at this time, although Xiao Hua was afraid of pressure, he was far from being completely suppressed like before. He still had the strength to move. How is this possible? Zhen Miao shook his head in disbelief. He had never seen an aura-refining cultivator who wasn't afraid of pressure. This was the difference in realm, the natural restraint of high-grade cultivators over low-grade cultivators. Go! Zhen Miao didn't hesitate and flew away from Zhen Miao's side. He stopped on the other side of Xiao Hua, and with a wave of his hand, a wheel-shaped magic tool appeared in the air. This was Zhen Miao's magic tool, the Four Phases Wheel. The Four Phases Wheel had 4 protrusions. As Zhen Miao released them, each protrusion emitted a peculiar brilliance. As it rotated, it smashed toward Xiao Hua's faint golden body that was already 6 meters tall. Oh no, this seems to be a kind of divine ability. It's not the expansion of Xiao Hua's body. Seeing Zhen Miao throw out the magic tool, Zhen Miao's heart felt a little more at ease. Only after scanning with his divine sense did he realize that Xiao Hua's faint golden body was a Dharma idol, not a real body. Moreover, most of the Dharma idol was blurry, with only a faint golden outline. Only the 2 arms and 2 legs could be seen clearly. Go! Xiao Hua, who was urging the great strength Vajra Dharma idol, saw the light of the 4 phases while stirring the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and a small vortex formed in the air. He knew that this magic tool was powerful. Without hesitation, the great strength Vajra Dharma idol turned slightly, clenched his left hand into a fist, and met the attack head-on. Bang! With a loud sound, the 4 phases wheel was knocked back, and a piece of Xiao Hua's Dharma idol's fist was also cut off. Oh no! Not only was Xiao Hua slightly surprised, but Zhen Miao also secretly cursed in his heart. He never thought that his magic tool would be knocked back by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's heart ached even more for the great strength Vajra Dharma idol that he had painstakingly condensed. Then, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his forehead, and the cloud-suppressing seal appeared in the air. As soon as the cloud-suppressing seal appeared, it immediately showed the power of a magic tool. A buzzing sound immediately filled the air, and along with the noise, the cloud-suppressing seal rapidly grew from a size of 3 inches to a size of 3 meters. All the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings was attracted to it, and a lot of spiritual qi even formed a ribbon around the cloud-suppressing seal. What a magic tool! Zhen Miao and Zhen Miao praised in their hearts when they saw this. "Ha! Since I am here, I naturally have a way to deal with you. It's just a magic tool." Zhen Miao laughed, patted his storage bag, and took out a cloud-like magic tool. He casually threw it into the air. Then, Zhen Miao clenched his right hand into a fist and punched himself in the chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood rushed out and hit the magic tool. The cloud was instantly dyed red, but then the blood entered the magic tool, and it returned to its original white color. "Let me show you the 100-layer cloud mountain of my Thunder Swallow Ridge." Zhen Miao shouted loudly, and even called out the name of Thunder Swallow Ridge. He pointed his finger, and a spell was sent into the 100-layer cloud mountain. A huge suction force was generated from the 100-layer cloud mountain, and in an instant, more than half of Zhen Miao's spiritual qi was sucked away. The 100-layer cloud mountain, which had absorbed the spiritual qi, suddenly expanded to a size of several hundred meters. The pure white brilliance was like a real cloud, and it covered the three of them. Thunder Swallow Ridge. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. He even called out the name of the 100-layer cloud mountain. Today he must be prepared to die. So, while sneering, he pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal whizzed toward Zhen Miao. At this time, the three of them were under the 100-layer cloud mountain. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal coming down, Zhen Miao sneered and pointed his finger. A white cloud appeared above Zhen Miao's head, blocking the falling cloud-suppressing seal. Poof! The cloud-suppressing seal smashed into the white cloud, and it was as if it fell into cotton. Haha! Before Xiaohua could react, Zhen Miao was the first to laugh. His gaze swept over Zhen Miao, and that Zhen Miao's face also showed a relaxed expression. He pointed his finger at the 4-phase wheel, and that magic tool spun rapidly. It also made a buzzing sound, and the 4 colors of brilliance mixed together, stirring up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and flew toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua's face was calm as he stood in the air, and he didn't appear to be surprised. He only looked at the 2 foundation establishment cultivators on his left and right, and thought to himself. He was now an aura-refining cultivator, and his body didn't have any spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure of 2 foundation establishment cultivators was his nemesis. If he didn't have the Vajra Dharma body, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Now, he could only release his Dharma body to resist the spiritual pressure. Fortunately, the Vajra Dharma body was a Buddhist divine ability, and he didn't need to use too much spiritual qi. Damn it. This young master's cultivation is now at the 15th layer of aura refining, and I've also cultivated the prairie fire cultivation technique to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Why would I be afraid of you? Contempt grew in Xiaohua's heart, and he coldly snorted. He urged the spiritual qi in his body, and pointed his finger at the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal produced a powerful suction force, and at the same time it sucked in Xiaohua's spiritual qi, it also swept away all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding Tenzhong. Rise. Zhen Miao was slightly startled, and he hurriedly chanted an incantation to urge the 100-layer cloud mountain, and the clouds blocking the cloud-suppressing seal became even thicker. Chapter 1679. Contrary to Zhen Ming's expectations, the cloud-suppressing seal not only didn't expand as he expected, but instead seemed to shrink at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to the size of a foot. Then, as Xiaohua cast a spell, the cloud-suppressing seal actually broke free from the clouds and whistled towards the 4 symbols wheel. Humph, an aura-refining disciple, it's already good that you can drive a magic weapon, but you actually dare to collide directly with I. You simply don't know how to write the word death. Zhen Hao saw Xiaohua's magic weapon rapidly shrinking and thought that Xiaohua's magic power was insufficient to maintain the magic weapon, so he shrank it to the size of a foot, wanting to fight to the death with him. While sneering, he sent his magic power into the 4 symbols wheel to drive the magic weapon, wanting to smash the cloud-suppressing seal away. Pang! A deafening sound rang out. The 1-foot-long suppressing cloud seal smashed onto the 3-foot-long 4 phases wheel. The 4 colors of brilliance on the 4 phases wheel suddenly flourished, like sharp swords piercing through the horizon, separately rushing towards the suppressing cloud seal. The suppressing cloud seal's bronze brilliance faintly flowed, forcibly suppressing these brilliances, compressing them inch by inch. By the time the sound rang out, the suppressing cloud seal had already completely suppressed the brilliance of the 4 phases wheel within the artifact. Immediately, while the sound was still lingering in the ears of the 3 people, the brilliance of the 4 symbols wheel suddenly converged, revealing its original body. It was actually smashed by the cloud-suppressing seal that was much smaller than it. Pooh! As the 4 symbols wheel was smashed, Zhenhao, who was not far away, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale gold. Ah? Zhen Ming, who was on the other side of Xiaohua, was greatly alarmed. He waved his hand, a fiery red brilliance flashed, and a 1-foot-long spear-like magic weapon flew out of his hand, like a meteor flying toward Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua had already released his Buddhist sense. How could he not pay attention to it? He only saw his hand point, and the cloud-suppressing seal buzzed, slightly raised, and smashed toward Zhenhao. At the same time, Xiaohua's mighty Vajra slightly leaned to the side, his left fist clenched at the same time, smashing towards the spear-like magic weapon. Good. Is this still an aura-refining cultivator? Zhen Ming almost didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Xiaohua was really too ferocious. He was facing 2 Foundation establishment cultivators by himself, and at this moment, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Xiaohua had actually directly used a magic treasure and an unknown Dharma body to forcefully resist a Foundation establishment magic artifact. Zhenhao, who was not far away, did not have the time to be as shocked as Zhen Meng. As soon as the cloud-suppressing seal was lifted, he felt an unparalleled deterrent force from the magic treasure. This deterrent force was more powerful than the pressure of a gold core stage cultivator. It directly pressed into the depths of his soul, making him feel that he could not resist, could not avoid, and could not break free. Zhenhao didn't even try to resist, but he was already filled with despair. This made his heart tremble. Furthermore, his magical item had been knocked away by the cloud-suppressing seal, so it was temporarily disconnected from his mind. He couldn't control it, so he could only make a final struggle. He waved his hand, took out a dozen yellow talismans, and threw them at the cloud-suppressing seal. Using a yellow talisman against a magic treasure was the biggest joke in the world. As soon as those yellow talismans revealed their power, they were immediately turned into talisman paper under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal. One after another, they fluttered down, just like the endless disdain in Xiaohua's eyes. Just as the traces of blood flowing out of the bronze cloud-suppressing seal were about to smash into Zhenhao's body, a snow-white light burst out from Zhenhao's body. That snow-white light was extremely dazzling. It actually made Xiaohua's eyes twitch, and he couldn't help but squint. Under the suppression of the cloud-suppressing seal, a layer of white armor appeared on Zhenhao's body. The armor was obviously damaged and could only cover Zhenhao's back. Even so, the talismans flowing on the armor emitted a white light, protecting Zhenhao's entire body. The light blocked the cloud-suppressing seal's front, firmly blocking the bronze light of the cloud-suppressing seal. No matter how the cloud-suppressing seal rolled, it could not fall down. A protective magic artifact. Xiaohua cried out involuntarily. He should have thought about it. Since Zhen Meng could take out a magic artifact to contend with his cloud-suppressing seal, how could Zhenhao not have one? After all, Thunder Mountain Ridge was the place where Thunder Quake Palace refined artifacts. Seeing that his MO cloud armor had successfully blocked the cloud-suppressing seal in midair, Zhenhao couldn't help but let out a long breath. However, his heart didn't seem to relax, because the shock from the cloud-suppressing seal didn't lessen in the slightest because of the MO cloud armor's appearance. At the same time, Zhen Meng's magic artifact flew behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua cried out in alarm and urged his avatar's fist to smash the spear-shaped magic artifact with a bang. An unparalleled force was generated, and Zhen Meng's heart was also shaken. His magic artifact was also sent flying by Xiaohua's avatar. Too powerful. Zhen Meng controlled the magic artifact with great difficulty. When he controlled the magic artifact to turn around again, he actually wanted to retreat. But just as Zhen Meng thought of retreating, Xiaohua made another move that puzzled him. Xiaohua's figure suddenly moved. It really was the awakening thunder escape that he suspected. A shadow that even divine sense couldn't capture flashed by, and Xiaohua actually flew in front of Zhenhao. Seeing Xiaohua's sinister smile approaching, Zhenhao retreated in panic as if he had encountered a rogue virgin. But how could Xiaohua allow him to retreat? He thickened his face and moved his mouth closer. As Xiaohua's figure approached, his avatar also moved. The pale golden left hand opened and grabbed the tumbling cloud suppressing seal in midair. Then, with a flip of his hand, he actually smashed the cloud suppressing seal towards Zhen Meng. As soon as the cloud suppressing seal flew away, the shock that shocked Zhenhao disappeared. While Zhenhao was puzzled, he didn't hesitate and urged his flying technique to escape from Xiaohua's eyes. Still want to run? Xiaohua's face showed an inexplicable smile. As he spoke, he spat out a red and green sword light, which pierced towards Zhenhao's face faster than lightning. Flying sword talisman? Seeing the sword light, Zhenhao's heart lightened for no reason. He knew that this Mo cloud armor was a magic artifact. How could a flying sword talisman pierce through it? However, when the sword light appeared, a kind of shock similar to the cloud suppressing seal appeared from the depths of his heart. Not good. Before Zhenhao could think of anything else, the green and red sword light pierced the Mo cloud armor. Break! Xiaohua shouted softly. The white light of the Mo cloud armor was indeed pierced like a bubble by the sword light. The green and red sword light instantly pierced Zhenhao's face. Too fast! Too fast! This was Zhenhao's last bit of emotion. He almost only had the chance to think before his vision turned black. He didn't have any time to resist, even if he took out some useless yellow talismans or other magic artifacts. At the same time that Zhenhao died, the cloud-suppressing seal thrown by Xiaohua's mighty Vajra avatar also arrived in front of Zhen Meng. At this time, Zhen Meng had just controlled his magic artifact. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal flying towards him, he also had the same shock as Zhenhao. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and a layer of pure white clouds appeared in front of him. The 100-layer cloud mountain blocked the karmic power of the cloud-suppressing seal. Strange. Zhen Meng and Zhenhao didn't understand why this shock came from their souls. They could only use the 100-layer cloud mountain's power to protect themselves. I'm afraid it's time to retreat. Zhen Meng sighed in his heart. He raised his eyes to look at Zhenhao. As a result, a shocking scene appeared. Because Xiaohua was tall and thin, blocking Zhenhao, Zhen Meng couldn't clearly see what happened over there. However, Zhenhao's floating corpse and Xiaohua's sudden turn told him that an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from Swallow Thunder Ridge had been killed by a late-stage Qi refining disciple from Myriad Thunder Valley. Zhen Meng was slightly stunned. He didn't have time to think anymore. He didn't have time to control his magic artifact. He urged his body to use the flight technique to escape. But just as he was about to run, the cloud-suppressing seal had already smashed in front of him. The cloud-suppressing seal was blocked by the 100-layer cloud mountain before. This time, Zhen Meng didn't dare to be careless. When he turned around, he still pointed his finger. Magic power flowed everywhere, and another layer of white clouds appeared in front of him to block. Puff, puff, puff. 3 or 4 muffled sounds rang out. The cloud-suppressing seal that was blocked just now was now like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, it pierced through many clouds and fiercely appeared on Zhen Meng's back. This is bad. Zhen Meng's face was ashen. His heart was like dead ashes. Even his magic treasure, the 100-layer cloud mountain, was broken. How could his body's defense resist? Sure enough, before the cloud-suppressing seal could reach him, a burst of brilliance flashed on Zhen Meng's body. All of his defenses were crushed. Puff! The cloud-suppressing seal lightly hit Zhen Meng's back. The sound was extremely soft, and the force wasn't strong either. It was only a little bit stronger than a lover's caress. But it was this kind of force that actually shattered Zhen Meng's soul. Zhen Meng's body was like a fluttering autumn leaf, helplessly floating down. Seeing that Zhen Meng was also struck down by the cloud-suppressing seal, Xiaohua let out a long sigh. His face suddenly turned dark red. Without thinking, he hurriedly withdrew the mighty Vajradharma into his body. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew above his head to protect him. Then, he sat down cross-legged and activated the prairie fire mental cultivation method. The true energy in his meridians began to flow along them. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's complexion slightly improved. But Xiaohua didn't dare to delay any longer. He released his Buddhist awareness. Seeing that there were no more movements around him, he waved his hand and put away the cloud-suppressing seal. Then he landed on the ground and collected Zhen Meng and Zhen Hao's storage pouches and magic treasures. He used the true Samadhi fire to destroy their corpses. Then, he flew into the air and prepared to fly towards the eastern ridge. But after flying for a few hundred feet, Xiaohua stopped again. He lowered his head and looked for a long time. Then, he landed on the small mountain below and pondered for a while. After a few hand seals, a few formation flags and a formation plate appeared at the mountain stream. To deal with a qi refining disciple like me, you still need to set up a formation? You really don't have enough shame. Xiaohua sneered. With a wave of his hand, many things were stored into the space. Then he flew into the air. At the same time, outside of a secret hall within the Thunderclap Palace, a bright light suddenly flashed at the entrance of the hall. A gold core stage cultivator frowned as he revealed himself. He looked at the hall in front of him and whispered, "Which disciple is this? There are actually people who have lost their lives outside." Chapter 1680. Xiaohua flew back to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, but he didn't dare to be distracted. Not only did he release his divine sense, but he also released his Buddhist sense from time to time, for fear of encountering another hidden formation. Although the life and death battle just now seemed very short, it was incomparably dangerous. Even now, Xiaohua's heart was still thumping wildly. Those were two early Foundation Establishment seniors. He really didn't expect that he would be able to kill them without any mishap. While his heart was beating fast, Xiaohua also felt an inexplicable sense of ecstasy. He had just reached the 15th layer of qi refining. If he really reached the 18th layer of qi refining and then entered Foundation Establishment, would he be able to kill late Foundation Establishment cultivators? Naturally, Xiaohua couldn't help but think with lingering fear. The pressure of a Foundation Establishment cultivator is too strong. Qi refining disciples are definitely not their match, and late Foundation Establishment cultivators are even more so. Even if I have the great strength Vajradharma body and can resist the pressure, I'm afraid it won't work against late Foundation Establishment cultivators. Moreover, in the fight just now, my magic power was also exhausted. It seems the quality of my true qi is still inferior to true essence. Even if I reach the 18th layer of qi refining, it still can't compare to the true essence of a late Foundation Establishment cultivator. Of course, I don't know what true essence is like after Foundation Establishment. Furthermore, the reason why I was able to kill those two Foundation Establishment cultivators from Swallow Thunder Ridge was mainly because of the Cloud-Suppressing Seal and the Dream Slayer. After 5 years of tempering, the Cloud-Suppressing Seal is a lot more powerful than before, especially after condensing. Its power is even greater, catching them off guard. The Dream Executor is even more out of this young master's expectations. The immeasurable karmic fire and Tai green qi at the same time really are incomparably sharp. After flying for more than 2 hours, Xiaohua arrived at the Eastern Ridge. After checking that there were no flaws in the formation, he opened it and went in. Then, he checked the herb garden again, activated the green leaf fire formation, and returned to his Immortal's cave with peace of mind. Zhen Meng and Zhen Hao had a lot of things in their storage bags. Not only were there Spirit Dawn and Spirit Stones, there were also a lot of refining materials. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to put all of them into his space. Then he picked up a few jade slips and checked them one by one. After Xiaohua finished reading through these jade slips, a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. With a shake of his hand, he shot out a few strands of Samadhi True Flame, burning the 2 storage pouches, as well as the tokens and other items that he did not take out from the storage pouches. He said with a smile, 2 ruffians from Swallow Thunder Ridge actually had the intention to kill me. I'm afraid you guys wouldn't have thought of it, right? You guys just gave me the refining method for nothing. I was just thinking about how to refine the sword embryo, and now you're giving me the manual. I really don't know how to thank all of you. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua's heart jolted, and his Buddhist consciousness swept through the heart of the Buddha's relic. Sure enough, the boundless karmic fire within it was slightly exuberant, and it was precisely the karmic fire from killing the 2 of them. Since this immeasurable hellfire is my karma, I'm afraid it has other uses other than tempering spiritual swords. I've read so many ancient books in the library, but why haven't I seen any records of the Buddhist sect? There's such a karmic fire within the Buddha's relic. If I don't take precautions, maybe I'll be burned by it. Thinking about Zhen Hao and Zhen Xing's helpless appearance under the 2 magic treasures, Xiaohua knew how powerful the immeasurable hellfire was. Naturally, he had to make plans for himself first. I forgot that Xianxia and Can Mingwei both went to the Buddhist sect in advance, and I haven't checked their jade slips. Could it be? However, Can Mingwei's storage pouch was burned, and not a single jade slip was left behind. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua took out the jade slips he obtained from Xianxia. After looking through these jade slips, Xiaohua's eyes revealed a trace of joy. It turned out that not only did Can Mingwei find the contents of the Buddhist sect's ruins, Xianxia had also obtained them, and the records were very detailed. There were several layers of the ruins, and what kind of restrictions there were in each layer. If it weren't for the fact that the location of the Buddhist sect's ruins was not recorded in this jade slip, Xiaohua would have been able to enter with this jade slip. This is strange. Since Xianxia also had this thing, how could he fall into Can Mingwei's trap? Xiaohua scratched his head and said inwardly, I'm afraid he only found it later. Xiaohua's thought was wrong. This jade slip originally belonged to Can Mingwei, but the 2 of them obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Since the exquisite derivation pagoda was handed over to Can Mingwei for safekeeping, this jade slip naturally fell into Xianxia's hands. As for why the Buddhist sect's ruins were not recorded, Xianxia and Can Mingwei had already died, so Xiaohua didn't have a place to ask. Forget it with this thing, this young master actually has some confidence in the Buddhist sect's ruins. If Senior Han Zhu really wants me to go there, my courage will also increase by a bit. Xiaohua smiled as he put away the jade slip, preparing to properly memorize it if he had the opportunity in the future. At this time, it was still early before the appointed time, so Xiaohua didn't go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace's library. On one hand, he continued to refine the fire essence flame crystal, but on the other hand, he took out the chi refining jade slips from the space. From easy to difficult, he looked through them bit by bit. Refining tools was similar to refining pills, but different materials were condensed together using true fire. Of course, compared to refining pills, refining tools was different. Refining pills used true fire to refine pills was a slow fire, condensing the fine into the long, tempering out the impurities in the medicinal herbs. Then with pill techniques, using the principles of monarch and minister, yin and yang, the different medicinal liquids were condensed into pills. This process was very mysterious, somewhat similar to the qi refining, foundation establishment, and core formation of cultivators. Therefore, it was also the most difficult type of refining. Refining tools, on the other hand, used martial fire to refine. It paid particular attention to fierceness and roughness, refining out the impurities in the qi refining materials, improving the quality of the materials. Then, just like refining pills, all kinds of materials were condensed together to condense magic tools. Among them, the materials, the method of condensing, and the embedded array were the key to the success of the magic tool. At the same time, it was also the foundation of the difference in quality. The same materials in the hands of different refiners could be divided into several grades, and could even be divided into magic tools and magic treasures. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't preparing to refine tools. What he was thinking was only how to repair damaged magic treasures, and how to successfully refine the sword embryo. Xiaohua originally thought that Sun Shu's message would come again very soon, but who would have thought that half a year would quickly pass, and Xiaohua's cultivation would enter the early stage of the 16th layer of the qi refining realm without any disturbances, and Sun Shu also didn't send any more messages. Could it be that senior sister Sun Shu has changed her mind again? Xiaohua sat upright on the cloud bed in the cave, stretched his waist, and moved his muscles and bones, very satisfied as he thought to himself. The progress of his cultivation was completely dependent on the fire essence flame crystal, and it didn't matter much whether he went out to gain experience or not. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already promised someone at the Feather Immortal gathering, he wouldn't have let go of the good time to cultivate. After resting for a moment, Xiaohua flew out of the cave and looked around. At this time, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the eastern mountain range was even more tyrannical. The fire-type spiritual qi flowed wantonly, as if it was filled with violent emotions. Even the climate was somewhat hot, and many spiritual herbs had withered. Sigh, what exactly is going on here? Xiaohua squatted down and looked at a withered spiritual herb. He thought helplessly, this is obviously because too much fire-type spiritual qi was poured in, and the water-type spiritual qi was insufficient. But why wasn't it so powerful 5 years ago? Then Xiaohua's heart shook. Could it be because of the fire essence flame crystal? But he immediately denied it. He was very clear that he had refined the fire essence flame crystal twice in the eastern mountain range, and every time, he had absorbed all the flames derived from the fire essence flame crystal into his body. This absorption was not controlled by him. His physical body, meridians, and bones were all actively absorbing the spiritual qi, leaving him only 10 to 20% for cultivation. No wonder no one dares to come here. This kind of tyrannical spiritual qi of heaven and earth, no one can smoothly absorb it into their body. They can't cultivate qi, and they can't even build their foundation. Xiaohua straightened up, and his Buddhist awareness swept out. After observing for a long time, his expression changed slightly, and his figure floated up, flying towards a place where the fire-type spiritual qi was the most unstable. This is the place where I used the fire essence flame crystal that day. Xiaohua stopped and looked at the traces of his earlier melting on the mountain and the destruction he had caused. He thought very strangely. Then, Xiaohua clapped his hands, and the cloud-suppressing seal was used again. With a bang, it smashed into the ground, and the mountain within a radius of 1 zhang caved in, completely destroying the traces of the flames. After putting away the magic treasure, Xiaohua extended his Buddhist awareness and looked underground. Unfortunately, even when he used his Buddhist awareness to its limit, there were still no clues. Strange, Xiaohua put away his Buddhist awareness, but he didn't know that about 1,000 zhang underground, the collapsed space was wrapped in melted liquid, quietly staying underground. It was unknown how many zhang it had floated up compared to before. And about 100 zhang underground, there was also a layer of formation that Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness could not detect, covering the entire eastern mountain range. Then, Xiaohua simply didn't go back to his cave. He found a place to sit down and began to cultivate. Another 10 days passed like this. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, knowing that there was movement outside the formation. He used the token to open the formation, and 2 crimson-red messaging talismans flew in. Both came from Sun Lei Palace. One was from Sun Shu, and the other was naturally from Xue. Xiaohua crushed Xue's messaging talisman, and Xue's resentful voice came from it. It turned out that Xue knew there was a chance to build her foundation this time, but she didn't know whether Xiaohua would go or not. She was also afraid of distracting Xiaohua and delaying his cultivation, so she didn't dare to rashly send a message. Moreover, a few years ago, the messaging talismans she sent to Xiaohua often couldn't be sent, so she didn't send one. Until today, when she received her master's order to go into seclusion to cultivate, She heard from Sun Shu that Xiao Hua agreed to go with them, so she sent a message. Xue Xue's words were full of exhortations, and she didn't complain in the slightest, but Xiao Hua still felt uneasy. He explained the whole story clearly, and only said that he originally didn't have any plans. He didn't expect that he would fail to build his foundation, so he could only accompany Sun Shu and send out the messaging talisman. Sun Shu's message was simple. He only said that after 3 days, they would meet at Sky Thunder Peak. There wasn't a single extra word. After replying to Sun Shu's message, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and decided to go to Myriad Thunder Valley to bid farewell to his master. Thus, he sealed the formation of the Eastern Mountain Range Medicine Garden and flew to Myriad Thunder Valley. Chapter 1681. On Sky Thunder Peak, Xiao Hua watched as the aura-refining disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect left the mountain gate not far from him in groups or by themselves. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Foundation establishment. Alas, only foundation establishment can truly set foot on the path of cultivation. Aura refining is nothing more than wandering outside the door of cultivation. Who knows how many cultivators there are on this Xiaoyu continent, but how many of them can build their foundation? Think about those individual cultivators, think about how the heavens abandoned them in the past. Everyone has an unyielding story, everyone has a legend of resistance. However, the Tao of heaven is so cruel. Even if you work hard, even if you pay with your life, you may not necessarily gain anything. The Tao of heaven rewards the diligent, but immortal fate is hard to find. Alas, if you can't build your foundation, if you can't condense your gold core, all your painstaking cultivation, all your efforts, will turn into flowing water, covered by the vicissitudes of time. Xiao Hua watched the many cultivators leave. His heart was filled with sorrow, and he thought of the matter in Myriad Thunder Valley a few days ago. As Xiao Hua expected, Wuxian wasn't in Myriad Thunder Valley's Immortal's cave. Even though Master's wife Zhuo Minghui sent him a Thunderlight sound-transmitting talisman, Wuxian still didn't reply, not even a single word. Zhuo Minghui said Wuxian was busy and didn't have time, but how could Xiao Hua not know Wuxian's thoughts? Although he said he didn't care, he still felt some regret in his heart. Immediately after, Xiao Hua stayed in Xiang Yang's Immortal's cave for a few days. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian reminded him of some matters regarding the experiential learning. There were many matters that were repeated over and over again for fear that Xiao Hua wouldn't remember. When Zhuo Minghui found out that Xiao Hua went out with Sun Shu, an indescribable smile appeared on her face, making Xiao Hua look really embarrassed. He wanted to explain something, but he didn't know where to start, so he simply ignored her. It was only a few hours ago that Xiao Hua bid farewell to Xiang Yang. After obtaining some medicinal pills and reporting to Thunder Palace, he hurriedly rushed over to Sky Thunder Peak. He originally thought that he was already late, but after waiting for a long time, Sun Shu still hadn't arrived. Could it be that something happened again? Xiao Hua was somewhat impatient. He was standing at the side of the Crimson Road on Sky Thunder Peak. Many aura-refining disciples were passing by in front of him. This was a very normal thing, but Xiao Hua didn't expect that his current reputation was actually not any worse than Xiang Yang's. Out of the 10 disciples who walked past him, 4 or 5 of them looked at him with contempt, while the other 5 or 6 looked at him with pity and sympathy. It was even to the extent that some disciples were gesticulating and saying in low voices, "Look, that's Xiao Hua that was renowned throughout Dawn Rain Continent during the last Feather Immortal meet. Do you know? At that time, he was incomparably awe-inspiring. He forced a great Circle Qi refinement disciple of the Huanhua sect to enter the foundation establishment stage and took one of the Taiqing sect's treasures for himself. Such a famous person started building his foundation as soon as he came back from the Feather Immortal assembly. Heavenly law bumped into a knot, and foundation establishment failed. Yes, I know. It's him who made the #1 beauty of the Huanhua sect, Fairy Hong Xia, and her senior brother fall out. The two of them joined forces to force that unlucky guy out of the Feather Immortal assembly. Look at this guy. He doesn't have any grand appearance. He's much worse than I. How did he enter the eyes of a beauty? You guys still don't know. It was actually the observing disciple of the Thunder Palace who said that the signs of this guy building his foundation that day were very frightening. They weren't inferior to the signs of core formation at all. That disciple was scared to death. He had never seen such a scene before. But the moment he built his foundation, the signs suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in a very strange way. He's a loose cultivator. When he first entered my Imperial Thunder sect, he already practiced 4 or 5 cultivation methods. Even if this kind of disciple's magic power is heavenly, it's impossible for him to build his foundation. Motherfucker, Xiao Hua's sword-like eyebrows rose as he thought to himself, is there a need for this? What does it have to do with you whether I build my foundation or not? How can you little sparrows understand my lofty ambitions? Aren't you also not building your foundation? Is there a need for the pot calling the kettle black? Xiao Hua. A very unfamiliar voice rang out from behind Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua turned around to look, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator walked down from the sky Thunder Peak. Xiao Hua stared blankly, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Disciple Xiao Hua greets Martial Uncle. What business does Martial Uncle have? You don't recognize me? That cultivator had a fair and clean face and was slightly short. He was more than a head taller than Xiao Hua. His eyes looked at Xiao Hua as he asked coldly. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He carefully looked at that cultivator's face and still shook his head. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, but I really don't recognize Senior. I'm a disciple of Swallow Thunder Ridge. Last time when you came to the Thunder Palace with Xiangyang, I saw you. Swallow Thunder Ridge? When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart shrunk. However, the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest. He smiled apologetically and said, So it's Martial Uncle from Swallow Thunder Ridge. The last time I went to the Thunder Palace with eldest senior brother was already many years ago. Moreover, there were many seniors from Swallow Thunder Ridge that day. I really don't remember many. Senior, please bestow me a name. I'm Zhenihong. That cultivator stared straight at Xiao Hua. He kept looking at Xiao Hua's eyes as if he wanted to see something. Xiao Hua naturally didn't back down. He very innocently bowed. Disciple greets Martial Uncle Zhen. If you're not looking for me, then why are you looking for me? What's the matter? Naturally, I'm asking if you've seen the 2 missing disciples of my Swallow Thunder Ridge. Zhen Yihong suddenly sped up his speech. 2 missing disciples of Swallow Thunder Ridge? Xiao Hua's face turned cold. He looked left and right and said in a low voice, Martial Uncle Zhen, when did this happen? I've been standing here for 2 hours. What do the 2 missing disciples of Swallow Thunder Ridge look like? It's possible that I've seen them. Could it be that the other sects are making some moves against my Imperial Thunder sect? If that's the case, I'd better inform the sect master as soon as possible. With so many aura refining disciples going out to gain experience, I'm afraid they've fallen into someone else's trap. Cunning. I'm asking about Zhen Hao and Zhen Ming. Zhen Yihong's expression suddenly changed. He released his pressure and directly pressed down on Xiao Hua. Ah? Xiao Hua's face turned pale. He hurriedly raised his hands and waved them, shouting with all his might, Martial Uncle Zhen, Martial Uncle Zhen. Unfortunately, under the pressure of a middle foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Hua, a late 12th layer aura refining cultivator, didn't seem to have any power to resist. Even waving his hands was difficult. Similarly, there were still many aura refining disciples on the mountain path at the foot of Sky Thunder Peak. When Zhen Yihong released his pressure, the nearby disciples also felt it. They were all like Xiao Hua. Their faces were pale, and they stood blankly on the mountain path. There were even a few whose cultivation levels weren't high enough and directly collapsed on the ground. I'll kill you right now. I don't care if you've seen my 2 junior brothers or not. Zhen Yihong's face revealed a ferocious expression. His hands formed a seal, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was pulled, smashing toward Xiao Hua. Looking at the murderous aura in Zhen Yihong's eyes, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. His mind raced. Zhen Yihong's pressure was heavy, but if he released the diamond strength Dharma body, he might be able to resist. However, if he did so, he would be exposed. At this moment, countless aura refining disciples on Sky Thunder Peak were watching. However, if he didn't resist, Zhen Yihong might really kill him. How could the life of an aura refining disciple, especially one who failed to enter the Foundation Establishment realm, be feared by a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Forget it. Since Master doesn't like me, why should I stay in the Imperial Thunder sect? If I'm going to be killed like this, I might as well take the risk. Xiaohua thought. His eyes flashed coldly and his arms moved slightly. He was about to activate the diamond strength Dharma body. In such a critical moment, the only thing he could think of was to save his own life first. Xiaohua. Another horrified voice sounded in the distance. It was Sun Shu, and there were two other voices shouting along with him. Where did this scoundrel come from? How dare he bully the weak on Sky Thunder Peak? How dare he bully a disciple of my myriad Thunder Valley? At the same time, Xiaohua's familiar voice rang out from afar. Immediately after, the pressure of a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator surged from afar, completely surrounding Zhen Yihong. Ah! Zhen Yihong saw that Xiaohua wanted to move, and his eyes showed a hint of joy. However, when he sensed the late Foundation Establishment cultivator's pressure, his expression changed greatly. He quickly withdrew the pressure and resisted with all his strength. When the two forces collided, a hurricane was set off. Not only were the rocks on the mountain path rolling, but many aura-refining disciples were also unable to stand steadily. Senior Martial Brother. How could Zhen Yihong's middle Foundation Establishment cultivator resist the late Foundation Establishment cultivator's pressure? After resisting for a moment, he was mercilessly suppressed. Then, a mountain-like weight directly pressed him down on the mountain path. Zhen Yihong felt a chill in his heart, and he couldn't help but shout. Zhen Yihong's figure gradually appeared on the mountain path in the distance. Master? Xiaohua couldn't help but shout in his heart. Zhen Yihong didn't seem to see Xiaohua. He walked straight to Zhen Yihong and coldly looked at Zhen Yihong, who was sitting on the ground and struggling to resist. He sneered and said, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen, how can a Foundation Establishment cultivator be so filthy? You actually attacked a disciple of my myriad Thunder Valley in front of so many aura-refining disciples who went out to gain experience? Don't talk about bullying the weak. If others saw this, wouldn't they say that my Lightning Palace disciples are ignorant? Senior Martial Brother Zhen Yihong, please withdraw your pressure," Zhen Yihong said with a pale face. He seemed to be very afraid of Zhen Yihong's pressure. Why would I withdraw it? Why didn't you think about it when you released your pressure? Zhen Yihong said that, but when he saw the countless disciples lying on the ground around him, he withdrew his pressure a little. Zhen Yihong's face turned for the better. He rolled his eyes and said with an apologetic smile, "I was just being kind." Damn it, you wanted to kill my myriad Thunder Valley disciple, and you were being kind. Zhen Yihong said with a smile. Senior Martial Brother Zhen Yihong, how could that be? I was just testing Xiaohua. Zhen Yihong said with a smile, how could I possibly kill an aura-refining disciple on Sky Thunder Peak? I just sent Junior Martial Brother out to gain experience and saw Xiaohua waiting here. Moreover, Senior Martial Brother didn't come to send me off, so I came to take a look and give him a warning while I was at it. Going out to gain experience isn't like cultivating in the lightning controlling sect. You can encounter any kind of danger. If I, as their teacher, don't give them a lot of guidance, how would they know? Chapter 1682. Of course I'll be the one to warn my disciple. It's not your turn to worry. Damn it, I'll also warn you on behalf of Martial Uncle Xianxia and let you know what it means to bully the weak. Helplessness glared at him and said with a smile, however, we're both in the Foundation establishment stage, so I won't be bullying you. As he spoke, he helplessly released his pressure once more. There seemed to be bursts of heavenly thunder within that pressure, and that pressure caused Zhen Yihong to tremble with fear. His body involuntarily trembled, and he was in an even more sorry state than Xiaohua just now. In a hurry, Zhen Yihong couldn't care less about losing face in front of the disciples. He slapped his hand and took out a magic tool from his storage bag. He urged his magic power to shine in all directions, trying to resist helplessness's spiritual pressure. Unexpectedly, just as Zhen Yihong was about to activate his magic tool and pour all of his magic power into it to resist, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Zhen Yihong was caught off guard, and his magic tool suddenly went out of control. A brilliant light swept past and unexpectedly rushed towards the aura-refining disciples sitting on the ground around Zhen Yihong. This is bad. Seeing this, Zhen Yihong's pale face lost even more color. He tried his best to control the magic tool and quickly withdrew his magic power. Alas! Not only is he bullying the weak, but he also doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young. I was just saying, do you really think I'll teach you a lesson? Do you really want to make a fool of yourself? You're still a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Look at you, you actually used a magic tool. You don't have the slightest bit of compassion. Not to mention hurting the disciples, even the flowers and plants on Sky Thunder Peak are not appropriate. Helplessness suddenly smiled, and the anger on his face disappeared. He stretched out his hand and easily took back the magic tool that was attacking the disciples, cutting off the connection between the magic tool and Zhen Yihong. Zhen Yihong was trying his best to control the magic tool, but this sudden cut-off made him feel as if he had punched the void. Not only did he lose control of his spiritual sense, but his magic power also rushed to his meridians like a tide, and he lost control even more. Pooh! Zhen Yihong spat out a mouthful of blood. His meridians were damaged. However, he was a foundation establishment cultivator after all. Under the activation of his mental cultivation method, he immediately stabilized his state of mind. The true essence in his meridians flowed, and in the blink of an eye, he controlled his magic power. When he helplessly saw that Zhen Yihong was injured, a faint smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and the magic treasure gently floated before Zhen Yihong. He bitterly said, "Junior martial brother Zhen. You're not young anymore, why are you so easily angered? Take it, I'm just afraid that your magic tool will injure aura-refining disciples. Look at you, do you think I want to take your magic tool? Even if you beat this old man to death, this old man will never bully the weak." You! Zhen Yihong was truly angry, but when he looked at Xiaohua's calm expression, Xiaohua's gloating expression, Sun Shu and the others who were walking over from afar and didn't dare to approach, and the disciples with different expressions, he flicked his sleeve and put away his magic tool. He coldly glanced at Xiaohua again, then quickly walked up Sky Thunder Peak. Master, Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. He quickly walked over and bowed. I just happened to pass by. Helplessly turned around and scolded coldly, "That's why I blocked it for you. Look, if you don't build your foundation, an aura-refining disciple is just a fly in the eyes of a foundation establishment cultivator. They can be destroyed with a wave of their hand. This time, if you can't build your foundation, don't come back." He didn't wait for Xiaohua to say a second word and turned around to leave. Xiaohua straightened up and bit his lip. Looking at Helplessness's back, his eyes flickered. "Greetings, martial uncle Helplessness." When Helplessness passed by Sun Shu, Qian Diheng, and Kun Fian hurriedly bowed. Helplessness flicked his sleeve, took out a storage pouch and threw it to Sun Shu, saying, "Be careful on the way. Disciple understands." Sun Shu was obviously stunned by Helplessness's storage pouch. He didn't know whether he should accept it or not. He still wanted to say something. Qian Diheng hurriedly pulled Sun Shu's sleeve and cupped his hands, saying, "Many thanks for martial uncle's good intentions." Helplessness responded indifferently and quickly walked away. When he was far away from the mountain path, he used the hibernating thunder escape and flew away. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Xiaohua. Sun Shu and the other two quickly walked down. When they arrived in front of Xiaohua, Xiaohua raised his head, still looking at Helplessness's disappearing figure. The aura-refining disciples around him who were frightened had already crawled up. Not a single one was left. The disciples who followed behind all had fear on their faces and stayed far away. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao. Sun Shu called in a low voice, pulling Xiaohua's gaze back from the distance. Ha, Xiaohua, we meet again. Qian Diheng was far more affectionate than Sun Shu. He stepped forward and put his arm around Xiaohua's neck, calling out. Kun Fian's eyes flickered. He cupped his hands, saying, Greetings, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao. Xiaohua's expression was strange. He slightly frowned and said with a smile, Junior greets Senior Marshal Sisters and Senior Marshal Brothers. Then, without leaving a trace, he brushed away Qian Diheng's arm and said with a smile, Senior Marshal Brother Qian also advanced to the late stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Congratulations! Ha, you've already built your foundation once. I'm just at the late stage of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. What's there to congratulate? Qian Diheng said with a laugh, not minding it at all. Sun Shu's expression slightly changed. He carefully looked at Xiaohua's expression. Xiaohua's face was completely calm. He glanced around and said, Senior Marshal Brother Qian and Senior Marshal Sister Kun, where are you going to train? Sun Shu clenched his silver teeth and said in a low voice, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, Junior Marshal Brother Qian and Senior Marshal Sister Kun are also coming with us. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Senior Marshal Sister Sun, didn't you say it was just the two of us? Why did you suddenly change your mind? You also didn't mention it in your summoning talisman, right? When I sent you the summoning talisman, I indeed only planned to go with Junior Marshal Brother Qian. Sun Shu looked left and right. There were still many disciples going down the mountain. Sun Shu had no choice but to transmit her voice, but later on, things changed. I had no choice but to change my mind. Moreover, Junior Marshal Brother Qian and Senior Marshal Sister Kun are disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earthly Thunder Palace. You know them both. That place, they've also heard of it. It's just that everyone doesn't have absolute strength, so they don't dare to go. They were also against it at first, but when they heard that Junior Marshal Brother Xiao was going, they decided to go. Besides, there are still many people there. It's safer there. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, you won't not go, right? Sun Shu said in the end. There was actually a hint of pleading in her voice. Xiaohua, you won't turn your back on Senior Marshal Brother, right? Qian Diheng had a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and took the storage bag that Senior Marshal Brother Qian Diheng handed to her from Sun Shu. He said with a smile, Look, Senior Marshal Brother Qian Diheng entrusted you to us. If you don't go, this storage bag will be prepared for nothing. Senior Marshal Brother Qian Diheng's efforts will also be wasted. Chapter 1683. Flying in the air, Xiaohua's expression is calm. Sun Shu, Qian Diheng, and Kun Fian are flying in front. Their speed can be considered fast, but in Xiaohua's eyes, they are not worth mentioning. Xiaohua's face is expressionless, but he is muttering in his heart. It turns out that when Zhen Hao and Zhen Ming were killed by Xiaohua, there was a reaction in the place where the life tablets of Foundation Establishment and above disciples are placed. The master in charge of the tablets found something unusual and reported it to Thunderbolt Palace's palace master, Thunder Meng Daoist. Two Foundation Establishment disciples can't be compared to aura refining disciples. They actually died at the same time, and after checking the report, the two didn't leave Imperial Thunder Sect. They were killed in Imperial Thunder Sect at the same time. This can't help but make Thunder Meng Daoist angry, and this matter is naturally reported to Heavenly Thunder Palace. Therefore, Heavenly Thunder Palace also issued an order to Thunderbolt Palace to find out the truth. Unfortunately, Imperial Thunder Sect is so big, no one knows where the two died. After several days of searching, there is no result. And this time is also the time when Imperial Thunder Sect's aura refining disciples go out to gain experience. For the safety of the disciples, Heavenly Thunder Palace also postponed the time to find clues. This is also the reason why Sun Shu only told Xiaohua to set off half a year after sending the message. Although Zhen Hao and Zhen Ming's disappearance is not as big as Zhen Xie and Can Mingwei's disappearance, the masters of each Thunder Palace are still worried about their disciples going out to gain experience. They are afraid it is a scheme of Splendid Sect, Xuanyin School, and other sects, so they all ask their disciples to go out together. Sun Shu is a female cultivator and also Sun Ming's blood relative, so Sun Ming is also worried. Occasionally, when she knows that Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian are also going out to gain experience, she works with their masters to gather the three together. Just like Sun Shu said, she is also very unwilling. That place is hidden and the key to cultivating lightning escape, how can others know? But Sun Shu thinks that since she can know, Heavenly Thunder Palace and Earth Thunder Palace's disciples may not necessarily not know. After probing, Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian, who have the same background, really change their expressions. After all, that place is not a place where aura-refining disciples can go. Even if it is the key to cultivating lightning escape, the two have never thought about going there. But what if Xiao Hua was included? Xiao Hua's strength was incomparable, and his speed was also extremely fast. He was the best candidate to go with them. Thinking about how if they had an opportunity, not only would they be able to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, but they would also be able to reach the Core Formation realm. Therefore, the two of them agreed after thinking about it a little. Moreover, they had also agreed to keep it a secret from their master. They had high hopes for Xiao Hua, but who would have thought that Xiao Hua didn't care at all? The lightning evasion was admittedly a metamorphosis of a lightning cultivator, but he didn't need to specialize in the lightning evasion. As long as he cultivated the light evasion to a certain level, he would naturally succeed in cultivating the lightning evasion. He didn't need to take the risk. What annoyed him the most was that the three of them were tight-lipped about where that place was. They were determined not to tell him. They only said that they would let him know when they reached the Earth realm. Thus, even though the four of them left the Sky Lightning Peak, Xiao Hua remained in midair, refusing to fly half a step further. Only when Qian Diheng and the other two promised him many benefits, spoke many good words, and even brought out their helplessness, did Xiao Hua relent. As long as the three of them told him where they wanted to go, he would go. Who would have thought that the three of them would also smile wryly? As it turned out, they only got the general direction of that place from their teacher. As for how to find it specifically, that was another story. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also understood. This was a place that aura-refining disciples couldn't easily go, so how could their teacher reveal it to them? They could only know bits and pieces. In any case, he was going out to gain experience, so wasn't it fine if he went anywhere? It would be best if he couldn't find anything there, so he didn't need to take any risks. According to Sun Shu, that place is called Mingxi, one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. It's right on the border with the Huan country. The journey will take several months. During this time, I can refine the flames in my body and cultivate the prairie fire cultivation technique. Once I'm done refining the flames, I'll use the fire essence flame crystal to advance my cultivation level to the foundation building realm as soon as possible. Xiao Hua thought as he flew, Master is really ruthless. He won't let me come back until I reach the foundation building realm? Not far from Sky Thunder Peak, 4th Senior Martial Brother Zhen Weixing of Swallow Thunder Ridge stood there with a gloomy expression. Zhen Yihong's expression was reserved, and he stood at the side with his hands hanging down. He occasionally raised his head to look at Zhen Weixing. The other senior martial brothers behind him were also in the early stage of the foundation building realm, but they didn't dare to make a sound. 15th brother and 17th brother really did tell you. They wanted to avenge youngest junior martial brother's humiliation? Zhen Weixing suddenly asked. Naturally, the two junior martial brothers said it. Zhen Yihong answered without hesitation, these words. Youngest brother said it half a year ago. But the problem is, Xiao Hua was only an aura-refining disciple, he couldn't have. Zhen Weixing frowned, very puzzled. But then, his whole body shook, as if he had thought of something, and an inconceivable expression appeared on his face. Seeing his 4th senior martial brother's expression, Zhen Yihong's eyes also lit up, and he cried out in alarm, yes, that's right. That Xiaohua didn't have such a cultivation, but there was someone in Myriad Thunder Valley who had such a cultivation. Could it be like today, that he had been coveting in the dark for a long time, and the two junior Marshall brothers were ambushed in haste, so they died without any news? As soon as Zhen Yihong's words came out, the several disciples behind Zhen Weixing came to a realization, and hatred appeared in their eyes. Hee, I only had my eyes on Eastern Ridge and forgot about Myriad Thunder Valley. This senior Marshall brother helplessness has always followed the rules, and has a good reputation of being cautious and conscientious in my thunderous palace. I didn't expect him to be so scheming. Zhen Weixing sneered. This matter must be known to Master. He had no choice but to guard the 10,000 Lightning Valley. Every day, he would be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts. His cultivation has been tempered to an astonishing degree. Just the pressure alone is not something that you or I can withstand. Zhen Yihong said fearfully. That's right, helplessness took action. This is not a private grudge between us disciples, but a dispute between Myriad Thunder Valley and Thunderous Ridge. If Master doesn't say anything, how can we act? Zhen Weixing said faintly, looking in the direction of Myriad Thunder Valley in the distance. What about Xiaohua? That guy is now out of the Imperial Thunder sect, and without the protection of Myriad Thunder Valley, how can we just let him go? A disciple whispered. What do you think? My sixth junior Marshall brother, you've been in the middle stage of foundation establishment for several years now. Isn't it time for you to go out and gain experience? Zhen Weixing looked at his sixth junior Marshall brother Zhenming and said with a smile, however, you must be careful when you go out. Some qi refining cultivators are still acting strangely under the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. You have to be careful of the dangers outside. Zhenming slapped his head. That's right, I've been cultivating in Thunderous Ridge for a long time, but I haven't made any progress. If I don't go out and gain experience, how can I improve? I'll go back to Thunderous Ridge with you senior Marshall brothers, explain to Master, and report to Thunderous Palace. And if you want to go, then go quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find a place to gain experience. Zhen Weixing flicked his sleeve and said. His figure flashed, and he used the hibernating thunder escape to fly towards Thunderous Ridge. Xiaohua followed the three of them and flew for a long time. Only when the sky turned dark did he slow down. Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng, and the two of them exchanged glances. Sun Shu turned his head and said, Junior Marshall brother Xiao, we're going to change direction. He, just lead the way. I'll go with you. Xiaohua laughed mischievously. He didn't say much and followed the three of them to the north. After flying for a while, Qian Diheng slowed down and somewhat mysteriously landed next to Xiaohua. He said in a low voice, Junior Marshall brother Xiao, Thunderous Ridge's martial uncle? Why did he think of making things difficult for you? Xiaohua touched his nose, cursing in his heart. Sun Shu and Kuan Fian didn't even ask, so why the hell did you ask? Looking at Qian Diheng's mischievous smile, Xiaohua said unhappily, how would I know? I'm afraid it's because my eldest Marshall brothers snatched a dual cultivation partner that one of their disciples fancied, so they want to vent their anger on me? Qian Diheng stared blankly and almost fell down from the sky laughing. He held his stomach for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, Junior Marshall brother Xiao, this is something that happened almost 50 to 60 years ago. You still have the nerve to mention it? Strange, if it's not this, then what? Xiaohua said innocently, could it be, they thought that the two Thunderous Ridge disciples died in my hands? Ha! Qian Diheng laughed so hard that he almost fell over. He pointed at Xiaohua's nose. Those are two seniors who have built their foundation. Even if you can force Yun Xiaoyao to build her foundation, that doesn't mean you have the strength to fight against them. Don't you still have to rely on Fairy Hong Xia who has built her foundation? If you say you killed the two foundation establishment seniors, I can bet foundation establishment. Qian Diheng seemed to want to say, bet foundation establishment that Xiaohua couldn't kill Zhen Hao and Zhening. Xiaohua didn't dare to let him say it. He quickly waved his hand and said, yes, even you don't believe it. Why do you think that foundation establishment senior did it? How would I know? Qian Diheng curled his lips and said, maybe that senior's female disciple had some awkwardness with you. Xiaohua smiled and said, how could I have such charm? Junior Marshal Brother Qian, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, it's already late. Should we rest or continue? Sun Shu stopped and asked in a low voice with an indescribable expression in her eyes. Although she was asking the two of them, her beautiful eyes were staring at Xiaohua. Do you still need to say it? We're still in the territory of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Why are we dawdling here instead of leaving? Qian Diheng said impatiently. Xiaohua looked at the dark clouds in the sky and shook his head. It's late and the weather isn't good. It's better to rest for the night and continue tomorrow. It's also far from Mingxi. We can't get there in 1 or 2 days. Sun Shu looked at Kuan Fian. Kuan Fian nodded silently in agreement. All right, we'll do as Junior Marshal Brother Xiao says. Qian Diheng stretched his body helplessly. After flying for a day, I'm also tired. Meditating for a night is also good. Then the four of them landed and found a cave in the middle of the barren mountain. According to Sun Shu's idea, the four of them gathered together to meditate and cultivate. A cave could be used as much as possible. But Xiaohua didn't let it go. He didn't go too far away either. About 30 meters away from the cave, he raised the cloud-suppressing seal and smashed open a small cave. Chapter 1684. Seeing Xiaohua actually use the cloud-suppressing seal like this, Qian Diheng's face was full of resentment. He lamented, magic weapon on magic weapon, you are really throwing pearls before swine. This guy actually used you to make a hole. If you had a weapon spirit, wouldn't you be angered to death? You'd better quickly give birth to a weapon spirit and quickly throw yourself into Ai's embrace. I will definitely let you eat and drink well. Sun Shu and Kuan Fian were also astonished, but hearing Qian Diheng's nagging, their mouths unconsciously revealed a smile. Their inexperienced mood was obviously relaxed. Seeing that the cave made by Xiaohua using the cloud-suppressing seal could only hold Xiaohua alone, Qian Diheng cried out strangely, Junior Brother Xiao, what do you mean by this? Aren't the two of us here, resting? Xiaohua smiled and took out 3 messaging talismans from his bosom. He gave them to the two and said, Junior Brother has to cultivate tonight. It's best if others don't disturb me. I won't be with Senior Brother Qian. This is a messaging talisman that I refined myself. If anything happens at night, you can use it to wake Junior Brother up. Qian Diheng glanced at Xiaohua unhappily and said, it's only a distance of 10 zhang. Won't you know if you shout? Do you need a messaging talisman? Although they said so, the 3 of them still put the talismans into their storage pouches. When the 3 of them returned to their own cave, the 2 female cultivators cleaned up the inside. Sun Shu also carefully took out some spirit fruits from his storage pouch. When Qian Diheng went out to call Xiaohua to eat, he discovered that the cave that Xiaohua had just made was already gone. Illusion array? Qian Diheng was dumbfounded. He scanned with his divine sense and actually didn't find any clues. The location of the cave was exactly the same as the one next to it. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't dare to believe that there was a cave here. Junior Brother Xiao, Junior Brother Xiao. However, no matter how Qian Diheng called, Xiaohua didn't respond. It seemed that there really wasn't a cave. What's wrong? Sun Shu and Kuan Fian heard the voice and came over, similarly shocked. This guy is really abominable. Qian Diheng said fiercely, he obviously has such a rare array that can protect us, but he doesn't want to share it with us. He hides in a place and uses it. Damn it, call him out. I want to have a good talk with him. As he spoke, he took out the messaging talisman that Xiaohua had given him. Junior Brother Qian. Seeing this, Sun Shu hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, since Junior Brother Xiao has done this, he naturally has his reasons. You shouldn't disturb his cultivation. If there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. All right. Qian Diheng looked at them helplessly and turned around to follow the two back. Inside the cave, Xiaohua had long since closed his eyes and focused on refining the flames in his meridians. Now that he was at the early stage of the 16th layer of qi refining, he felt that his progress was much slower than before. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any time. As soon as he entered the cave, he immediately set up the formation. He wasn't afraid of attracting the attention of Sun Shu and the others. Since he would be traveling with the three of them for several months, they would find out about this sooner or later. Of course, Xiaohua was helpless as well. The formation he spoke of was strange as well, and it was quite different from the formations on Dawn Rain Continent. It was precisely the talisman shaped like a rabbit that he recalled in his mind a few years ago. This talisman was composed of 360 talismans, and he seemed to know the refining method. However, there was a problem during the refining process. The talisman characters of the rabbit talisman couldn't be imprinted on the talisman paper. No matter how many ideas Xiaohua thought of, he still couldn't succeed. In the end, Xiaohua had a flash of inspiration. He used the method of refining talismans to find some beast skin and beast blood in the space. Only then did he succeed in refining some of the talismans. Then, according to his memory, he set up these talismans, forming an incomplete rabbit defensive formation. Naturally, there was only one set of these talismans, and there wasn't a second set in the world for the time being. Therefore, Xiaohua couldn't let Qian Di hang and the others use it. As for why Xiaohua wasn't with them, looking at the countless small waves of air rising from the cave where Xiaohua was, as well as the extremely high temperature within half a foot of Xiaohua's body, it was clear that his cultivation was completely different from others. It wasn't necessary to tell others about it. While Xiaohua was cultivating, Sun Shu and the others also didn't dare to be negligent. After setting up some yellow talismans outside the cave, they also seized the time to cultivate. Although there wouldn't be any improvement in their cultivation, no one could say when the opportunity to build their foundation would arrive. The night was very gloomy. In the latter half of the night, there was a rumbling sound of thunder, and it actually started to rain. The raindrops were extremely large, extremely dense, and countless sounds entered everyone's ears. When the sky first lit up, the raindrops turned into rain lines, connecting the heaven and earth. Other than the heavy downpour, there was also the gloomy lightning and thunder in the night sky. There was no other scenery. Unfavorable start. Qian Di Heng stood in front of the cave, looking at the curtain of rain, and blurted out. Pei Pei, Kun Fei Yen immediately spat on the ground and said, "Junior brother Qian, how can you say this? Don't you think it's bad luck?" "It's just a feeling, Qian Di Heng hurriedly said. At the same time, a trace of a bad feeling arose in his heart. Immortal cultivators are most concerned about fate. Pills can be eaten carelessly, but some words can't be carelessly said. After Qian Di Heng heartlessly said this, his heart was filled with regret. At this time, about 10 zhang to the left of Qian Di Heng, a faint light flashed, and the outline of the cave that Xiaohua was hiding in appeared. Xiaohua flew out of the cave. "Junior brother Xiao." When Qian Di Heng saw this, his face showed joy. He also flew over to Xiaohua's side. At this time, the rain was pouring down. Xiaohua and Qian Di Heng stayed in the rain. There seemed to be a layer of transparent cover around their bodies, isolating them from the rain. Their robes and bodies didn't have the slightest trace of moisture. "Senior brother Qian, good morning." Xiaohua cupped his hands, looking at the dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. He shook his head and said, "This kind of weather is the power of heaven and earth. You and I cultivators are not afraid, but after all, it's not appropriate. If possible, we should stay here and wait for the rain to stop before continuing." At this time, Sun Shu and Kun Fian also flew up. According to Sun Shu's thoughts, they couldn't wait to grow a pair of wings on their back and fly to Mingxi in a flash. But Qian Di Heng's words just now and Xiaohua's suggestion, Sun Shu could only sigh and nod in tacit agreement. Everyone flew down again. This time, Qian Di Heng shamelessly wanted to stay with Xiaohua, wanting to see Xiaohua's array. Xiaohua had no choice but to let him in. Since Qian Di Heng came, Sun Shu and Kun Fian also followed. Xiaohua could only summon the cloud-suppressing seal and expand the cave by a lot. Only then did he take out the dozen or so shiny talismans and said with a smile, This little brother accidentally came across this thing in a marketplace. Because it was incomplete and I didn't know the specific method to use it, it fell into this little brother's hands. TSK. Qian Di Heng waved his hand and many talismans fell into his hand. After looking at them carefully, he couldn't bear to put them down and said, "All the good things are yours. This is a formation talisman, not an ordinary talisman, nor an ordinary yellow talisman. It's fine if you only have 1 or 2 talismans, but you actually made a set of over 10 formation talismans. How can I not be jealous? Also, junior brother Zhao's array is also strange." Kun Fian took the talismans from Qian Di Heng's hand and said with a strange light in his eyes, "The core of the array is the array plate. You didn't need the array plate to set up the array. It's really inconceivable." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This is originally an incomplete thing. Otherwise how could it fall into junior brother's hands?" Then, looking at the curtain of rain outside the cave, he said in a low voice, "Also, junior brother also pondered for many years without any results. Then, by chance, I found the method to set up the array. Only then could I barely set up the array. Everything was gathered together. What you got is..." Kun Fian said half a sentence and then stopped. This was a cultivator's privacy. It was inappropriate to ask too much. But Kun Fian's eyes turned slightly and said, "According to the masters of the Earth Thunder Palace who are proficient in arrays, the arrays on the Xiaoyu continent have been lost for a long time. So now, arrays can only be set up with array plates and array talismans. And some powerful cultivators use jade talismans to set up arrays. They don't use array plates." "Jade talismans?" Xiao Hua's eyes brightened, as if he had caught something. His rabbit talisman was also difficult to refine on talismans. Could it be that it can be refined with jade talismans? AI, don't talk about using jade talismans to set up arrays. Qian Di Heng sighed and said, "I can't even learn ordinary arrays. The refining of array plates and array talismans are all difficult. It's said that it's even harder than refining pills. I also don't have junior brother Zhao's good luck and can only watch from the side." As he spoke, Qian Di Heng handed the talismans to Sun Shu for her to see. Sun Shu didn't seem to know much about spirit arrays. He only looked at the dozen or so spirit talismans with envy before handing them to Xiao Hua. As he released his divine sense, he said, "Junior brother Xiao is really lucky. These spirit talismans are rare even for the masters of my Sun Thunder Palace." Excuse me. Xiao Hua took the talismans and said very embarrassedly. Ouch, just as Xiao Hua was speaking, Sun Shu frowned. His divine sense seemed to have been burned as he retracted it. He called out, "This mountain is a bit strange. The heavenly lightning is unceasing, and even my divine sense is restricted. Should we?" Sun Shu originally wanted to suggest leaving, but Xiao Hua's divine sense also swept over and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. "I'm afraid it's a bit late." Qian Di Heng and Kun Fian also released their divine sense slightly and their faces changed slightly. The thunder and lightning in the sky above the mountain was even more intense. The rolling thunder was actually somewhat similar to the thunder in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Even if the 4 of them were all disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and Qian Di Heng and the others had thunder attribute physiques, it would still be dangerous to forcibly fly away in this situation. "We have no choice but to stay here." Sun Shu felt some bitterness in her mouth. It had only been a day since they left the Imperial Thunder sect and they were actually trapped here. This was clearly not a good start. Glancing at Xiao Hua, Sun Shu was a bit angry and thought to herself, "If we weren't resting here, I'm afraid we would have already flown far away." Sigh. Sun Shu sighed and sat down, closing her eyes and not saying anything. Seeing that the 3 of them had each found a place to close their eyes and cultivate, Xiao Hua could only sit down. How could he have the nerve to drive the 3 of them away to cultivate? Without any other choice, he could only take out a jade slip for refining tools and immerse his divine sense in it to check. Chapter 1685. It was supposed to be noon, but the sky was completely dark, no different from nighttime. Streaks of lightning were like sharp swords striking the sky, leaving streaks of light behind. The rain was like the collapse of the heavenly river, endlessly pouring down. In less than half a day, the mountainous area where Xiaohua and the others were at had a lot of muddy water mixed with small rocks sliding down from the top of the mountain. This is too strange. Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked at the mud seeping in from the cave entrance. He didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dozen talismans and waved them in all directions of the cave. Seeing Xiaohua shoot out the talismans, Sun Shu and the others were surprised. Usually, they had seen their teachers set up arrays, but those array talismans were all placed on the ground without exception. However, Xiaohua's dozens of array talismans were placed on the top, bottom, left, and right, and seemed to have enveloped the entire cave. The three of them exchanged glances with each other, and there was joy in their astonishment. After all, the more Xiaohua had, the safer they would be. They rejoiced in their hearts for choosing to go with Xiaohua. Seeing that all the talismans had been shot out, Xiaohua's hand quickly formed a dozen seals. Every talisman flashed with a faint light where his magic power was activated. "Rise!" Xiaohua lightly scolded. He grabbed at the air with his hand, causing the spiritual energy fluctuations of more than 10 talismans to fluctuate. Qian Diheng felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings slightly rotate, but it immediately stopped. When he looked at Xiaohua again, he was already sitting cross-legged, motionless. Already arranged the array? Qian Diheng originally thought that there would be a big change, but when he saw that it was so calm, he was slightly disappointed. However, when he released his divine sense, he was shocked to find that his divine sense had been blocked inside the magic array and could no longer penetrate. "Senior brother Qian, this spell was originally incomplete. I was able to perform it with great effort. What else do you have in mind?" Xiaohua opened his eyes and said angrily, "Moreover, arranging the array will consume a lot of this little brother's spiritual energy. This little brother needs to rest first." Qian Diheng looked at Xiaohua with disdain, and then he also started to work hard. Just as Xiaohua finished setting up the array, mud rushed down from the top of the cave. It pushed away the plants and rocks, destroying the cave where Sun Shu and the others were resting. Xiaohua's array was also buried under the mud. After another 2 hours, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared tens of thousands of feet above the cave. Following the bright light of the thunderbolt, a palm-sized darkness appeared. This darkness seemed to be a mark of being torn apart by the thunderbolt. Suddenly, 2 dots of light appeared in the darkness. These 2 dots of light flickered like a pair of bright eyes. Following the appearance of these 2 dots of light, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in midair began to surge rapidly and converge towards these 2 dots of light. Furthermore, an overwhelming pressure was being emitted from these 2 dots of light. In the Imperial Thunder sect, which was closest to this place, a few deity transformation stage cultivators with plain faces opened their eyes in astonishment. Their powerful spiritual wills exchanged slightly, and at the same time, a strand of their spiritual will was separated from their bodies. These strands of spiritual will were about to fly out of the Imperial Thunder sect. 100 miles away from the cave, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator was about to fly towards the cave. However, the pressure had already been emitted. This cultivator fell from the sky, and after stabilizing his body, he no longer dared to move forward. He looked for a direction and fled in panic. At this moment, the 2 bright spots suddenly disappeared again, and a thumb-sized bottle flew out from the darkness. The pitch-black crack rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state. The small bottle streaked across the sky, flew to the west, and soon disappeared without a trace. Following the disappearance of the crack, the pressure also disappeared. At this moment, the Divine Transformation Cultivator's divine clones still hadn't left the Imperial Thunder sect. Several divine clones scanned the area again. As if they had discussed this beforehand, one divine clone flew out of the Imperial Thunder sect's forbidden area and flew towards the spot where the dots of light appeared. The other divine clones all returned to the divine transformation cultivators' bodies. When the divine clone reached the spot where the dots of light appeared, apart from the boundless rain and some lightning in the dark clouds, everything returned to normal. There were no longer any abnormalities. As for the divine clone, it was like the cultivator's physical body. It was surrounded by flowing light, blocking the rain outside. Could it be a foreign spiritual treasure has descended? The divine clone muttered to himself. The buzzing sound was like muffled thunder, causing the rain to tremble. Immediately after, an incomparably powerful divine sense was sent out from the spirit clone, sweeping across the surrounding dozens of miles. Strange. There's nothing here. Could it be they've left? The divine clone frowned and looked around. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the mud and saw where Xiaohua and the others were. Why are 4 little qi refinement cultivators here? Then, the divine clone pointed with his finger and was about to call Xiaohua and the others out. At this moment, the divine clone raised his eyebrows and his heart stirred. His left hand slowly formed a seal. The mysterious seal was actually a bit similar to the hand of karma in Xiaohua's space. Go. Before the divine clone could finish forming the seal, a brilliant light flashed around his body. The divine clone swayed and shot towards the southwest, which was similar to the direction the small bottle flew towards. Inside the cave, inside the formation, Xiaohua and the others were all paralyzed on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. That's right, when the 2 dots of light released their pressure, the 4 people closest to them couldn't avoid being alarmed by the pressure. That was such a terrifying pressure. A kind of ruthless, desolate, primitive and majestic feeling was born from the bottom of their hearts. For a moment, they felt that they were incomparably small and weak. Not only was their spiritual power unable to circulate, even the true qi around them seemed to have solidified. They couldn't circulate at all. Although it was only a moment, to them, it was like a few months or even a few years. Until the pressure had long disappeared and the divine clone in the air had also been projected away, Xiaohua murmured as if he was in a dream. Finally left? What kind of cultivation level is this senior? I feel that his cultivation level is unfathomable. Is there a senior undergoing tribulation here? Qian Diheng's gaze was also lifeless as he said blankly. No one answered him. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Kun Fian shook his head and said, "This is the territory of my Imperial Thunder sect. No one will undergo tribulation here. Among the seniors of my Imperial Thunder sect, I haven't heard of anyone undergoing tribulation here. My true qi has signs of foundation building." Sun Shu suddenly shouted in surprise. Chapter 1686. Hearing Qian Diheng's cry, Sun Shu and Kun Fei Yan also recovered from their fear and hurriedly checked their own cultivation. Sure enough, there were signs of true qi condensation. Unknowingly, the 3 of them revealed a joyful expression. "If you don't work hard now, when will you?" Xiaohua shouted, immediately waking the 3 of them up from their dreams. They sat up from the ground, facing the sky, and began to circulate their respective cultivation techniques. True qi slowly flowed in their meridians. But a day and night passed very quickly. Xiaohua's eager gaze gradually became dull. Although the 3 of them had a slight increase in their cultivation, none of them had taken the crucial step of foundation building. The next day, Kun Fei Yan was the first to open her eyes, full of unwillingness. Then, Sun Shu also stopped, sighed and stood up. After another incense stick's worth of time, Qian Diheng also stopped cultivating. Looking at the 2 senior sisters who had also not built their foundation, he said, "What a pity, I keep feeling like I'm about to build my foundation, but my true qi just can't condense." Yes, true qi is at the stage where it seems to be condensed but not condensed. If not for Master's reminder, I would have long tried to take the foundation building pill. Kun Fei Yan said with puffed up cheeks. The opportunity hasn't arrived. Sun Shu concluded, and the 3 of them sighed. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled and said, "What's wrong with 3 senior brothers?" You haven't even left the Imperial Thundersex territory and almost built your foundation. Isn't this a happy thing? If not for us staying behind by accident, how could we have encountered such a thing? If this isn't fate, then what is? Besides, although you haven't built your foundation, your cultivation is still a step closer. If you encounter another opportunity, won't it be easier for you to build your foundation? Isn't this much better than this little brother who failed to build his foundation? This little brother can't even congratulate you. What are you sighing about? Ha, junior brother Xiao is right. This brother was wrong. Qian Diheng was the most open-minded and immediately grinned. Sun Shu and Kuan also came to their senses. The gloominess from being trapped and the regret from just now were all swept away. The three of them had just started their training and they had already encountered a fortuitous encounter. This naturally indicated that this training was a success. All right, I'm afraid the rain has already passed. Let little brother take a look first, Xiao Hua said as he opened up the array and used his divine sense to look outside. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. Sun Shu and the other two also scanned the cave with their divine senses, and they too smiled bitterly. But the cave was already covered in mud, and many trees, weeds, and rocks were piled on top of the cave. The four of them were actually buried deep underground. Fortunately, the three of them had made sufficient preparations. They also had earth escape talismans. Each of them cast a spell and burrowed out of the ground. Xiao Hua also put away the talismans of the spell formation. As they flew into the air, the sun was right above their heads. The brilliant brilliance of the sun illuminated the mountains and rivers. Everything was full of vitality, and the danger from a few days ago was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the scenery below his feet and around him that was similar yet different from before, looking at the sun's eternal illumination, Xiao Hua understood something. The Tao of heaven and earth is precisely in this change that remains unchanged. No matter how much the world changes, the great Tao of heaven and earth will forever exist in the world. If cultivators of my generation can comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth, they can be considered as having achieved great success in cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart moved again. Cultivation realm, all kinds of spells, it seems, they are all the changes of the Tao of heaven and earth, and comprehending the Tao of heaven is probably the foundation? Just as he thought of this, Qian Diheng shouted again from not far away. Junior brother Xiao, why are you still in a daze? Let's hurry up and continue our journey? Ha, Xiao Hua laughed. I will listen to senior brother and sister's instructions. After he finished speaking, he followed Sun Shu and the others and flew towards the north. Previously, the Tao of heaven outside Xiao Hua's body was to pursue the improvement of his cultivation. On one hand, he comprehended the Tao of heaven and starry sky in the space. On the other hand, he could increase his cultivation speed at the speed of a turtle. However, he had never thought about why there was such a connection. Naturally, with Xiao Hua's cultivation and realm, it was impossible for him to know the relationship between the two. Now, he had an opportunity to comprehend the Tao of heaven by chance. Although it was very superficial, it was still true knowledge. Therefore, in his later cultivation, he wholeheartedly refined the flames in his meridians and even more painstakingly comprehended the Tao of heaven, getting closer and closer to the so-called heaven-reaching realm. It was Sun Shu who led Xiao Hua and the others to continue flying towards the north. After flying for about 10 days, they turned around and headed west, then north again. They kept flying for more than a month. During this time, apart from the north and west, they actually went to the east and south several times. Xiao Hua said that he wouldn't ask where they were going and would only travel with them. But after flying for so long, there was still no danger. Even other cultivators rarely saw this. On this day, Xiao Hua couldn't help but fly to Sun Shu's side and ask with a smile, Senior Sister Sun, this little brother has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. During this month, Sun Shu and the others didn't just bury themselves in hurrying on with their journey. At night, after cultivating, they often discussed with each other and exchanged their cultivation experiences. Xiao Hua asked a lot of questions, but there were also a lot of questions that could be answered. Moreover, many of Xiaohua's questions were often things that they didn't know or had never encountered before. Therefore, in Sun Shu's eyes, Xiaohua became more and more mysterious. The mark of a loose cultivator in his heart had long been discarded. At this time, when he saw Xiaohua ask, he promptly cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Xiao, if you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it." "It's nothing." Xiaohua looked at the clouds in the distance and said with a smile, "This little brother just thinks that although the place we are going to is hidden, that place isn't unknown to everyone. What's so strange about us going there to gain experience this time? Why do we have to go around in circles like this? We can just go there directly." As if he had already prepared for this, Sun Shu's face revealed a trace of a smile. "Junior brother Xiao was a loose cultivator before entering my Imperial Thunder sect. I presume that you have experienced more than us in the Dawn Rain continent. I wonder what fellow Xiao would think if he saw a cultivator wanting to go to a place that he absolutely couldn't go with his cultivation? This one would definitely think that cultivator has a special purpose." Xiaohua scratched his chin with his hand and said with a bitter smile, "But we are at the late stage of qi refining. Even if it's one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Dawn Rain continent, it's not necessarily impossible for us to go. Junior brother Xiao should know." Kun Fian at the side opened his mouth and said at this time, "If it's one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Dawn Rain continent, then Mo Zhao Black Forest, Ting Yen Yuan, N, and also the profound Yin Illusion realm, they are all the closest to my Imperial Thunder sect. Although this dark mystery isn't the furthest, it's still very far. If we are purely going to gain experience, naturally there's no need for us to go to the dark mystery. Since we are going to the dark mystery, then bystanders will definitely know that we have a special purpose. But for this, we have to deliberately create a maze." Xiaohua helplessly shook his head. Junior brother Xiao still doesn't have the awareness of being a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Qian Diheng said with a laugh, "How can the journey of our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples be a simple journey? With the guidance of our master's journey, why would we blindly wander around the Dawn Rain continent?" Sun Shu thought for a while, bit his lip and said in a low voice, "Actually, there's another reason. But, junior brother Xiao must be happy to hear this." "Say it, say it." Xiaohua's heart moved and he said with a wave of his sleeve, "This matter of the dark mystery is only known by a very small number of people in my Imperial Thunder sect. Not to mention Sun Thunder Palace and Zhen Thunder Palace, even the masters in Qian Thunder Palace and Kuan Thunder Palace who know about it can be counted with one's fingers. Therefore, we can't not let the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect know about our journey. In particular, we can't let the disciples of cultivator aristocratic families know." Sun Shu didn't mention loose cultivators, but since even the disciples of cultivator aristocratic families had to be concealed, those with loose cultivator backgrounds had to be concealed even more. If Xiaohua hadn't saved Sun Shu and his cultivation was higher than the three of them probably wouldn't have dragged Xiaohua to the dark mystery no matter what. Alas, so be it. Xiaohua had long known that there was no pure land in a cultivator's sect. Hearing this explanation, he also shook his head. This kind of estrangement seemed to be innate. Didn't they see that he also looked down on Jin Chikue? This humble Daoist is being frank with junior martial brother Xiao. I hope that junior martial brother Xiao can dispel your doubts. We really want to build our foundation, and we also need junior martial brother Xiao's help. We will not hide anything from you, nor will we have any thoughts that are not beneficial to junior martial brother Xiao." Sun Shu's tone was extremely sincere. Alas, senior sister Sun still misunderstood. As soon as Xiaohua heard this, he understood that Sun Shu was worried that he would blame her for not telling him in advance, so she explained so much. If it was someone else, they might really have some thoughts in their heart, but who was Xiaohua? His heart was very open, and he had always been considerate of other people's thoughts. How could he blame his own senior sister from the same sect? Besides, after killing 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, Xiaohua's state of mind was even higher than Sun Shu and the others. Even if Sun Shu had some dirty thoughts in her heart, why would he care? Junior brother Xiao, Cultivation is a path that goes against the heavens. Every cultivator has to seize the first opportunity. You can't blame us for being cautious. Qian Diheng flew to Xiao Hua's side and patted his shoulder, saying, I believe that junior brother Xiao has already failed to build his foundation once. Of course, you will cherish the next chance to build your foundation even more and know the hardships, right? The things in the dark mystery are very likely to allow junior brother Xiao to find the opportunity to build his foundation again. You say, can this kind of opportunity be known to others for no reason? Haha, is there even a need to say this? Naturally, it can't be leaked at all. Junior brother is not a fool. Xiaohua laughed. He himself had many secrets, how could he not know the importance of it? Very good, very good. Sun Shu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The stone in their hearts had been in their hearts ever since they left Sky Thunder Peak. Now they could finally put it down. If Xiaohua didn't ask for it for a day, they would be worried for a day. Now that Xiaohua asked, the four of them could be considered to have no gaps in their hearts. I like junior brother Zhao's magnanimous heart the most. Qian Diheng pointed his hand and said, Today, I will agree with junior brother Xiao. Although the things in the dark mystery depend on opportunity, I will give this opportunity to junior brother Xiao first. Sun Shu and Kun Fian were stunned, looking at Qian Diheng unexpectedly. Don't. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, Junior brother Qian understands senior brother Qian's thoughts. Since it depends on opportunity, then it depends on opportunity. If senior brother Qian can get it first, then it is senior brother Qian's. Junior brother, what? Junior brother Xiao wants to let me lose face? Qian Diheng pretended to be angry. Chapter 1687. Seeing Xiaohua and Qian Diheng giving way to each other, Kun Fian also felt a little warm in his heart. He advised, since it's an opportunity, where else can it be? Let's wait until we get there. Hi, you're right. Qian Diheng slapped his head and said, if we could get it earlier, I'm afraid we wouldn't have a share. Ha! Xiaohua laughed heartily again. His figure accelerated and flew towards the west. He said, since we are looking for fate, this little brother's luck has always been good. Let me take senior sister and senior brother on a trip to the west. Wait, wait, wait. Seeing this, Sun Shu called out, wait, 3 times. But Xiaohua was already far away, leaving the 3 behind and shaking their heads with a bitter smile. When Sun Shu and the other 2 caught up with Xiaohua, they said, Junior brother Xiao, you're going in the wrong direction. What's wrong? Don't you want to hide your tracks? Where are we going? Xiaohua scratched his head. Junior brother Xiao, 2,000 miles to the north is Weeping Moon City. It's the place we want to go. Sun Shu laughed. Strange, didn't you just say you want to hide your tracks? Won't we be exposed when we get to Weeping Moon City? Xiaohua knew there must be a reason. It's a diversion. Junior brother Xiao, how could you forget? Qian Diheng shook his finger in the air and said, besides, we still have a lot of things in our storage bags. If we don't go to Weeping Moon City to exchange, wouldn't it be a waste of our trip? I understand. Xiaohua nodded. Then, Xiaohua followed the 3 to the north. After flying for a while, Qian Diheng looked at Kun Fian and Sun Shu who were leading the way and whispered to Xiaohua, Junior brother Xiao, have you been to Weeping Moon City? Xiaohua's eyes turned, wondering why Qian Diheng whispered to him. He also whispered back, my cultivation was low before, so I've only been to Jinghua City and Yenyuan City. Oh, Qianyu City was also considered a passerby, but I've never been to Weeping Moon City. Well, since junior brother Xiao has never been to Weeping Moon City, then naturally you don't know the benefits of Weeping Moon City. Oh? Senior brother Qian, please give me some pointers. Qian Diheng nodded. Senior sister Sun was the one who decided on the route we took along this journey, but Weeping Moon City was my suggestion. It's only because I know the location of an artifact refinement facility in Jinghua City. This place doesn't care about the origin of your magic tool. As long as you can afford the spirit stones, You can change the appearance of your magic tool or even upgrade its grade. There's such a place. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He had read the ancient records for 5 years and knew of the 10 great cities and the 10 great danger zones. However, he had never seen these relatively secretive places. I see that the martial uncle of Swallow Thunder Ridge is making things difficult for you. I'm afraid he's not making things up. Presumably, your myriad Thunder Valley has some matters that you can't handle in Swallow Thunder Ridge, so I have some matters to attend to in this place. If you need anything, you can come with me. Qian Diheng said with a faint smile. That place is very mysterious. It is said that even magic treasures can be refined again. If you want to change the appearance of your magic treasure cloud-suppressing seal, it is naturally possible. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough spirit stones. At this point, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I'm afraid the spirit stones needed to refine magic treasures are a lot. Little brother, even if I take all of your spirit stones, it won't be enough, right? Of course you don't have spirit stones. You can also use other magic tools to exchange for them. Qian Diheng explained. In addition, some medicinal pills are also fine. Didn't junior brother Xiao get some medicinal pills at the Feather Immortal Assembly? If you take them all out, it should be enough. Then forget it. Xiao Hua shook his head. I'm still waiting to use those medicinal pills after I build my foundation. Kun Fian seemed to have sensed something and turned around to look at the two. Qian Diheng immediately shut up and smiled at Kun Fian. Kun Fian didn't see anything and continued to fly forward. Qian Diheng winked at Xiao Hua and didn't say anything else. They didn't say anything along the way. After flying for a few days, Xiao Hua saw that in the distance, there were hundreds of huge rocks arranged in a strange way on the ground. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Weeping Moon City is actually like this. Sure enough, Qian Diheng pointed with his finger and said, Junior brother Xiao, that place in the distance is Weeping Moon City. This Weeping Moon City is different from other cities. It is made of huge rocks. Look, those hundreds of huge rocks are the city walls of Weeping Moon City and also the Great Defensive Formation of Weeping Moon City. It is said that the Great Defensive Formation of Weeping Moon City is divided into 2 layers. The inner layer is the huge rocks, called the 100-change huge rock formation. When it is not activated, these hundreds of huge rocks protect the entire Weeping Moon City. It is purely for defense. But once it is activated, those hundreds of huge rocks will leave their original positions and float in the air. They can both attack and defend. The most powerful one is the second layer of formation, called the 10,000 Stacking Waves Formation. It is said that when it is activated, the tens of thousands of rocks within dozens of miles of Weeping Moon City will be controlled by the formation. From top to bottom, from front to back, it will protect Weeping Moon City. It is like a rolling ball of huge rocks. Unless there is a powerful person or a cultivation sect attacking, it will be impossible to break through. Oh my, it is so powerful. Xiao Hua stuck out his tongue. The power of Weeping Moon City was recorded in the ancient books of Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and only expressed his amazement. Yes, the ancestor of Weeping Moon City is a master of formations. It is because of the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Weeping Moon City that he built this city from the rocks. This kind of powerful person is really worthy of my respect. As Sun Shu and the others spoke, the 4 of them had already flown to the front of Weeping Moon City. I am afraid that flying is going to be forbidden. Xiao Hua thought to himself when he saw that they were still a few miles away from Weeping Moon City. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua's body tightened, a great force pulled Xiao Hua to the ground. Sun Shu said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, let us land. In front of us is the forbidden area of Weeping Moon City. And Xiao Hua nodded. Everyone landed. Weeping Moon City didn't seem to be as lively as Jinghua City. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 or 3 cultivators landing from all directions and entering Weeping Moon City. Moreover, unlike Jinghua City, Weeping Moon City didn't have any city gates. There were gaps between the huge rocks in front of them. Xiao Hua and the other cultivators in front of them were free to enter from different places without any obstruction. Even the situation inside the huge rocks wasn't blocked. Everything could be seen at a glance. The city lord of Weeping Moon City is said to be a nascent soul female cultivator named Fairy Weeping Moon. She is a master of formations. The way she opens the door to welcome guests is really impressive. I wonder when I will have the opportunity to pay her a visit. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the huge rock formation of Weeping Moon City. He couldn't help but think of his rabbit talisman and the formations he had comprehended. Chapter 1688. Of course, Xiao Hua was the only one who knew what he was thinking. He knew that he was dreaming. Fairy Qiue was a nascent soul stage senior and the lord of a city. How could she possibly communicate with a mere qi refining stage cultivator? It would be impossible for them to even meet once. Immediately, Xiao Hua followed Sun Shu and the other two and picked a place to enter Qiue City. However, when Xiao Hua reached the gap between the boulders, there seemed to be no obstruction at all. Even his divine sense couldn't detect any obstruction. However, a very subtle thing swept past Xiao Hua's body. This feeling was also the result of Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense. Only his Buddhist sense could detect a trace of it. Moreover, Xiao Hua's eyes turned a few times and he hid this strange feeling in the bottom of his heart. When he walked through the gap between the boulders and entered Qiue City, Xiao Hua was still dumbfounded. It turned out that what the naked eye saw was far from the truth. The bustling and prosperous scene inside Qiue City was completely different from what Xiao Hua had seen outside the city. The figures and traces of the cultivators who had entered the city earlier were all illusions created by the formation. The real figures had long since disappeared. AI, it really is a great formation protecting the city. It's far from what I can guess with my current cultivation. Xiao Hua secretly smiled and shook his head. Qiue City was different from Jingbo City and Yenyuan City. All kinds of buildings were piled up with huge boulders and had a rough style. Even the streets inside the city were more than twice as wide as the other two cities. The shops on both sides of the street were equally wide. However, what was similar was the signboards of the shops and the smiling low-level cultivators standing in front of the shops. Two spirit beasts that were several times larger than camels were carrying an incomparably large flower carriage. The flower carriage was suspended in the air and was pulled by the spirit beasts. They quickly flew past Xiao Hua and the others and quickly rushed to the end of the street. Xiao Hua knew that these spirit beasts were the specialty of Qiue City, spirit camels. They were powerful, fast, and most importantly, gentle. They were used to pull carriages and were quite similar to the flying feather beasts of Yenyuan City. While he was thinking, an empty car slowly came from afar. Qian Diheng took a step forward, stretched out his hand and called, "Buddy." There was a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator sitting on top of the spirit camel pulling the carriage. When he saw someone blocking the carriage, he patted the protruding hump on the back of the spirit camel. The spirit camel raised its head and neighed before galloping towards Qian Diheng. "Let's go, junior brother Xiao. It's forbidden to fly in Qiue City. It's a bit far for us to walk to the inn. Let's take the spirit camel carriage. After we get on the carriage, I'll tell you more." Qian Diheng turned around and explained to Xiao Hua with a smile. However, before he could finish his words, a cultivator walked out of a shop about 3 meters to the left of Qian Diheng. When that cultivator saw the spirit camel carriage in front of him, he stepped on it without even looking at it. "Fellow Daoist, this carriage was called by the fellow Daoist in front. Please get off and wait for the next carriage." The cultivator driving the carriage didn't dare to drive the spirit camel. He looked at Qian Diheng and turned around to say to the cultivator who got on the carriage. Just as the cultivator spoke, another 6 or 7 cultivators walked out of the shop. They were all 10th layer qi refining cultivators. When these cultivators saw the cultivator in front of them get on the carriage, they all laughed and wanted to go up. Qian Diheng had already noticed this. His expression was very ugly. He coldly walked to the front of the spirit camel carriage and scolded, "This is the spirit camel carriage I called. How can you be the first to get on it?" Hurry up and get off. This group of cultivators was stunned. The cultivators who didn't get on the carriage didn't matter. However, if the cultivators who got on the carriage got off, they would lose face. However, when they saw Qian Diheng's late 12th layer qi refining cultivation and the 3 people behind him, they couldn't help but hesitate. What? You still don't want to get off? Qian Diheng's sneer became even wider. Humph, I got on the carriage first. I didn't see anyone calling for a carriage. Although your cultivation is high, you can't be unreasonable. When the cultivator who got on the carriage saw that there were people watching, he unconsciously became emboldened and stood up to shout. Then he said to the cultivator driving the spirit camel, I often walk around Chiyu City. I have sat in this fellow Daoist spirit camel carriage before. Tell me, who got on your carriage first? Just as the owner of the spirit camel was hesitating, another cultivator walked out of the shop with joy on his face. This cultivator was holding something in his hand. When he saw the many cultivators in front of the spirit camel, he frowned. He looked around and saw Xiaohua and the others. However, at that moment, his eyes were filled with shock. Then a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. He turned around and returned to the shop once more. However, Xiaohua and the others were looking at Qian Diheng and the cultivators on the spirit camel carriage with great interest. They didn't see the cultivator who came out of the shop at all. Fellow Daoist came first. Obviously, the owner of the spirit camel was intimidated by the cultivator. He cupped his hands and said to Qian Diheng with panic on his face, Senior, I was dazzled and thought you were going to get on the carriage. Since you didn't, please look at the other carriages. With that, an empty spirit camel carriage came slowly from not far away. The cultivator driving the carriage was overjoyed. He quickly stood up from the spirit camel carriage and waved his arms while shouting. Unfortunately, what kind of temper did Qian Diheng have? As a disciple with a powerful background in the Heavenly Thunder Palace, how could he give in so easily? What? A disciple of my Thunder Control sect was bullied by a 10th level Qi refining cultivator in Chiyu City? Damn it, I'd like to see which famous sect dares to rob a disciple of my Thunder Control sect. Qian Diheng reached out his hand and grabbed the spirit camel carriage's nose and said angrily without looking at the empty carriage. Thunder Control sect? The cultivator driving the carriage turned pale. He quickly turned his head and bowed, saying, Senior brother, can you go to the carriage in front? Boy. Thunder Control sect. A trace of fear appeared on the faces of those cultivators. They unconsciously looked at each other in dismay. You're really a coward. How come you retreat when you see a famous sect? You've become unreasonable even though you were reasonable. That's right. If it's I'll definitely not get off the carriage. Magic is forbidden in Chiyu City. So what if you're a disciple of the Thunder Control sect? You have to be reasonable. It seemed that many cultivators had a lot of opinions about the famous sections. At this time, seeing the situation, they also added fuel to the fire. Humph, fellow brothers, others care about the Thunder Control sect. Why should we care about them? Come on, I'd like to see what the city guards of Chiyu City do. The cultivator who had already got on the carriage sneered and called out. The cultivator driving the carriage turned even paler. He had to turn his head and beg Qian Diheng again, Senior brother of the Thunder Control sect, no, martial uncle, please turn around. That spirit camel carriage is fast and stable. A bunch of cowards. Qian Diheng was angry. He used his strength to pull his hand. The spirit camel was pulled by him. It seemed to be in great pain. It tried its best to support itself and raised its hoof to lift Qian Diheng. The spirit camel fruit was indeed a spirit beast with great strength. Qian Diheng's hand shook and the spirit camel fruit broke free. Damn it! Qian Diheng was angry. His face was slightly red. He slapped his hand and was about to take out a magic tool from his storage bag. Sun Shu was shocked. He quickly stepped forward and held Qian Diheng's arm. He transmitted his voice. Junior brother Qian, don't be angry. The other cultivators saw this and knew that Qian Diheng would not do anything. They laughed and began to board the carriage. The last cultivator glanced around and looked at the shop behind him with a strange expression. Is that so? I heard that Chiu's city does not allow the use of magic power to fight? Xiaohua smiled and stepped forward. He quickly grabbed the spirit camel fruit's hoof. The spirit camel fruit was obviously scared. It quickly pulled back. But in Xiaohua's hand, how could it struggle? Soon after, Xiaohua effortlessly grabbed the spirit camel's hoof and exerted a bit of force. The spirit camel screamed and lost its balance and fell to the ground. The owner of the spirit camel immediately jumped off the spirit camel's back. The carriage on the spirit camel's back was also tilted. Other than the first cultivator who forced himself to remain standing, the others also jumped off the spirit camel. The spirit camel fruit first lay down and then struggled to get up. Xiaohua stepped forward and pressed one hand on the spirit camel fruit's back. He sneered, "I want to see if this spirit camel fruit, can it still carry people?" Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The spirit camel was a common thing in Weeping Moon City, and everyone knew how strong it was. Xiaohua was able to subdue it with a single hand, so how strong was he? Of course, strength was secondary to cultivators. However, when magic power was not allowed to fight, strength was obviously superior. Where is senior brother Chang? Why hasn't he come out yet? The last cultivator looked around and shouted, "Senior brother Chang?" The others were also shocked. They exchanged glances and shouted to the cultivator who was still on the spirit camel fruit, "Senior brother Tsong, senior brother Chang is still in the store. Is something wrong? Let's go in and take a look." Fine. Senior martial brother Tsong glared hatefully at Xiaohua and the others and said, "Weeping Moon City is a place of reason. If it weren't for my senior martial brother, this poor Daoist would never let this matter rest." After that, he jumped down from the spirit camel fruit and followed the others into the store. "I want to see who is the one who won't let this matter rest." Qian Diheng clapped his hands and was about to follow the others in. "Forget it." Sun Shu quickly stopped Qian Diheng. "Don't lower yourself to the same level as these lowly cultivators. It will tarnish the reputation of our Imperial Thunder sect." Qian Diheng stomped his feet and was about to get on the spirit camel fruit. "Why are you getting on this?" Xiaohua loosened his grip and let go of the spirit camel fruit. He pointed and said with a smile, "Why don't you take the spirit camel fruit over there?" That's right." Qian Diheng glanced at the cultivator who was standing next to the spirit camel fruit with a pitiful look. He laughed and got on the other spirit camel fruit. A pitiful person must have something to hate. Kun Fian concluded and got on the other spirit camel fruit as well. Chapter 1689. The spirit camel carriage was very fast, and the Weeping Moon City was very big. Obviously, Qian Diheng already had a plan. After getting on the spirit camel carriage, he told the cultivator driving the carriage the name of an inn. Sun Shu blinked and didn't refute. The spirit camel carriage walked for an hour before arriving in front of a luxurious-looking inn. Qian Diheng took out spirit stones to pay the bill. Xiaohua glanced at it and couldn't help but feel a little heartache. He didn't expect that riding the spirit camel carriage would actually cost so many spirit stones, but thinking about the half-hour journey, it would really be a headache. This heartache and this headache, it seemed that he had to choose the same. As for the accommodation, Qian Diheng was also generous. He asked for 4 rooms, 1 for each person. After waiting for the waiter to eagerly send the 4 people to their rooms, Xiaohua took the magic tablet, looked at it casually, and threw it on the table in the room. He then sat cross-legged on the cloud bed, quietly waiting for Qian Diheng to come. Unexpectedly, after a long time, he still didn't see Qian Diheng's figure. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that senior martial brother Qian's personality has changed? At this time, footsteps came from outside the room, and Sun Shu's voice came, "Junior martial brother Xiao, can I go in?" Xiaohua jumped up from the cloud bed and said with a smile, "Senior martial sister Sun, please come in. The restriction of eyes room is not open." Sun Shu entered the room, looked around, and said apologetically, "I originally wanted to book another inn in the Weeping Moon City, but I didn't expect junior martial brother Qian to insist on coming here." The conditions here are a little bad. I hope junior martial brother Xiao doesn't mind. Xiaohua knew that Sun Shu came with a purpose, so he said with a smile, I'm just a loose cultivator, and I'm already very satisfied with these conditions. Senior martial sister Sun, what brings you here? Sun Shu nodded, looked around, and said with a sound transmission, although we came to the Weeping Moon City to deceive people, we still have to go to the Weeping Moon City's price negotiation. What I didn't tell you in detail before is that the Weeping Moon City's bargaining conference is quite unique. Many mystic instruments and even mystic treasures of unknown origin are brought here to be exchanged. Junior brother Qian must have chosen this place for the purpose of the bargaining conference. I have already made some inquiries, and it just so happens that there will be a price negotiation meeting in 3 days. If junior brother Xiao is interested, shall we go together? Hearing this, Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, Good, this little brother hasn't come out to travel for a long time. I'm just looking for some good things to bring back. Then it's settled. Junior brother Xiao can cultivate here for the next few days, or you can go out and enjoy the scenery. In 3 days I will come and get junior brother. Xiaohua nodded and said, Senior apprentice sister Sun arranged it very well. Little brother has no objections. Little brother is meditating in the room. When the time comes, I will wait for senior sister's call. Sun Shu covered his mouth and laughed. Junior brother Xiao is quite peaceful. I don't have to worry about him. There seemed to be a hidden meaning behind these words, and Xiaohua's face turned red. However, after Sun Shu took a few steps, he turned back and said, Oh right, there is a special spirit herb in Sobbing Moon City that is used by Foundation establishment cultivators. Junior brother Xiao, if you have the time to go out and try your luck, you might be able to find something. Senior Sun is talking about the Yilian green fruit, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. Junior brother Xiao is quite knowledgeable. The climate near Sobbing Moon City is dry and the Earth's spiritual energy is dense. It's a good opportunity for the Yilian green fruit to grow. Many cultivators come to Sobbing Moon City for this special spirit fruit. Sun Shu said with a strange expression. After all, when Xiaohua first went to the Feather Immortal assembly with her, he didn't seem to know a lot of things. She was just reminding him out of kindness. She didn't expect Xiaohua to read a lot of ancient books in these 5 years. Although he didn't travel, he still understood a lot. Xiaohua scratched his head and didn't explain. He shook his head slightly. This Yilian green fruit is good, but it's used to improve the structure of true essence. It's used for early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to break through. It doesn't seem to have any effect on aura-refining cultivators like us, right? Speaking up to here, Xiaohua's heart was slightly moved. His cultivation was constantly improving, different from other 12th-layer aura-refining cultivators whose cultivation was stagnant. Would this Yilian green fruit be useful to him? I just feel that although junior brother Xiao failed to build his foundation, with junior brother Zhao's aptitude, you can definitely build your foundation in the future. Didn't the ancients say? When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a great man, they must first torment his will, tire his muscles and bones, starve his body, empty his body, and disturb his actions, right? Junior brother Xiao only needs to be patient and you can achieve what you can't. Foundation establishment, gold core, you can just raise your hand. Sun Shu stared at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes and said very sincerely. When Xiaohua heard this, he also raised his head and looked at Sun Shu's gaze. He saw that her pure gaze was full of trust and didn't have the slightest trace of contempt. Xiaohua said with a smile, Thank you, senior sister Sun. Junior brother definitely won't disappoint senior sister. Junior brother Xiao, go ahead and cultivate. I'm leaving. Sun Shu's face inexplicably reddened. Her words were admittedly filled with trust in Xiaohua, but they also contained encouragement. Seeing Xiaohua's unparalleled self-confidence, who knew how many times stronger than the decadence of many cultivators who failed to build their foundation, her heart couldn't help but become slightly chaotic. After Sun Shu left, Xiaohua sat on the cloud bed for a while, but he still didn't see Qian Diheng coming over. He couldn't help but feel anxious. In his storage pouch, he still had the 4-phase wheel, 100-layer cloud seal, MO cloud armor, and a spear-shaped magic tool. That magic tool and 4-phase wheel weren't as offensive as the cloud-suppressing seal, but the 100-layer cloud seal and MO cloud armor were defensive magic tools. In the cultivation world, defensive magic tools were much rarer than offensive magic tools. It was rare that Swallow Thunder Ridge, which was an inheritance of refining, could suddenly take out 2 defensive magic tools to deal with Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua didn't know that he could reforge magic tools in Weeping Moon City, but since he knew, how could he not have thoughts about it? After all, although Xiaohua's current physical body was tough, it couldn't be compared to magic tools. Without a protective magic tool, wouldn't it be the same as not wearing a Daoist robe? However, when Xiaohua arrived at Qian Diheng's room, Qian Diheng removed the restriction. After hearing Xiaohua's request, Qian Diheng unconsciously smiled mysteriously and said, "Junior brother Xiao, don't be anxious about this matter. We can't go anywhere at the same time. Anyway, there are still 3 days before the price negotiation. Let me explore the path first and figure out the twists and turns, then I'll tell junior brother Xiao. What do you think?" Junior brother understands. Xiaohua nodded emotionally. He was also worried about how to take out magic tools in front of Qian Diheng. This arrangement was exactly what he wanted. Soon after, Xiaohua returned to his room. Looking at the furnishings in the room, he knew that this place wasn't suitable for him to cultivate. Frowning, he took out the jade slip for refining tools and carefully studied it. After a long time, Xiaohua didn't carefully calculate the time. He didn't know which part of the refining tool he saw, but Xiaohua's heart was moved. He floated up from the cloud bed, took out a magic tablet, opened the restriction in the room, and walked out of the inn. "Sir, where are you going?" Seeing Xiaohua come out of the high-priced room, the waiter waiting outside quickly came to greet him. Looking at the waiter's flattering face, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. This waiter's cultivation base was at the 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm. Several years ago, when he was in the Shang Huaming and Heaven Forsaken, he had always been pursuing the realm. But now, this 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. He could only be servile in front of him. The realm and cultivation that cultivators pursue are not without reason. Master's encouragement and supervision are also not wrong. Thinking of this, Xiaohua recalled Wu Hen's encounter on Sky Thunder Peak. If it wasn't for him being worried, how could Wu Hen run from Myriad Thunder Valley to Sky Thunder Peak? "Unfortunately, I'm a good-for-nothing disciple. I'll have to disappoint Master for a few years." Xiaohua's gaze was somewhat erratic. "Sir?" Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, the waiter didn't dare to say anything else. He called out in a low voice and retreated to the side. Xiaohua glanced at him and felt a trace of pity in his heart. It was as if he was looking at himself from several years ago. He patted his hand and took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch. He handed it over and said with a smile, "Waiter, I want to see a tool refining shop. Are there any good shops you recommend?" "There's no need for a spirit stone." The waiter didn't expect Xiaohua to give him a spirit stone. He quickly declined and said with an apologetic smile, "There's a shop in the east of the city called Luanji. It's a famous old shop in Chiyu City. The shop's owner has 1,000 years of inheritance and is the most authentic. If Sir Daoist goes there, you can mention my name and it'll be 10% cheaper." "Waiter, you sure know how to fool people. Who doesn't know that there's a shop in Chiyu City? That shop is also close to here. You want this fellow Daoist to go to Luanji's shop? I'm afraid you have some selfish motives." A cultivator with a ruddy complexion just happened to walk out of the room. When he heard the waiter's words, he sneered. "I'll let this Daoist know." The waiter's face immediately turned red and he quickly said, "I do know the owner of Luanji's shop, but his things are really good. Although Chiyu sect is close, their things are more than 30% more expensive than Luanji's. Everyone wants to go because of Chiyu sect's signboard, but no buts." The 10th layer Qi refining cultivator flicked his sleeve and said, I don't need to worry about their goods because of Chiusek's signboard. Who knows what kind of background this Luanji has? Then, he cupped his hands toward Xiaohua and said, Senior Marshal Brother, I know the way to Chiusect. May I have the honor of showing you the way? Xiaohua looked at the blushing waiter and then at the eager cultivator. He smiled and said to the waiter, Brother waiter, you haven't told me your name yet, have you? How can I be taken care of if I go there? Brother waiter? When the waiter heard this, his expression became even more excited and he stuttered, I'm surnamed Fan, named Yi. I've been with Luan Jianming since I was young. Luan Jianming? When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Needless to say, this was definitely the owner of Luan Ji's shop. How high could his cultivation be if he grew up with Fan Yi? A second-layer qi refining shopkeeper, what magic tools could he possibly refine? Fellow Daoist, you should go to Chiusect. The cultivator laughed loudly. Luan Jianming is a waiter of Luan Ji's shop. Fan Yi knew he said something wrong and hurriedly explained, the shopkeeper of Luan Ji's shop is an elder from his clan, Luan Han. Hee, thank you, brother waiter. Xiaohua waved his hand and the spirit stone floated in front of Fan Yi. Then he left the shop without looking back. Fan Yi held the spirit stone in his hand and his eyes were filled with gratitude. At this moment, a faintly discernible speck of light quietly appeared in Xiaohua's Buddha's heart. It appeared so ordinary that Xiaohua didn't notice it at all. Chapter 1690. Luan Ji store was indeed famous. Xiaohua stopped a spirit camel carriage and the driver immediately recognized the name. Xiaohua didn't even need to say a fifth word. Of course, after the spirit camel carriage traveled for a full hour, Xiaohua sat at the back of the carriage and looked at the scenery of sobbing Moon City to his heart's content. Only then did they arrive at a relatively quiet place. Although it was called quiet, it was actually a remote place with few people. It was far less lively than the inn. At the end of a street that wasn't very wide, there was a shabby shop that wasn't too big standing there alone. There was a big hammerhead sign hanging on it, similar to a workshop in the secular world. Xiaohua looked around and shook his head. This kind of remote place, if it wasn't for Fan Ye's guidance, who would spend spirit stones to ride a spirit camel carriage here? Even if the 7 skills sect's magic tools are a bit more expensive, I'm afraid I can still take advantage of this little bit of spirit stones. However, the 7 skills sect had chased after Xiaohua to kill him. Xiaohua had always disliked the 7 skills sect, so how could he take care of their business? I won't even give half a spirit stone to the 7 skills sect. Xiaohua curled his lips and walked toward Luan Ji's store. At the same time, Xiaohua's appearance also changed slightly. When he arrived in front of Luan Ji's store, he had already used the stealing the sky technique to change into another person. Luan Ji's store was quite big. All kinds of coarse materials were placed in different places. In the middle of the store was a very strange 5-star shaped counter. In the middle of the counter, a short and fat cultivator was actually sitting there and taking a nap. Yes, he was taking a nap. When Xiaohua saw this, he almost rubbed his eyes. Which cultivator didn't cultivate diligently in order to break through before the end of their lifespan? Even if they didn't make any progress, they still racked their brains to find a chance. He had never seen anyone napping during the day. Cough cough, Xiaohua stepped into the store and coughed twice. He released his divine sense and carefully observed the materials. Huff huff, Xiaohua's coughing not only didn't wake the fat man up, but also caused him to snore. Damn it. If I were to do that, wouldn't Master have flown into a rage? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He simply walked around the shop. Whenever he saw something he liked, he would reach out his hand and take the material in his hand, carefully observing it. Xiaohua had read through most of the jade slips regarding the refining of tools in Swallow Thunder Ridge. He had never truly practiced the Tao of refining, so it was hard to say how good he was. But in terms of identifying materials, Xiaohua was full of confidence. After he finished looking through the items in the store, he couldn't help but nod to himself. Fan Yi was right. The items in the store were indeed not bad. Not only was there a variety of items, but the quality was also excellent. Alas, cultivators are actually the same as mortals. They all care about fame. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he thought. Moreover, the fragrance of wine is afraid of being hidden deep in the alleys. This Luanji store has some background, but its reputation can't compare to Seven Skills Sex. Moreover, it's located in such a remote place. How can it be popular? Soon after, Xiaohua raised his head again. He saw that there were more than 10 partitions on the pentagonal counter. Each partition had some grids. The grids were of different sizes, and there were some small objects that looked like Dharma treasures but weren't Dharma treasures. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on a small object that looked like a peacock, his heart trembled and he couldn't help but walk over. That grid didn't have any fluctuations of spiritual energy, so it probably didn't have any restrictions. Xiaohua didn't even think about it and grabbed at the air. The peacock flew out of the grid. However, as soon as the peacock jumped out of the grid, a spark flew out from each of the 5 corners of the 5-star-shaped platform. These 5 sparks were also special. They were actually separated into 5 different colors and flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua was startled. Although the sparks were small, they were extremely powerful. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that the 5 sparks were rapidly absorbing the 5 elements' spiritual energy. They grew larger and larger. By the time they reached Xiaohua, they had already condensed into the size of a wicker basket. 5 different colors rapidly revolved within it, aiming straight for Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua smiled. He stretched out his left hand and used an ice seal to seal the fireball. However, the instant the seal sealed the fireball fiercely expanded and absorbed the ice seal's magic power. Soon after, with a "pung" sound, it exploded. Xiaohua's expression changed when he saw this. His right hand didn't dare to be negligent. He grabbed at the air again and sealed the exploding fireball. Soon after, an explosive force came from his right hand. Xiaohua's hand shook twice before it gradually disappeared. Damn it, what kind of fireball is this? It's so powerful? Even a 12th layer qi refining cultivator might not be able to completely control it. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. Where did this little thief come from? Only now did the sweaty fatty wake up. He didn't have time to wipe away the sparkling saliva at the corner of his mouth. When he saw Xiaohua's young appearance, he immediately shouted. At the same time, he slapped his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans. He looked around in a somewhat flustered manner. Xiaohua looked thoughtfully at the chaotic spiritual energy in his right hand and said, "Fellow Daoist, don't panic. I was just looking around." Looking around? You can touch other people's things just by looking around? The fatty said casually. He seemed to still be a bit sleepy. Jamming? How can you be so impudent? A rebuke came from behind the shop. An 11th layer qi refining middle-aged cultivator quickly walked out. The fatty woke up at this moment and looked at Xiaohua. It would have been better if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. He quickly threw the yellow talisman into his storage pouch and bowed. Junior Luan Jiaming greets Senior. That respectful look on his face showed that his attitude was very proper. You're the Luan Jiaming that Fan Yi spoke of? Xiaohua said with a smile. It must be hard on you to be able to sleep in the middle of the day. Luan Jiaming's face was flushed red. He mumbled something but didn't know what to say. Fellow Daoist was recommended by Fan Yi. The cultivator who came later stepped forward and saluted. I, Luan Han, greet fellow Daoist. Fan Yi is quite considerate. Fellow Daoist, take a look. All materials, magic tools, and so on, I will give fellow Daoist a discount. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. He pointed at the pentagonal counter and asked. Let's not talk about other things first. I want to know what's going on with that fireball that contained the qi of the 5 elements. Oh, as expected, fellow Daoist has a good divine ability. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Luan Han's face also showed a trace of respect. This is my Luan Ji's ancestral frigid flame. If you're not at the foundation establishment stage, you absolutely can't easily extinguish it. Frigid flame? Xiao Hua slightly furrowed his brows. He carefully recalled but didn't seem to have any impression. Hee, what a pity. By Ai's generation, most of the frigid flame had already been lost. It can only be used to refine tools. But according to ancient legends, this flame is the flame seed of the celestial world's heavenly fire. At its peak, it has the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't know, Luan Han proudly explained. Chapter 1691. Heavenly Flame Seed? When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. The heavenly flame of the immortal world was something from legends. He already felt that it was amazing that he could control the true Samadhi fire, but this Luan family actually had a heavenly flame seed? This was truly hilarious. However, this fireball's power is really great. Although it might not be a heavenly flame seed, it's still very powerful. If I want to refine tools in the future, I'm afraid I'll need this kind of flame. Xiao Hua muttered to himself. However, after thinking about it carefully, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a faintly discernible smile. Fellow Daoist, are you interested in this doll? Luan Han waved his hand and a strange spell was cast on the counter. The small peacock flew up and stopped in front of Luan Han. Luan Han stretched out his index finger and tapped the peacock's back. The peacock raised its head and let out a clear cry before spreading its wings and flying in the air. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the peacock retracted its wings and flew back into Luan Han's hand. Fellow Daoist, what do you think of this peacock? Luan Han said with a smile, this is something young female cultivators like the most. If fellow Daoist has a dual cultivation partner, or children, you can buy it for them. It's the best gift. Seeing Xiao Hua frown, Luan Han rolled his eyes and said with a smile, this doll refining technique is unique to my Luanji shop. 7 Skills sect can't do it. If fellow Daoist is interested and you were introduced by Fan Yi, I will give you a discount of 30% of the spirit stones. Xiao Hua glanced at Luan Han, but his gaze didn't fall on the peacock in his hand. He shook his head and said, Fan Yi told I that this Luanji shop is an old shop in Weeping Moon City. It's the real deal. If it wasn't for bad luck, it would definitely be more famous than 7 Skills Sect's shop. But now, Sai, why did it only end up in the predicament of selling dolls? Luan Han's expression changed slightly and his eyes narrowed. Then he smiled and said, Fellow Daoist, you're wrong. Haven't you heard of the saying in the secular world? A poor man's ambition. Although my Luanji shop can refine powerful magic tools, what's the use if no one visits? Dolls? Although it's just for fun, it can earn spirit stones for my Luanji shop. If I don't sell this, do you think I'm going to sell beads? Besides, even though my Luanji store has a good foundation, it also depends on the customer's taste. Furthermore, the predicament that my Luan's shop is in isn't something that an outsider can see with a single glance. As Luan Han spoke, he placed the peacock back into the box, his tone slightly cold. Haha, Xiao Hua chuckled and said, I didn't know that fellow Daoist Luan was also someone who didn't like to be under others. Could it be that fellow Daoist is this kind of person? Luan Han was a little angry in his heart. He actually did not ask for Xiao Hua's name. Xiao Hua ignored Luan Han's anger. He looked around and said, I didn't come here to debate with fellow Daoist Luan. I have a business deal to discuss with fellow Daoist Luan. I wonder if fellow Daoist Luan has any objections? I am a businessman. Why would I give away the spirit stones that are delivered to my door? Luan Han laughed. He waved his hand at Luan Jianming, who was a little panicked, and said, Jianming, serve fellow Daoist some tea. Yes, disciple understands. Luan Jianming welcomed him and prepared to go out from the counter. I wonder what fellow Daoist has taken a fancy to? Luan Han smiled apologetically. Xiao Hua extended his hand and pointed at the materials in the store for artifact refinement. He said, I want to purchase some of the materials in your store. How about the price? All of the materials? Luan Han's face lit up as he asked. Xiao Hua nodded. Jianming, serve fellow Daoist good tea. Luan Han raised his head and ordered Luan Jianming, who was about to enter the backyard. Yes, disciple understands. Luan Jianming saw that there was a big customer and was overjoyed in his heart. He responded loudly. Fellow Daoist wants to refine your own artifacts? Luan Han turned his head and smiled apologetically. And that's right. Xiaohua replied. In a while, I still have something to ask fellow Daoist Luan. I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance. Sure. Luan Han smiled and took out a storage pouch from the counter. With a wave of his hand, many materials were stored inside. Fellow Daoist Luan, why? Aren't you negotiating with I? Xiaohua was stunned. He was still preparing to haggle with the other party. Yet Luan Han smiled and said, Fellow Daoist is a 12th level Qi refinement cultivator. Do you still lack spirit stones? I am underestimating fellow Daoist's status by negotiating with fellow Daoist. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Looking at this cultivator who just said that poor people have short ambition, he didn't know how to answer. After Luan Han took some of the materials of various colors and handed them to Xiaohua, he asked, Fellow Daoist, are these materials enough? Xiaohua looked and smiled. Fellow Daoist Luan, you should tell me the price first. Let's see if I have enough spirit stones in my storage pouch. Luan Han slightly nodded and transmitted a number to Xiaohua. And not bad. What Fan Yi said was right. This Luan Han's character is really good. Hearing the price, Xiaohua thought inwardly. Just as he was about to take out the spirit stones, his heart moved again. He smiled and said, These materials aren't enough. Fellow Daoist Luan, take 3 more. I will also triple the spirit stones. But Luan Han was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, Fellow Daoist is so straightforward. I won't be unreasonable. Fellow Daoist only needs 2.5 more spirit stones. As he spoke, he took out more materials and handed them to Xiaohua. At this time, Luan Jianming served the spirit tea. Seeing that the materials in the store were much less, he was also happy and was much more respectful to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took a sip of the spirit tea and praised. He put the spirit stones in his storage pouch and handed them to Luan Han. Luan Han's divine sense swept over and knew that the number of spirit stones was not small. He smiled from ear to ear and said, Fellow Daoist, this spirit tea is unique to my Weeping Moon City. If fellow Daoist likes it, I will give it to you. Then he ordered Luan Jianming to go back to the backyard to get the spirit tea. No need. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him. He put away the materials and said, I still have something to discuss with fellow Daoist Luan. I just need fellow Daoist Luan to tell me everything you know. Sure. What questions does fellow Daoist have? Luan Han said with a smile. He was an expert in refining, so he was not afraid to ask about it. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I's Grandmaster has a very special material. Divine sense can't control it, and it's very heavy. Ordinary cultivators can't pick it up. Well, the Grandmaster has said that this material is not a demonic tool. He wants to refine this material into a special magic weapon. Does fellow Daoist Luan have any ideas? A material that can't be controlled with divine sense? And it's very heavy? Luan Han was stunned. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't seem to have encountered this situation. Xiaohua's face was slightly disappointed. He glanced at the pentagonal table and said in a low voice, Fellow Daoist's ancestral frigid flame won't work? Of course. Luan Han was enlightened. He patted his forehead and said with a smile, I can't do it. But my frigid flame can burn everything. The material fellow Daoist mentioned is definitely not a problem. Fellow Daoist Luan, are you sure you can do it? Xiaohua's eyes were also filled with joy. He said, If possible, I will return to the mountain and ask Grandmaster to come over. When Luan Han heard that Xiaohua wanted to ask Grandmaster to come over, he immediately hesitated. If nothing unexpected happened, the Grandmaster of an aura refining cultivator should be a core formation cultivator. That was someone the Luan clan could not offend. How could they dare to ask a core formation cultivator to come personally? While Wan Han was hesitating, Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled. He seemed to have sensed something, and his Buddhist sense swept outside. Xiaohua's expression immediately became wonderful. At this time, Wan Han made up his mind. He raised his head and said, "I can't be sure about this matter. I still have to ask the Grandmaster to make a decision later." "That's for the best." Xiaohua raised his brows and said with a smile, "Then how about I accompany fellow Daoist Luan to see the Grandmaster together?" Wan Han was even more surprised, but when he thought about how Xiaohua had just bought so many materials, he still nodded and said, "Since fellow Daoist has such intentions, then please." Soon after, Xiaohua followed Wan Han into the rear courtyard. Just as Xiaohua's figure disappeared from inside the shop, 3 cultivators came in through the door of Luan Ji's shop. 1 man and 2 women. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s and was in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. The 2 women looked to be in their 20s or 30s and were also in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. The female cultivator at the front entered side by side with the male foundation building cultivator. Their behavior was very intimate. The female cultivator at the back had a dull expression, but when her gaze swept past Xiaohua's disappearing figure, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Why is this person's figure so familiar? Xiaohua. But soon after, the female cultivator smiled bitterly and shook her head. Xiaohua probably died long ago on Xiaoyu continent. Seniors. When Luan Jianming saw that there were actually foundation building cultivators coming over, he was bewildered. He promptly went to greet them and received them very respectfully. Xiaohua followed Luan Han into the rear courtyard. They walked through a layer of courtyards and arrived in front of a small house. Luan Han respectfully saluted and said, "Martial uncle, disciple Luan Han requests an audience." After a long while, an aged voice echoed, "Luan Han, do you need something? Didn't I tell you before? Family matters, go find someone else as soon as possible. This old man doesn't have much time left. I still have to cultivate in seclusion." Luan Han glanced at Xiaohua very awkwardly and replied as respectfully as before. Disciple met an honored guest today. This honored guest brought his core formation master to ask Disciple about a matter. Disciple didn't dare to take matters into his own hands. This time, martial uncle, please dispel my doubts. Right, I still haven't asked for fellow Daoist's name. Luan Han asked in a low voice. I am Zhang Hua. Xiaohua said with a smile. Alas, come in. Hearing that it was a matter related to core formation cultivators, Luan Han's martial uncle didn't dare to neglect and said with a sigh. Fellow Daoist Zhang, please. Luan Han raised his hand and gestured. Xiaohua also wasn't polite and entered the small house. The inside of the small house was somewhat dusky and also didn't have too many furnishings. There was a bookshelf on the wall. On the bookshelf were several books and also several jade slips. In the innermost part of the small house was a cloud bed. On top of it was a white-haired old man with extremely many wrinkles on his face. He was sitting cross-legged, and his cultivation was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Chapter 1692. Seeing such an old foundation establishment cultivator, Xiaohua thought for a moment, then immediately stepped forward and bowed, sending a voice transmission. Junior Zhang Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Luan. Imperial Thunder Sect? Hearing Xiaohua announce his name, the foundation establishment cultivator was stunned, and a trace of light flashed across his eyes. He also sat up straight, flicked his sleeves, and sent a sound transmission with an aged voice. I am Luan Qing, and have already stopped asking about the old affairs of the clan. I wonder what little friend Zhang has to ask? Luan Han heard Xiaohua's voice transmission and unconsciously frowned. Luan Han, there's a foundation establishment cultivator in the shop, you should go greet him. Jianming is too young, I'm afraid he can't handle it. Luan Qing instructed. Luan Han naturally knew there was a foundation establishment cultivator coming, so he stood up and said, "Disciple will go now, fellow Zhang, please excuse me." When Luan Han left the hut, Luan Qing pointed her finger, and a light flashed, activating the restriction in the hut. "Little friend Zhang, if you have something to say, please say it." Luan Qing raised her head and stared at Xiaohua. Xiaohua repeated what he had told Luan Han before and said with an apologetic smile, "This thing was found in a dangerous place by martial ancestor. He knew it had great use, but he didn't know how to refine it. Even the Imperial Thunder Sect's artifact refining grandmasters couldn't think of a way. Junior came out to travel this time with the intention of helping martial ancestor find a suitable method. Just now, in the shop of Luan Ji, I saw the frigid flame. This time, I boldly ask Senior to enlighten me. Can this frigid flame temper this strange thing?" "Alas, I'm afraid it can't." Luan Qing slightly shook her head. She stretched out her hand, and a huge ball of 5-colored flame appeared in the center of her palm, swallowing the surrounding 5-element spiritual energy. But the strange thing was, Xiaohua didn't feel any heat. "Little friend Zhang, take a look. This frigid flame is admittedly the refining flame of my Luan Ji, but its power is already far inferior to before. It's certainly more than enough to refine ordinary magic tools, but it's beyond the power to refine elementary magic treasures. Not to mention the special material of your sect's martial ancestor. According to what this old man has seen and heard, that material must be something from beyond the heavens. And it is very likely to be something from beyond the heavens of the demon realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so heavy and uncontrollable by divine sense. For this kind of material, we can only use demonic flames or the refining methods of the demon realm. There is no other way." "Ah? Demonic fire? The refining method of the devil realm." Xiaohua's heart shook. That's right, Xiaohua had thought for a long time, but he had never considered the demon realm. The Great Wisdom Heavy Sword was similar to a demon weapon, so the demon realm's refining method would naturally have an effect on it. But where was the devil realm? How could he, a cultivator from the human realm, go to the devil realm? For Xiaohua, this seemed to be something impossible. Could it be that there's no other way? Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. Luan Qing laughed and said, "According to this old man's thoughts, other than the methods of the devil realm, there seems to be a legendary method of refining one's heart. However, your sect is one of the most famous sects in the country of Xi. Perhaps your sect's Qi refining grandmaster knows the method of refining one's heart. Since they can't do anything about it, this old man will only make a fool of himself." The method of refining one's heart. Xiaohua secretly noted it down. The refining jade slip he obtained from Swallow Thunder Ridge didn't mention the method of refining one's heart. He also didn't know whether Swallow Thunder Ridge had the method of refining one's heart. Other than the method of refining one's heart? Xiaohua still didn't give up. Luan Qing blinked and said with a smile, "Other than the method of refining one's heart, perhaps my Luan family's frigid death flame can reach Deshang." Xiaohua's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "Why can't the frigid death flame reach Deshang? It's a long story." Luan Qing said with a smile, "Not to mention that my Luan family's frigid death flame has been damaged for a long time. The number of disciples who can practice this fire art is also very few. Sigh, forget it, this is my Luan family's ancestral inheritance. It's not worth telling outsiders." Seeing Luan Qing brush her sleeve and unwilling to say more, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Since no one in the Luan family can successfully practice this frigid death flame, then, Senior Luan, this frigid death flame's fire art, can you part with it?" Luan Qing stared blankly, then a severe light flashed in her eyes. Staring at Xiaohua for a moment, she said with a sneer, "Little friend Zhang, I respect you as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, that's why I'm talking to you nicely. This frigid death flame's fire art is my Luan family's ancestral inheritance. If I give it to you, how can my Luan family establish itself in Xiaoyu continent?" Haha. Xiaohua wasn't afraid of Luan Qing and said with a smile, "If it's the Luan family's secret art, If it's the secret art that the Luan family relies on to establish itself, how can it be used in Luan family's shop? Only for defensive arrays? Senior Luan, this junior is sincerely making a deal with senior. If senior has any conditions, please feel free to state them. If junior is able to agree, I'll definitely agree without hesitation. This Xiaohua's words hit Luan Qing's soft spot. That's right, the frigid death flame has been used in arrays. What's there to talk about keeping it a secret? However, Luan Qing still shook her head. Where it's used is my Luan family's business. Little friend Zhang doesn't have the qualifications to say. I feel that the reason why things in this world are things is because there are things of equivalent value that can be exchanged. Senior Luan isn't willing to exchange. Is it because you think that I's cultivation is insufficient and can't take out something of equivalent value to the frigid death flame? Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and directly said. Luan Qing's gaze flickered, but she didn't say a word. Seeing this, Xiaohua secretly rejoiced. Since she didn't say anything, that means there's room to bargain. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua extended his hand. A cluster of samadhi true fire was born from the palm of his hand. That pure purple flame had a trace of scarlet. Samadhi true fire? Luan Qing clearly knew what it was and cried out in surprise, Little friend Zhang, you're only at the Qi refinement realm. How can you use samadhi true fire? This is naturally a bit of Junior's privacy. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, in order to express my sincerity with Senior, I have no choice but to let Senior take a look. Luan Qing took a deep breath and said, Little friend Zhang wants to exchange the fire technique of samadhi true fire and the secret to using fire techniques at the Qi refinement realm with my Luan clan? I won't hide it from Senior. Junior's physique is special. That's why I'm able to use samadhi true fire at the Qi refinement realm. There's no secret to this. What Junior can exchange is only the fire technique of samadhi true fire. Xiaohua said without hiding anything. Hearing this, Luan Qing shook her head. Samadhi true fire's fire technique is indeed rare, but a beginner samadhi true fire can't be used to refine weapons. Even if it can be used to refine weapons in the future, it may not be comparable to my Luan family's frigid death flame. But Junior's fire technique of samadhi true fire is complete. Xiaohua said with a smile. Luan Qing thought for a moment, but still shook her head. Samadhi true fire's fire technique should already be comparable to frigid death flame's fire technique. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, since Senior Ling still wants to bargain, how about adding this thing? As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another item. Chapter 1693. Luan Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Looking at the jade box that Xiaohua handed over, he really couldn't think of what Xiaohua could take out that could move his heart. Senior Luan, don't you want to open it and take a look? Xiaohua's jade box had a restriction that isolated spiritual sense, so Luan Qing couldn't see through it with his foundation establishment cultivation. This old man wants to see. Little friend Zhang is so confident, this jade box must have. Luan Qing took it with a smile and opened the jade box while speaking. When he saw what was inside the jade box, he couldn't help but exclaim, Mother and Child Spirit Fruit. 1,000-year-old mother and child spirit fruit. Indeed, in that jade box, a mother and child spirit fruit with golden runes faintly flowing on its surface was peacefully lying there. The golden runes also indicated the age of this mother and child spirit fruit. Looking at Luan Qing's surprised expression, Xiaohua snickered in his heart. Ever since he gave the 1,000-year-old mother and child spirit fruit to eldest senior brother Xiangyang, he had a plan in his heart. Because with the improvement of his cultivation, the age of the various spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits in the space also increased every day. If he didn't pick them diligently, he was afraid that each spiritual herb would be over 10,000 years old. These 10,000 years old things were certainly good, but it was quite dangerous to trade them. Therefore, Xiaohua treated the mother and child spirit fruit the same as other rare spiritual herbs. He divided the area according to the age of 500 years, 1,000 years, and so on. Every once in a while, he would pick them once to ensure that all the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits of each age were preserved. Although the mother and child spirit fruit was different from other spiritual fruits, Xiaohua had kept it in the jade box for thousands of years. And now, the one in the space was already thousands of years old. Senior Luan, this mother and child spirit fruit was obtained by my master in an auction. One of them has already been taken by my 14th senior brother, who broke through the bottleneck of the early stage of foundation establishment. This spiritual fruit was given to this junior by my master to be used for future breakthroughs. Xiaohua waited for Luan Qing's surprise to fade a little, then said with a smile, "However, this junior is still some distance away from foundation establishment. How can I break through the early stage of foundation establishment? What's more, master's matter is a big deal. If I can use this thing to exchange for the fire art and solve master's problem, why can't I break through my bottleneck?" Luan Qing stared into Xiaohua's eyes, his gaze flickering. After a short moment, he glanced at the mother-child spirit fruit and said in a deep voice, "This old man has been stuck at the bottleneck of the early stage of foundation establishment for several decades. 20 years ago, I already took the Origin Splendor pill. Young friend Zhang, do you think this old man still has a chance?" Xiaohua knew that the Essence Splendor pill was a medicinal pill used by early foundation establishment cultivators to break through their barriers. It was concocted from bright flower fruit, essence returning grass, Lian green fruit, Dan He, and other rare spiritual plants. Among them, Dan He was the rarest, but it was also the most important. However, it was also the least used. Of course, he didn't know if eldest senior brother Xiang Yang had taken it or not, but since Weeping Moon City had the Lian green fruit, it was normal for Luan Qing to have taken the Hua Yuan pill. Therefore, Xiaohua smiled and said, "My 14th senior brother has also taken the Hua Yuan pill. Since he could use the mother-child spirit fruit to break through the bottleneck, Senior Luan should be able to do so as well. Of course, as for whether Senior Luan can really do it, this junior can't guarantee." Xiaohua's voice had just fallen when suddenly, a murderous intent came from where Luan Qing was. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at Luan Qing's hands that were hidden in his Daoist robe. His expression didn't change as he chuckled and said, "This is this junior's bottom line. This junior sincerely wants to help martial ancestor. If Senior Luan isn't willing, then this junior won't force it. Oh, right, I heard from the senior brother in the inn that there is a mysterious place in Weeping Moon City that can repair magic tools and magic weapons. Presumably, they also have a fire art similar to Ling Yi's Zhuhua. After this junior and senior brother repair the magic weapons, this junior can also make a deal with them. Presumably, this is also okay, right?" Facing an early foundation establishment cultivator at such a close distance, to be honest, Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit afraid. After the battle with Zhen Hao and Zhen Ming, he had incomparable confidence in his Zhu Meng. Even an early foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder School couldn't avoid it. How could a foundation establishment cultivator of the Luan family be his opponent? Looking at Xiaohua's confident words and then looking at Xiaohua's eyes that didn't have the slightest trace of panic, Luan Qing's killing intent suddenly became discouraged. A kind of absurd feeling arose spontaneously, as if this cultivator of the 12th layer of qi refining could easily kill him, even if he had already set up a powerful restriction around the hut. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Luan Qingkai suddenly smiled, and his killing intent was extinguished. He said, "Little friend Zhang is indeed a filial person. For the sake of your master, you actually gave up the opportunity to break through to the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Since that's the case, how can this old man not help you?" As he said this, he waved his sleeve and the jade box disappeared. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. He took out the jade slip that recorded the Samadhi True Fire from his space and handed it to Luan Qing. He said, "Junior obtained this from a cultivator. It doesn't have much to do with my Imperial Thunder School. Senior Luan, please feel free to use it." Good. Luan Qing was overjoyed. He took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He nodded. This samadhi true fire is complete. In the past, this old man also obtained one, but it was abnormally damaged and couldn't be used. After Luan Qing put away the samadhi true fire art, he took out a rather old jade slip and handed it over. He said, "This is the Ling Yi fire art that this old man comprehended. It contains this old man's understanding. Little friend Zhang, please take it." "Many thanks, Senior Luan." Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Luan Qing to be so generous. Taking out the jade slip, Xiaohua casually scanned it and stored it in his space. He knew Luan Qing wouldn't deceive him with false information. "What? Little friend Zhang, won't you look carefully?" A trace of a strange smile appeared on Luan Qing's face. "There's no need, right?" Xiaohua was slightly dazed. Yet Luan Qing shook his head. "Little friend Zhang should still look carefully? Otherwise, if there's any mishap and little friend Zhang returns to the Imperial Thunder sect to denounce us, my Luan family won't be able to bear it." Hearing these words, Xiaohua's heart suddenly thumped. Not good. Sure enough, when he took out the jade slip again and looked carefully for a moment, a trace of gloominess appeared on his face. "I didn't expect. This Ling Yi fire art is actually different from the samadhi true fire." Xiaohua was endlessly regretful in his heart. A trace of bitterness appeared in his mouth. The samadhi true fire is an ethereal fire. The fire art that uses the samadhi true fire can be created on its own. But this Ling Yi fire is a fire of the 5 elements. It can't be created out of thin air. It must have a flame seed. In other words, a flame seed. Sigh, didn't Luan Han say it just now? His Luan family's Ling Yi fire is the flame seed of the immortal realm. I'm afraid that's the meaning behind it, right? I thought that I was infallible and exchanged fire arts with others. Not to mention that I suffered a loss in the fire art, even that 1,000-year-old child mother spirit fruit was given away to others for nothing. No wonder. Luan Qing wanted me to look clearly, and no wonder Luan Qing could easily take out the Luan family's ancestral fire art to exchange. Seeing the regret on Xiaohua's face, Luan Qing smiled and said, "Little friend Zhang, did you understand?" Suddenly, Xiaohua smiled and put away the jade slip. He said, "Reporting to Senior Luan, Junior already understood. This is all Junior's recklessness. It can't be blamed on Senior Luan." Good. Luan Qing's face revealed a strange expression. He clapped his hands and said, "As expected of a disciple of a famous sect. Only now do I truly believe in little friend Zhang." As he spoke, Luan Qing slapped his forehead. A speck of 5-colored fire flew out from his glabella and landed in Luan Qing's palm. "This is a speck of the fire seed that I painstakingly cultivated." Although little friend Zhang only exchanged fire arts, without this fire seed, that fire art is just trash. Little friend Zhang took so many things to exchange for the fire art, but you suffered a big loss. Luan Qing smiled and said, "Little friend Zhang is so magnanimous, how can I cherish it? Otherwise, even if you took the child mother spirit fruit, it would be impossible to break through the bottleneck." Finished speaking, he pointed his finger. That 5-colored fire flew in front of Xiaohua's eyes. His eyes watched the 5 colors of the 5-colored fire faintly circulate. A burst of joy emerged in Xiaohua's heart. He opened his mouth and that fire was immediately absorbed into his body. Luan Qing was startled. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be able to absorb the icicle flame into his body so easily. This kind of absorption method was commonly used by Foundation Establishment or Golden Core cultivators to absorb magic treasures. Perhaps what I said about magic treasures just now wasn't false. Luan Qing had a trace of lingering fear. At the same time, he rejoiced that he reined in the horse at the precipice in time. Thus, Luan Qing's eyes turned and he said, "Little friend Zhang, I still have something to remind little friend Zhang." "Senior Luan, please speak. Junior is all ears." Xiaohua was in a great mood and said with a smile, "My Luan family's icicle flame is extremely powerful. According to ancient legends, It's the fire seed of the immortal realm's fire. Luan Qing organized his thoughts and said, but now little friend Zhang has also seen it. Right now, my Luan family's icicle flame can only be used for refining. It's even used for setting up formations. It really doesn't match its reputation. The name of the immortal realm's fire seed has already become a joke in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua slightly nodded. He didn't have any expectations for this icicle flame. He only wanted to use it for refining, especially to temper the great wisdom sword. As for whether or not it was the fire seed of the immortal realm's fire seed, he didn't care. The reason why it ended up like this is also related to the cultivation of the icicle flame. Luan Qing said again, I believe that little friend Zhang has already somewhat understood. The cultivation of this icicle flame is completely a process of cultivation. You must have a fire seed in order to cultivate your own icicle flame. And this fire seed directly determines the power and quality of the icicle flame. According to my Luan family's records, when the Luan family was at its peak, my icicle flame had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Even the so-called large sects at that time had to avoid it. And as time passed, my Luan family's fire seed became weaker and weaker, and also more and more disorderly. Naturally, its power also became more and more unbearable. Chapter 1694. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the door to Luan Qing's hut opened, and an expressionless Xiaohua came out. He then turned around, bowed deeply, and followed a boy who had been waiting outside for a long time to walk to the front of Luan's shop. As he walked, Xiaohua pondered. Senior Luan said clearly that this frigid flame relies entirely on the original flame. If I use the flame he gave me to cultivate it, I can naturally produce my own frigid flame. Of course, this frigid flame can also be used to refine tools, but it will lose a lot of its magical powers. But when it comes to magical powers, Senior Luan is vague, as if he himself doesn't understand. This is strange. But what if I don't use Senior Luan's flame? Where would I go to find the flame of the 5 elements? Especially the flame of the 5 elements that Senior Luan mentioned? That flame of the 5 elements is the real frigid flame, the flame of the true immortal realm. This world, I'm afraid it has never existed, right? Perhaps only the immortal realm has it. Xiaohua shook his head. What is the origin of the 5 elements? Just as he was thinking, a Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over, and at the same time, several gazes stopped on Xiaohua's face. The boy also said in a low voice, this disciple will see you off here. Fellow Daoist, please. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, seemingly not arrogant because of the boy's low cultivation level. Seeing that the boy was a bit uneasy, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Luan's shop. When he saw the disappointed expression on the face of a 12th-layer qi refining female cultivator, he couldn't help but frown and secretly say, why haven't they left yet? This female cultivator was none other than Xiaohua's senior sister, Xiao Xianrui. Soon after, Xiaohua's gaze turned from Xiao Xianrui's face to the other 2 cultivators. The other one had a charming face and a curvy figure. Naturally, she was none other than Jiang Yan of 100 Herbs sect. However, when Xiaohua saw her more than 10 years ago, Jiang Yan was in the 11th layer of qi refining. Now, she was at the peak of the 12th layer. Moreover, her eyebrows were raised, and the corners of her eyes were charming. Needless to say, she had already dual cultivated with someone. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the Foundation establishment cultivator. This Foundation establishment cultivator was not Jiang Fan. This cultivator had a short stature and was even shorter than Jiang Yan, who was standing next to him. Moreover, this Foundation establishment cultivator looked like a burly man. Rather than calling him an immortal cultivator, it would be better to call him a farmer who managed a farm. The worst thing was that after this cultivator's gaze swept past Xiaohua, he didn't pay any attention to him. He only tightly stuck the corner of his eyes to Xiao Xianrui's body, as if there was something there that attracted him. "Oh, fellow Daoist Zhang, you're out?" When Luan Han saw Xiaohua come out, he immediately went to greet him. After all, Xiaohua was very generous, completely unlike this foundation establishment cultivator. He looked left and right, but didn't take out any spirit stones. Moreover, Jiang Yuan, who was next to him, was full of ridicule. She said something about how they couldn't compare to the Seven Skills sect, and how they were deceived by the waiter. Her words clearly indicated that she wanted Luan Han to lower the price. If it was before, Luan Han might have tolerated it. However, Xiaohua had just been generous. Luan Han despised him in his heart and was too lazy to lower the price. Although his mouth was respectful, in his heart he had already trampled on their image countless times. Now that he saw Xiaohua come out, he naturally greeted him warmly. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist Luan. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Although I didn't get anything particularly useful, this trip wasn't in vain. No problem, no problem. Luan Han grinned. Fellow Daoist Zhang is so forthright, you'll be welcomed anywhere. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Jiang Yan. Fellow Daoist Luan, what do you mean by that? Jiang Yan was furious. After all, she was the young master of the 100 Herbs sect. When had she ever been looked down upon like this? Oh, fellow Daoist Zhang, what did I say? What did I mean? I was just praising fellow Daoist Zhang for being generous. I didn't say others weren't generous. How could Luan Han be afraid of the 100 Herbs sect? He naturally retorted. Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows and her chest heaved up and down. She was about to get angry. Sister. Xiao Xinrui's gaze shifted from Xiaohua's somewhat familiar figure and unfamiliar face to her. She quickly whispered, "This is Weeping Moon City. It's better to be careful." Seeing that the foundation establishment cultivator didn't say anything and was still looking at Xiao Xinrui out of the corner of his eyes, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel angry. She sneered and said, "What? You want to be careful in Weeping Moon City? Why didn't you say that when my big brother was here? He just went back to build his foundation and you came out to talk?" Sister? Xiao Xinrui was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Yan. She couldn't understand why Jiang Yan was acting so strangely. "I wanted to go to the Seven Skills sect's shop, but you said this shop had a good reputation and insisted on coming here. This is your first time in Weeping Moon City, right? How do you know this shop has a good reputation?" "I know. You must have been here before. But who did you come with? No wonder you didn't go with my big brother when he went back to build his foundation. So you wanted to come to Weeping Moon City. What's your purpose in coming to Weeping Moon City? Are you looking for someone? Is this person in Luanji's shop?" Jiang Yan looked at Xiaohua as she spoke. Xiaohua's eyes widened and he helplessly rubbed his chin. He wanted to leave, but the one being bullied was Xiao Xinrui. He naturally had to stay. Senior sister really is enduring humiliation. Every day in 100 Herbs sect must be like a year. Xiaohua's heart was filled with hatred. It's a pity that I'm only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Otherwise, I would definitely kill my way to 100 Herbs sect. Sister, how can you say that? This isn't 100 Herbs sect. How can we let outsiders see us as a joke? Xiao Xinrui was anxious. She stepped forward and tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve. What are you tugging at? Jiang Yan impatiently tugged at her sleeve and said with extreme annoyance, "I don't know what my big brother was thinking that day, but he took a fancy to you. I don't know how many elixirs and miraculous medicines he used to raise your cultivation to the 12th level of qi refining. But, where is foundation establishment? You've been cultivating for 10 years. Why haven't you reached foundation establishment? My 100 Herbs sect's elixirs have all been thrown into the water." When she heard foundation establishment, Xiao Xinrui's face turned pale. Her eyes were watery. She whispered in shame, Sister-in-law has done her best. Foundation establishment isn't something that can be achieved just because you say so. Sister-in-law didn't come to 100 Herbs sect because she wanted to gain more experience and have more hope of reaching foundation establishment. Your words are better than a song. Who knows what you mean? Who knows what you're planning? Does this man? Jiang Yan saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the 12th level of qi refining. She was emboldened. She glanced at him and sneered. The spiritual energy in Luanji's shop suddenly became chaotic. Then there was another pa sound. Everyone in Luanji's shop was stunned. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.